My mind is so spectacular. Open up your aperture. You don't like the light that I be shining. Did you Dracula? Southern draw vernacular. Flip you like a spatula. Knew that I was built to put this word up on my scapula. I've been on this road so long, my tires bald. I don't wanna text and no, I don't wanna call. Came in this shit running, but you don't know how to crawl. We ain't never folding, I'm holding the highest card. Look, okay, grew up running post routes. Now I'm on the cash route. Better call the plumber, that boy spitting like a bass spout. All these bad women in this club, fuck is you mad about? Word to all my estheticians, boy, I'm about to lash out. Straight from St. John's to the east side, jigging since knee high. Watch the way I put on for my state, nigga, yeehaw. Respected no Aretha. Crazy how I made it to the league from the bleach eyes. Boy, my shit hair on, black, rich, and bare arms. Smoking on that yogi, this shit stronger than some bare arms. Goku, I'm in rare form, you cannot prepare for him. When I swing, it's like a carnivore, this shit ain't fair for him. Brought intellect back to this rap shit. You niggas need chapstick. Shit been dry for way too long, and I'm the matchstick. You niggas Nickelodeon me, I'm more like Cap Nick. Cap a nigga, throw him in front of me. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said that I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. About to blow like we just lit the fuse. We double dutch into this dough, I get this shit in twos. Push the button, get it started, put that shit in cruise. A little dust up on his heart, I barely get to use. A fool flatters himself, a wise man flatters the fool. Man, I just came to get it started like mechanics with tools. Cause in my hood, if you don't pack a tool, you planning to lose. These young boys deserve Oscars, they be acting a fool. A couple loose screws, but they hammer accurate. Ooh, I know some niggas stuck on drugs and manufacture it too. School of hard knocks, we all got our bachelor's. Fool, no cap and gowns, but we all had to master. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said it, I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. I'm lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh rack, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Say she don't smoke, but she always smoke with me, yeah. Backwards in the air, back up in the ovaries, yeah. All my ops, they stay running like they over easy, yeah. Even my masseurs can't just get too close to me, yeah. Shout out to Next, soon as it ink dry, we count out the checks, yeah. I never flex, I bought up a business, you bought up a section. I'm at the top of my class, yeah. Y'all never learned from your lesson. Skywalker gave me the force, yeah. Turn this into an obsession, yeah. I couldn't wait on the team, cooking shit up with just me rowing play, yeah. Things never are what they seem, but we know the facts, yeah. Charging that shit to the game, but now I pull up with a battery pack, yeah. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and we can just leave it at fact. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh rack, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Big bro, why they call you big bro? Every time we hit the bank, we deposit zip codes. Well connected with the streets, like we out in Skid Row.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull-Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, a.k.a. B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast. As y'all come in here, make sure y'all hit the like, share, subscribe button. Hit the Cash App, all that good stuff, man. As Slick Rick 1990 is our Cash App. And also, if you guys have not already, make sure y'all subscribe to the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast. Wipe your feet before you enter this house if this is your first time. Continue, like I said, show your love and support. And we got a good show for y'all today. And I wanted to jump in a topic, kind of do a little bit something different, bring a little bit of a flavor to the scene. You know, we do a lot of LA Clipper talk here. We do a lot of, different NBA, talk. I do everything pretty much when it talks about the basketball and all that good stuff. So I kind of want to switch some things up and talk about, um, something that's been going around the YouTube streets, and a lot of people seem to be touching on it. So I kind of want to do the same thing, but y'all know how I do. I tend to wait and kind of sit back and kind of evaluate what everybody else is doing before I put my 2 cents in. So I did, you know, a lot more extended research on this subject, on this topic, and I think is pretty important to do that, because when I come up here to talk to y'all, I want to make sure that I give y'all the best quality information I can, content, and that way we can depict and actually have a good conversation. When I let people in. So I've touched on this before. I've touched on this in the past, and it's something where I think it's a topic that's kind of like everlasting, ongoing. But I want to specifically, talk about something that I think can be a little bit of a challenge, because this one is something where a lot of people kind of have their minds made up of what is what. So when you have that, then pretty much it's kind of hard to convince people. My man Gabe, what's good, brother? Gabe Moore, how you doing? So what I want you to do is y'all hit the like button. Y'all come in here and what I'm saying, show your love to the pod, and share the podcast. I hope that y'all actually sit back and relax on this one, because it's gonna be a lot of good content. I got somebody in the chat already, already up in arms. Jay Will, I see what you saying, man. He's saying he got all this different stuff on the screen. He said, "I'll humiliate you on this topic badly. No player from 1990 to 2002 was over Shaq. Tim Duncan in 2003 took over. Kobe wasn't over Iverson at the time." Okay, well, first of all, that's a lie, because AI was my favorite player. Now, what's crazy is y'all don't even know this. AI was my favorite player in 2000. In the 2000, wasn't even Kobe. Kobe didn't become my favorite player until 2004. So I know about Allen Iverson. I had his armbands, I had his headband, I used to have his shoes. Everybody wanted to play like AI. Like if you were, a kid from the urban city, Allen Iverson was the guy. So I know about AI, and I'm from California, so I know about Kobe Bryant, and I know about Shaq. I know about this conversation. That's why I'm getting into it. But that's a flat out lie that Iverson was better than Kobe at the time. Right? So I don't think you want to do that with me. But you said, yeah, BS. Kobe was over it. Yeah, AI was only over Kobe like up until about maybe 2000. But after that finals, even before a little bit before the finals, Kobe was, a better player. He was bigger, better two-way player. What I'm saying, could do more on the court. Allen Iverson wasn't just an elite scorer, but he was inefficient. He shot like I think 41% for his career. He just got a lot of shots up. He had an unbelievable motor. That's about it. But other than that, it was nothing that AI did better than Kobe. He didn't score. He didn't play defense better than Kobe. He didn't rebound better than Kobe. He didn't facilitate better than Kobe. He wasn't better from the field better than Kobe. He wasn't a better three-tier scorer than Kobe. He wasn't more athletic than Kobe. He didn't have a post game. Kobe was just a bigger, better player. So we're gonna talk about it. He said Chris Webber just came out last month and said Shaq was the engine to the team. That's common sense to use unless you're a Kobe snitch supporter. Well, Chris Webber played the power forward position, so it's kind of quite natural for a big to kind of give credit to another big. If you was to ask, say, Doug Christie on that same team, I'm pretty sure they would say Kobe was the guy that gave us nightmares. I'm actually going to prove that in this video. I got a lot of good information that I don't think people even know about. And I'm going to break this down like to a point, to the T. When people even that think Shaq was, more dominant, I guarantee you I have a good amount that actually changed their mind. So yeah, Chris Webber, great talent, out of Michigan, but he had injuries early, I think in 2002, then he never was the same. So we're gonna talk about everything. Salute to old man. He said that was a hell of a class, 96. Yeah, Kobe, Marbury, Nash, AI, Ray Allen, Marcus Camby, Kerry Kittles. That was probably the best draft class, I would say, even over probably. I probably think 84 is the only one I think is over 96. I thought 96 was, well, 2003 was pretty stacked too. I mean, I think Kobe's better than anybody out of 03, but I think D Wade's better than everybody in 96 outside of Kobe. So LeBron, AI, to me, LeBron and D Wade are probably better than Kobe and AI as far as the two together. But I think Kobe was better than both of anybody that draft class. So let's talk about it. Listen, the Kobe and Shaq duo is probably one of the most crazy storylines that we've ever seen because I was old enough to remember, the three-peat. I was old enough to remember, the Kobe Shaq feud. I was old enough to remember, everything that went down from 2000 all the way to 2004. So Kobe and Shaq they spent 8 years together. They spent 8 years together from 96 to 2004. So in that time span, they won 3 out of 4 championships going to the finals. Um, and they were, regarded as probably the most dominant duo that we've ever seen. One of the most dominant duos that we ever seen. Because here's the thing. When you talk about what actually transpired and what they were doing and some of the things they accomplished, salute to my man Straight to the Point. Y'all go follow my man Straight to the Point. Salute BJ fam, keep grinding. I saw your post. I saw your community post about VJ Edgecombe. Yeah, man. I like him a lot. I kind of compare him to Anthony Edwards. So I like VJ Edgecombe. So yeah, that's not a crazy comparison. I actually, think he's gonna be special for y'all. So y'all got a real big steal. But back to the video. I primarily think Shaq and Kobe, they were probably the most talented duo that we've ever seen. Talented. I won't say best because they didn't accomplish enough together. But they were the most talented and dominant duo. Talent as far as if you take one and give them their own team, you're guaranteed a playoff berth, no matter if it's the East or Western Conference. You took the best players at both of their positions, right? Kobe was the best shooting guard in the league. Shaq was the best center in the league. Not Allen Iverson, Jay Will. And I'm gonna do a favor. I'm gonna use your talking points against you today, since you want to come in and spread your 2 cents. I'm gonna go and use your talking points and just knock them all down as I put into the video. I didn't even have thoughts of even doing this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Since you got all this time, so I don't know if this is somebody you just trolling, but I'm gonna use your because these are the same stuff that they try to use to make a point to say that Shaq was the most dominant player and he was the more impactful and Kobe was carried. This is the same talking points they use, so I know how to knock these down with ease, right? And that just goes to show you, if you gotta keep recycling the same talking points, you probably don't know much about either the game, you're a stat geek, or you just a flat out hater, right? So we're gonna talk about all this. Salute to my man Jonell, what's good, brother? And salute to my man JM Clip Gang. He said, salute Paul Kobe was the man, not Shaq. We're gonna talk about it, man. And I want people to come in and make sure y'all smash that like button. But the only reason I'm really getting into this because I've seen so many people on YouTube talk about it, and not to mention also something else too. All these, D Wade and T Mac and these players coming out, got all these cojones to talk all this trash. I mean, not even trash, to say stuff about Kobe that he didn't say, actually, when he was here. People got, big balls now, saying that they could have, won if they were put in the same spot as Kobe next to Shaq, even though Shaq never won anything until Kobe became who he was. That's one of the talking points I'm going to use as well. People seem to forget Shaq was in the league. He came in 1992. He was losing all the way up to 2000 for 8 years, 8 seasons. He needed a young, premature, prime 21-year-old Kobe Bryant to come save his legacy. And that's something else we need to talk about. There's this notion that rings don't matter. Go ask Shaquille O'Neal that. For the LeBron fans that say rings don't matter, and these players coming out saying rings don't make you who you are, you got the team behind you, and that doesn't mean anything. It's about the player. What are they doing? All of a sudden, rings don't matter anymore, right? But I thought that's all that mattered, or the most important thing that mattered. But when you don't fit a certain criteria, you want to change the rules. But go ask if rings don't matter. He couldn't win with Penny Hardaway, right? Even when Jordan was gone. Here's something else. I'm gonna get into something else after. All right, we're gonna talk about the three-peat, and I'm gonna get into all the other stuff because this is about primarily the three-peat. Kobe and Shaq was, in my personal opinion, the most dominant duo of all time. Why is that? Because they did so much in a little speed of time. They won 3 championships in 4 seasons. They went in a three-peat, one of the few three-peats in NBA history. I know Jordan and Pippen had 2 three-peats. I mean, of course, the Bill Russell Celtics, they had a three-peat, even more. I don't think Magic or Bird went on a three-peat. I know Magic won 5 and Bird won 3. So I don't think neither one went on a three-peat. But all in all, basically, this is one of the only few of the modern day era that went on a three-peat. They have the best playoff run in NBA history with the Warriors at 15-1. They went on a playoff run in 2001. They went 15-1. So they won 15 out of 16 games in a playoff run. That's dominant. I've already mentioned, you take one or the other off the team and give them their own team, they're going to make the playoffs. They're the best at their position. Right? So that's what I mean by the most dominant duo. They're the best duo because they did so much in a short span. Even with them, quote unquote, not getting along because they had different mindsets. Kobe Bryant was more of a, serious type of player that wanted to get things done, things accomplished. Shaq was a lot more, of a, kind of a goofball. You know what I'm saying? Like the Kobe and Shaq feud, if y'all don't remember, it was a real thing. Well, it wasn't really a real thing amongst, those two. They really kind of like played into it, but it was more so like they wouldn't hang out with each other off the court because they were so different. But they both had the same mentality. They both wanted to win. They both wanted to win championships at the highest level. So they can go out there and, not really be like the best of friends and still get the job done, right? So that's what I'm talking about when I say they were just that gifted. Now, let me take this off real quick and we're going to, move on to another thing. When you talk about this duo, and I'm talking about Kobe and Shaq, I remember as a kid hearing all the time, Shaq was the one carrying Kobe Bryant. Shaq was the one carrying Kobe Bryant. Shaq was the one carrying. And when you hear it so much, you start to believe it. You start to believe it, right? You start to think that Shaq was the guy, the one at the helm, and was the one that actually was carrying the torch, and Kobe Bryant was just sitting there, not doing much, just watching, and what I'm saying, that like that's the notion that you really think, okay, well, maybe it's true. Maybe Shaq, was the big, alpha guy. He was the guy that was actually, um, carrying, the torch, and Kobe was just riding the back seat, and he should be, he should be grateful he played with Shaq and all that stuff. Maybe that was the case. I mean, that was what you constantly heard, and when you heard it so much, that's kind of what you see. That's kind of what you see. You start kind of believing it, right? But as time goes on, and as you get older, you start realizing a lot of that stuff is, BS. You start looking a little bit deeper. You start actually evaluating the situation a little bit closely and start saying to yourself, okay, did he really carry Shaq, or was that another talking point from media people that, either might have an axe to grind with Kobe, or, just didn't particularly like, his attitude, or how he didn't, he didn't, stick to the script, and he wanted to be better than Mike. He was cocky. He was arrogant. And that's another thing that was going around, media at the time. See, this day and age, when somebody has something to say about you, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have all these different things that give people an outlet to say what they want to say. Right? They have this outlet where they can just say what they want to say, and it's not really a big deal. But before, in the early 2000s, like, somebody can write a story on you, and you have to go on an interview in person to, speak your piece. It wasn't so, nobody really was dealing with Twitter and Instagram. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, that didn't exist. So you have to pretty much catch a Jim Gray or Ahmad Rashad, or a person of that ilk, and say, hey, I want to call an interview. Somebody can just put a narrative out there, and then that can be what it is, and then people buy into it because they're too lazy, or just believes the highest story, because the lies sell, and people just buy into it. But that's none of my business. I want to talk about the subject at hand, that Kobe Bryant was more impactful than Shaq in the three-peat. Right? Now, like I said, this is a pretty hard mountain for me to climb, because I don't think nobody's even ever discussed this one. They say, people are just starting to come around that Kobe Bryant was a better player than Shaq, had a better career. People are just coming around to that, which I don't understand how that could be, when after that 2010 finals, when Kobe won that championship with that stacked team. Remember that stacked team that people want to give, all this credit to his teammates, that Pau Gasol, who never won a playoff series prior coming to the Lakers, was the reason why that they won. And, they had all this stacked team. They had Andrew Bynum, who had a couple great seasons and then didn't even spend 10 years in the NBA, right? I think he grew his hair out, went to the Philadelphia 76ers. You never heard from him again, right? Never heard from him again. You had Luke Walton. That guy, he was just the ultimate distributor, the ultimate passer, right? Right. How about Shannon Brown? Shannon Brown, high leaper Shannon Brown. You know what I'm saying? Lamar Odom, the goods. I mean, he was just, what I'm saying? He was the up and coming Scottie Pippen, right? You know, Derek Fisher, the ultimate, point guard. He was just like, another John Stockton. So this was the ultimate team that they had where he won all these championships with, went on a three-peat. And I'm not trying to disrespect his teammates, but I'm saying it's mighty funny to me, no matter where he goes or what he does, whatever Kobe Bryant wins, it always seems to be downgraded. Like he ain't the only player in NBA history that had another co-star next to him. Right? Magic Johnson can go in and win multiple championships with Kareem, and it ain't no problem. Scottie Pippen can get win multiple championships with Michael Jordan, ain't no problem. LeBron James can stack every super team to super team, it ain't no problem. Shaq can go over to Miami, play with Dwayne Wade at 31 years old, which is not even old. He can play with Dwayne Wade and then go play with LeBron James, and it not be a problem. It's not a problem. But when Kobe wins 3 championships back to back to back, oh, he has Shaq. So let's talk about the most dominant, quote unquote, player of all time that Kobe Bryant has. So y'all please sit back and relax and enjoy this right here. Now, the way that we can do this based off of a number of things. We can do it off of skills. We can do it off of stats. We can do it off of competition. We can do it off of everything. I'm putting everything all together, right? You can angle the argument how you want to angle it. Usually when people make their points, they want to angle the situation or argument how they want to angle it. And I'm going to steer from that and just put out what needs to be put out and let y'all decide what it is. Because it's not really much to say other than I think a lot of people had talking points and they still are, actually going with those talking points because it's being said so many times. I heard Marcellus Wiley a few days ago talk about how Shaq was better than Kobe all 3 years, and because that makes him a better player all throughout his entire tenure. Which I don't understand how that could be when he won more without Shaq and he won without less than Shaq. He won more without Shaq. He won with less than Shaq. But let's talk about it. If you want to talk about, first off, who was the better of the two, one of the things I like to evaluate, if you guys do not know by now, if y'all don't understand by now what I like to do, one of the main points where I actually see if a player is dominant or a player is how good he is based off of his level of competition. All right, now I want y'all to pay attention to and listen to what I'm about to say. He said LeBron fans want Kobe to disappear to make LeBron the best Laker ever. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. He said Penny, Permhead Bynum. Yeah, Andrew Bynum, my man Trevor Reed and Sasha Vujic. Yeah, those are good players, but they're not guys that are remembered in the NBA books. Nobody knows even where Andrew Bynum is. I guarantee if you went outside and you saw Andrew Bynum, you probably wouldn't recognize him. They just see another tall black dude around. That's what they would see. So one of the things I like to evaluate is level of competition. Based off of dominance is just simply about your level of competition. If I'm able to dominate competition that's not very strong, it doesn't really support how great I really am. It's like old man said, your level of resistance matters. Vice versa, if a player who's able to be dominant against somebody that is as great as he is. If he's a Hall of Famer, if he's a All NBA team player, if he's an All Star, one of these main accolades. If you're able to do that against that competition, that solidifies how great you really are because you're going against the cream of the creme of the crop. The greater the story, the bigger the glory. That's how they say it. So, what I want to do, because we're talking about the three-peat, I want to first talk about who both players had to go against to have these stats and have these accomplishments and say they were the best players of their generation or their time. All that matters because it's about getting down to the nuts and bolts of everything. I can only be so great to the competition that I'm put up against. So what I want to do is look at the greatest shooting guards around that time that Shaq and Kobe did this three-peat with, because that's going to solidify what they had to go up against, because people don't tend to put this into account when they talk about what was what. They just look at the stats, they roll them out right out of bed with these stats and everything like that, but they don't look really deep into the situation. So the 2000s was 2000 to 2002. Now, of course, when you talk about the top 10 greatest shooting guards of the 2000s, this is the entire decade, but I just want to stick to the first 3 years of the three-peat, because remember, we're sticking with the three-peat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got 10 players, right? From 2000 to 2002, 5 of the 10 players not named Kobe Bryant, 5 of the 9 players not named Kobe Bryant played at that era, and they played at that was their apex. Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Ray Allen, Manu Ginobili. Those 3 guys during was the top players at their position during the three-peat. Not Ginobili. I won't even say Ginobili. I'll leave him out, even though he was okay. But I mean, actually, no, Ginobili didn't come into the league until I think 2003. So it was AI, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, and Ray Allen. So 4 of the 9 players. So half of these guys were in Kobe's competition. Now, Allen Iverson, is he an Hall of Famer? Is he an MVP? Is he one of the best scorers of all time? Y'all can just put in the chat. I would say he is, right? Is that competition? Yeah. Tracy McGrady, the same guy that said he would win multiple championships if he had Shaquille O'Neal. Some people say T-Mac was as good as Kobe Bryant. I don't see that. He was more talented, but he wasn't better. He didn't have the IQ, and he didn't have the will. He never made out the first round, and he's had opportunities. But he is definitely a Hall of Famer. Vince Carter, is he a Hall of Famer? 22 years in the league, best dunker of all time. Extremely probably as talented as his T-Mac and Vince Carter are cousins. Vince Carter's problem was that he didn't have the will. He wasn't willing to go as deep as he needed to go to get what he wanted. He had all the talent in the world, but he didn't have the will. But he is a Hall of Famer. That's considered competition in my eyes. And then you have Ray Allen, who's top 3 shooter of all time. Now he's second behind Steph Curry. But before, when I'm talking about in the early 2000s, when he was with Milwaukee and Seattle, after that, Ray Allen was a scorer. He can dunk, he can score, he can dribble. He had the full package. Coming out of UConn, he was a lottery pick. That's competition. So 4 of these guys not named Kobe Bryant were all Hall of Famers. All NBA players. They're all All-Stars, right? That is what Kobe Bryant had to go against night in and night out on a different scale. If you want to be honest about it, Kobe Bryant faced the most competition at his position in NBA history. In NBA history, he faced the most competition in NBA history, right? So that is what we need to look at first. Who are you doing this up against? Who are you putting all these magical numbers up against? Because that's going to tell me how dominant, how good you really are. So let's switch over to the other dominant force, that is Mr. Shaquille O'Neal. Let's switch over to Shaquille O'Neal, the top 10 greatest NBA centers of the 2000s. So remember, we're looking at 2000 to 2002. We're not looking at 2003 to 2010, because if we want to look at 2003 to 2010, then we got to factor in for Kobe, Dwayne Wade. We got to factor Manu Ginobili. We got to factor in who else are we missing? Brandon Roy, Richard Hamilton. You know what I'm saying? We got to factor all these other guys in. What we're not going to do, we're just going to focus on the 2000 three-peat. So let's look at what Shaq's competition is. So Dwight Howard was not in the league until the late 2000s, so he don't count. Yao Ming was in the league in 2003, but he wasn't there during Shaq's three-peat. Right? Ben Wallace, mid-2000s. Alonzo Mourning was there. Alonzo Mourning, towards the end of his career, was still there. Amari Stoudemire, mid-2000s. Dikembe Mutombo, shout out to the Dikembe Mutombo. Rest in peace, respect. He was there in the early 2000s. Great defensive player. One of the best, probably the best shot blocker of all time at his position. Known for the finger wag. Not a good offensive player. He was serviceable. Vlade Divac was Shaq's competition as well. Marcus Camby, role player. Not an All-NBA team player, not a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he made any All-Stars. And then you got Brad Miller, who I think the most famous thing Brad Miller was known for was getting punched by Shaq when he was with the Chicago Bulls. So you got Yao Ming, Alonzo Mourning, and you have Yao Ming. No, I'm sorry. Yao Ming wasn't in that three-peat against Shaq to stop him. You had Alonzo Mourning, Dikembe Mutombo, and Vlade Divac, and Marcus Camby. That was Shaq's most competition in the 2000 to 2002 of that three-peat. Now, I want you guys to match that up to what Kobe's competition was in 2002, 2002. And tell me what it is. That competition does not touch Kobe's competition whatsoever. Where's the All-NBA teams? Where's the Hall of Famers? Where's the multiple All-Star players? Where are they at? This is something that just goes into people's heads. They don't put the competition that the player had to face. Tyson asked him where Tim Duncan at. Tim Duncan wasn't a center. That was David Robinson with the Spurs. That was David Robinson, not Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan could play it at times, but that was David Robinson's job from 92 to 2003 when he was in the league. That was Shaq's competition. So it was David Robinson and Tim Duncan, the Twin Towers. David Robinson was the center. And even if you want to put Tim Duncan there, that still doesn't amount to the amount of competition Kobe faced. So you still lose that battle. Mutombo was old. Howard was dominant yet. Yao Ming stayed hurt. Scotty never could guard Shaq. So exactly, there's not really any resistance here, right? So I just wanted to start off with the level of competition that shows where we're going to get into. That's going to water up the bath. That's going to water the bath before we start and get in. Right? So, level of competition, we already know what it is. And again, you can angle the argument based off of what you want to get across, but I can't angle competition. I can't angle what you have to go up against. I can't angle and say, okay, I can take this player out and put this player. What you faced is what is already in the record books. I can't angle you going up against the Dikembe Mutombo or older Dikembe Mutombo in the finals. I can't angle you going up against an injury-prone Yao Ming. I can't angle you going up against an undersized Amari Stoudemire. Who wasn't even at the time in the league. I can't angle that. I can't angle Kobe Bryant guarding Vince Carter in multiple possessions down the stretch again. I can't angle that. It happened. And since it happened, that matters. Next, we're going to talk about skills. If you want to talk about skills and who is what, skills pay the bills. Skills pay the bills. I call them strengths and weaknesses. I like to use this one as well. How great you are is based off of your strengths and weaknesses. What can I exploit to take you out of your game? What can I do to try to get you off your game and help my team win? What is a weakness that you have that I can attack that makes you very vulnerable and that can put your position for your team to lose and my team to win? Well, again, we're talking about the duo of Kobe Bryant and Shaq. Again, Tyson was here. He's from out here as well. Tyson, what was Shaq's weakness? Go and tell the audience what Shaq's weakness was. Tell me Shaq's weakness. Other than taking off seasons off and not taking his time to be in shape until midway towards the end of the season, and you know what I'm saying? What was Shaquille O'Neal's weakness on a serious note? Don't worry, I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. Free throws. 52%. Now, I can end it here when it comes to this and just be like, that's it. One of the biggest things I look at as a great player, can you hit key free throws? Because number one, nobody's even guarding you. They used to make excuses. I used to hear the craziest stuff why Shaq's free throws were so bad. I used to see because his hands were big, right? His hands were too big. That's why he couldn't, wrap his hand around the ball. It's like a Nerf ball. And, even though I see Kawhi Leonard shooting year by year over 80%, they got the same hand size, right? Shaq and Kawhi got the same hand size, but yet and still, Shaq is at 52% and Kawhi is at like 80-something every single year, 85. I heard because Shaq was, a center, and centers don't shoot the free throws very well. But you got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who shoots 80% year after year. You got centers in the league shooting 85%. You know what I'm saying? Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic is around 70-something%. Karl Anthony Towns, the best, free throw shooter of all time, who's a center. who's 7 feet. All these guys 7 feet. But Shaq, on the other hand, shoots 52%. His career. So what that does is now they make a rule called the hack of Shaq. What does that mean? And I can actually foul Shaq and get him on the line, and he will most likely miss the free throws. I get the rebound, get opportunity to score. That's a weakness, and that puts your team in a bind. Smash the like button, y'all come in here. Salute to everybody that's in there. King early to honest said Kobe Bryant been the GOAT. I got Kobe Bryant number 3 on my list, but if you got him as the GOAT, I don't argue that. I won't argue that. I think he's the most skilled guard of all time. We're talking about skills. Dribbling, shooting, passing, post game, using either hand, all that stuff, equals skills. Shaq shooting 52% from the free throw line is a disgrace. And instead of dealing with it, he continuously decided to say, I'm the best player in the league. I'm the most dominant player. I'm the most dominant force in NBA history. No one can stop me. You have to put 3 people on me. I don't need to work it out in the off season. Fuck you. Instead of him actually taking his craft seriously, he continuously put his team in a bind. Year after year, how do you shoot you don't get better at one skill? I don't see how if you don't get better at one thing, that means you're not working on it. You can't use hand size. You can't use being a center. You can't even use, you don't have the facility. You have the best facilities and the best coaches that money can buy. How the hell do you shoot 52% from your entire career? That ties into your skills, your impact. How good are you really? Now I'm gonna ask a question in response. What was Kobe Bryant's weakness? Was it shooting? I mean, when Kobe came into the league, he wasn't a great shooter, but you know what he did? He worked on it. He worked on it. He worked on it. And he became one of the best shooters in the league. 3-tier scorer. Can take you to the basket. Can shoot 3-point shots. Could score. Can shoot free throws. Was a 4-tier threat. Was it his ball handling? Well, Kobe Bryant had great ball handling skills. He played point guard for the first year of the three-peat. Remember that, Tyson? First year of the three-peat, Kobe Bryant was the main point guard of the team. Right? He was the main point guard. What about his facilitating? Well, it ties into his ball handling skills. You can't be a point guard at that time if you couldn't facilitate. So it wasn't his passing. Was it his defense? Right? I mean, 12-time all defensive team player, you tell me. Was it his clutch scoring? Did he have a struggle hitting shots in the clutch moments? Again, skills. Dribbling, shooting, passing, footwork, post game, all that stuff. If somebody can just tell me what Kobe's weakness is on the court, if you can tell Kobe, hey, go do something and take him out of his game. What, talk to him? No, you don't want to talk to him because from stories that I understand, when you talk to him, you make it worse. He's one of the players you don't want to talk to. The only thing you can really say, even at that age, was Kobe Bryant's inability to allow the game to come to him because he wanted to do so much. I guess maturity. Right? But that ain't a skill. So until somebody types in the chat the weakness, I'm gonna just go and say like there's no weakness in this game or no weaknesses that you can exploit. I can exploit bad free throw shooting. I can exploit your defense because Shaq was not a great defender, average at best, needed help. And it may sound like I'm just getting on Shaq, but in reality, all I'm doing is putting things on the screen. Again, you can angle the argument how you want to angle it, but I can't angle skill set. I can't angle a guy that can shoot 85% from the free throw line. I can't angle that. Either you can do it or you can't. I can't angle a guy shooting 52% from the free throw line his entirety of his career and call that dominant. If I can't angle that. Being a full, complete basketball player, that ties into who's the best player. Now it's hard to compare because all I used to hear all the time is Shaq is the most dominant. I didn't really ever hear Shaq was the best player. I used to hear that he was the most dominant. Now, if you want to say dominant because of his size and how big he is, that might be true, but you can't call him the best when he has those glaring holes in his game. When he can't hit free throws. Where he's average at best defensively. He doesn't. You can't call him the best. Now, skills, competition, all that stuff. And again, we're just talking about the three-peat. We're not talking about all the other stuff where, you know, Kobe won with all without Shaq and all. I'm not even doing that. Now, let's go into the number one aspect I think people try to use to try to say this is not even an argument, debate. Like, BJ, why are you doing this? You got this dude in the chat, this troll, saying that, you know, Tyson, I'm trying to deep fry man down very soon, Brody. Ether shit. Okay. I don't even know who this guy is. Tell him to come on, Tyson. I don't even have to talk. Just tell him to come on. Yeah. Let me go ahead and go into what my man Jay Will said in the comments section. We're gonna go into these stats that just blow Kobe out the water, right? He said, let's start with the first one. He said Shaq in 2000 was one vote from United's MVP, second in Defensive Player of the Year, scoring champ, second in rebounds, third in blocks, All-Star MVP, and Finals MVP. Average in regular season 30-14-4-3, playoffs average 31-16-3-3, and finals 38-17-3-3. Okay, we're going to talk about the three-peat now. Now, if you want to talk about, and he said something else too. He said Kobe wasn't half as good as Shaq in 2000. Shaq led Kobe in everything, including your precious fourth quarter scoring in the playoffs. Now, I want you guys to see the correlation what Jay Wills is saying. You notice he's talking about primarily 2000. He's talking about 2000. And it's so easy to just break this down, bro, because I'm telling you, you hear all the little fancy plus minus and defensive win shares and all the ESPN talking points that make you sound smart, but really you just be putting your foot in your mouth. I don't know if y'all been around me long enough to know when somebody tries to sound smart, I really know how to deep fry it. Taking Tyson's words for him. 2000, yes. Shaq was the better, more experienced, player. He was in his 11th season. Kobe was in his third, and I think two of his first 2 years he barely even played, held back from Coach Del Harris because he didn't believe in playing young guys. So yeah, we're gonna give Shaq his breadcrumbs in 2000. Right? We're gonna talk about because this is a 3-year span. This is a 3-year span, not 1 year, where you can just pile the stats up and say that was the whole story. Again, how could Shaq, when I seen Kobe win more championships without Shaq, that should have put it into a lot of people's heads to go back and research everything that happened during that three-peat. Because I don't understand how that talking point could stick when you got a guy who won more without you, with less help. And then you start looking, okay, that's true. Okay, let's look at the level of competition, look at the stats, let's look at everything under the umbrella. So Shaq in 2000 was unbelievable. Shaq had an SGA year, championship, All-Star MVP, Finals MVP, season MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, second in DPOY, scoring champ, second in rebounds. He had a third in blocks, All-Star MVP. He had a SGA year. He was the best player on the planet that year. The year before, of course, wasn't the case. It's amazing. In 1999, the Lakers, there was a conversation if Shaq would ever win a championship. And all that changed in a year span. But again, this is a 3-year process, and I'm sticking to it. Kobe was the best player of the three-peat, not one championship. So you look at the stats, right? Shaq averaged 30 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists in 23 games of the 2000 playoffs. We're going to talk about primarily the postseason here. He won his first Finals MVP and his first NBA championship. If we go over to Kobe stats, I want y'all to remember the stats Shaq had. That's unbelievable stats. That is top tier. That you cannot beat that. That's pure dominance, and that's when you can say Shaq was the best player for that one season. You won't even have to say dominant, the best player, because he was doing it on all aspects. Still couldn't shoot shit from the free throw line, but other than that, he was actually living up to his talent. Right? 2000. A 21-year-old Kobe Bryant, 21 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 4.4 assists in 22 games in the 2000 playoffs. He won his first NBA championship. Now, the statistics show Salute. Salute to my man Elise. He said false. He played Eddie Jones as a rookie. Eddie Jones was the starter, sir. Kobe had 7 points. He averaged 7 minutes per game. That's not playing. Playing is what Kevin Garnett did his first year. Playing is what Vince Carter did his first year. Playing is what Allen Iverson did. Playing is what Stephon Marbury did. Kobe Bryant wasn't playing his first 2 years. 7 minutes and then followed up, I think 16 minutes a game. No, that's not playing. That's you being held back. But I digress. We're going to break this down not by just stats, but I'm breaking this down by eye test, competition, skills, everything. He said give the credit to coach, some credit to coach. Phil Jackson ain't in this. We already know who Phil Jackson is. Phil Jackson, yeah. I give Tex Winter credit for that triangle offense as well. But again, let's stick to the 2000, you got no argument for me that Shaq was the most imposing, dominant, best player on the team. He was featured in the offense the most. He dominated his position, and he did it with efficiency and grace. MVP, Finals MVP, All-Star MVP, second in DPOY, first in scoring, all the stuff that Jay Will just ethered me on to start the show. I don't know what to call it, but he ethered me. He stuck on that 2000 like hell. He said 2000 was the greatest year of all time in NBA history. They should have just retired Shaq's number, and he should have went home, and he should have just had 100 Big Macs with the way he described 2000. I get it. But again, we talking about the entire tenure. I still got 2 more years to go. Now, this is where things will take a turn. Again, Shaq was in the league for 8 seasons. What the hell was he doing? Since he was just so dominant, so great, what was he doing the first, I won't even say 8 years. What was he doing the first 6 years before Kobe even became a starter? Kobe wasn't even a starter until like midway his second season. He didn't really scratch the surface until the 3rd year. He was getting spot minutes, inconsistent minutes his first 2 seasons. What was Shaq doing? Why couldn't he get past the second round outside of 1 year in the finals when it took Jordan to have to come back from being in baseball shape? What was Shaq doing with Penny Hardaway, who was another one who people claim that was just, right there with Kobe? He just needed to play more games, and if he never got hurt, same shit. All I woulda, coulda, shoulda. Penny Hardaway, T-Mac, Vince Carter, D-Wade, all these guys, right? But notice they're comparing to Kobe. Everybody, because he's the standard. Just like Jordan's a standard for Kobe. Anytime I got to keep comparing myself to somebody else, that means you're the standard. Oh, I could have been better than this guy. I could have been better than that guy, but I just didn't get the opportunity. I didn't get the chance. I didn't get the touch. I didn't get whatever the case may be, right? But the standard is on the screen, right? What was Shaq doing? Where's all these championships before he joined a young Kobe Bryant? Yeah, getting swept by Akeem. Akeem won championships. Who was his running mate? An old-ass Clyde Drexler. Kenny Jet Smith. Who was his? I mean, he didn't have no superstar stack team or a star. Akeem did that shit by leading his own and without a world-class coach. Tim Duncan. I'm gonna get into Tim Duncan. I forgot how much Tim Duncan used to kick to. It's not a coincidence they beat him in 1999. They swept the Lakers in 99 with Shaq in his prime. It wasn't until Kobe Bryant became even a part of himself at age 21 in 2000 in the finals against the Pacers when Shaq fouled out again. And that's another weakness. If I keep fouling out, that's another thing. Your defense can't be that great if you keep fouling out. Your defense cannot be that great if you keep fouling out of games, pivotal games, because and you a star too. The refs don't want to foul you out, but the defense has to be so lackluster for you to keep fouling out of games. So again, Shaq wasn't winning. And when you face real competition in the 2000s, in the 1990s, I'm talking about, when you face real competition, real guys in the league that made you I'm sorry, real centers in the league, the Akeem Olajuwons, the David Robinsons, a younger Alonzo Mourning, a young Tim Duncan. When you face the creme de la creme, you got Patrick Ewing, who was in the East. When you have to face real centers, where's all those championships at? You could have won one against Akeem. Or could have got a game. I know you had good stats. Second year, I get it. You couldn't beat the Spurs. You got swept by the Spurs. You couldn't beat the Jazz. Like, when you got to face real competition, you weren't that dominant force that everybody claims you are. Or the media just puts you in. Like, you weren't that dominant force, bro. It took you going up against centers that were not really, who are very average, who were okay, but they were very average. You didn't have no real resistance. So that I started to figure that out as time went on. So let's go to these numbers. Again, 2000, you got me. Shaq was the all-time creme de la creme. They should have retired his number at the Staples Center. Did all that. Gave him a victory speech. He could have just went home. But now it's time to go to the 2001s and 2002s and all that good stuff, right? So now it's turning in from a little brother, big brother to a partnership. And this is where things went south. Now, remember, I told you I'm from Southern California. I was here when this stuff was going down. You had to literally pick sides. I remember going to school. You had to literally pick sides of who you chose, who you rocked with. Was it Shaq or Kobe? It was a real thing. Now, they didn't buy into it. They put it into the media. But, you go into schools and stuff like that. You have to, say, I like Shaq. The other person don't like Kobe. I like Kobe. I don't like Shaq. I used to be a Shaq guy, but when I realized the amount of scrutiny Kobe got for absolutely no reason but being a great basketball player and he being criticized for stuff that was outside of basketball, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start, going the other direction. But now it becomes a partnership. So now Shaq can't just throw his weight around. Pause. Shaq's a bully. When he doesn't get his way or he cannot intimidate you, not only will he try to, he starts what they call dry hating. Talk about Kobe want the shots and Kobe, want to, be the man on the team. He's selfish. He bought into all that. Now you start hearing that Kobe don't want to pass Shaq the ball. All of a sudden, Kobe's arrogant. All of a sudden, Kobe's selfish. All because of what the media says. And again, at a time, you could not defend yourself like you can today on Twitter and social media. You can't do that. It's not so easy. You got to get on the TV screen and get with an interviewer to speak your piece. But I digress. 30 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists in 16 games in the 2001 playoffs. Again, most dominant duo of all time. They won a playoff in 16 games. 16 games. But the problem is people think Shaq did it on his own. He did not. That is the problem. And that's what makes the story sour when you can't even enjoy greatness from both of them. So now what I have to do is get on here and tell the real story And even if it comes with me actually giving Shaq some heat, that's what's going to happen. Y'all can see the scoring average in the playoffs at this time was not only favored by Kobe, but also when you look at the playoffs as a whole, which I'm about to pull up. Now remember, 30 points per game is what Shaq was averaging. $30.6. Let's see what Kobe Bryant averaged in the playoffs as an entirety. Now, playoffs includes not just the playoffs, but the finals. And this is where things go a little bit deeper. So, Kobe Bryant playoff stats are right here. Move this out the way so y'all can see. 30 points for Shaq, 29.4 for Kobe. 15 rebounds for Shaq, 7.3 rebounds for Kobe. 3 assists for Shaq, 6.1 for Kobe. Now, again, the stats say Shaq, but let me tell you why it's inflated again. Because now you got to look a little bit deeper. Again, I gave 2,000 to Kobe. I gave it to him. Or to Shaq, I gave it to him. But now I'm going to have to step on the people who say that Shaq was just clearly the best player in the 2001 playoffs. That's why I draw the line. Again, somebody please put in the comments section, what was Kobe Bryant's weakness? You cannot be the best player with that many holes in your game. Missing free throws, average defender, can get targeted. And the level of competition is below average. So 30 points. How is it that Shaq finished with 30 points per game and Kobe finished with 29.4 points per game at the duration of the playoffs? But at this time, as y'all can see on the screen, the scoring average was 30.6 for Shaq, 30.7 for Kobe. What happened? How did the scoring average change? Kobe was clearly leading Shaq, even though it was 0.1 points, he was clearly leading Shaq in scoring. So what happened? Well, what happened is the scoring average actually tells part of the story, because when you look round by round, actually in the playoffs, this is an argument I keep having with people. Kobe was the better player in the playoffs up until the finals. He was the better overall player and he was the better scorer up until the finals. Not only did I know it, but Shaq knew it, to the point where he said Kobe was the best player in the world. Now, why in the hell would I say Shaq is better when he don't even say he's better? And don't give me that, oh, he was trying to be nice, because that's not even Shaq's mentality. Shaq, deep down, is a territorial dude that wants to be the big dog. He always used to say little side comments and make his stance and say that he was just, it was just his, it's not enough for both of us. As time went on, the Laker organization seen who was more valuable. And they chose Kobe, a 25-year-old Kobe Bryant, over a 32-year-old Shaquille O'Neal, and shipped him right out to South Beach, where he was able to get a championship with Dwayne Wade, averaging 21 points per game. Kudos to him. But the point I'm trying to make to you is stop with this that Shaq was just so immersed. He was actually so replaced, because they would have kept his ass at 31 years old, which is not old. But the fact that Shaq didn't take his offseason training seriously enough, years that he should have still been dominant, his game went down. What stopped Kobe Bryant was simply an Achilles tear. He trained too hard to the point where his body broke down. That's called putting everything into your craft. If Shaq had that same mindset, he would be the best player of all time. But again, how was he leading the charge when he said the guy that was quote unquote the sidekick was the best player in the world? Well, what happened? This was the San Antonio Spurs here. I remember like it was yesterday. Let's go into these stats that people like to echo when it comes to saying Shaq was just quote unquote better and Shaq was the creme de la creme and, nobody could actually outdo what Shaq was doing. Let's go into these stats that just basically supported Shaq being the better player. In the 2001 semifinals against the San Antonio Spurs, y'all hit that like button as y'all come in here. Shaquille O'Neal averaged a whopping 27 points per game, 13 rebounds, and 2.5 assists in 4 games against the Spurs. They swept them. Right? 27 points per game. I'm going to let y'all in soon. I'm getting all this stuff out. 27 points per game. That's pretty good. Clearly, Shaq was the lead dog. He had the most points. He just quote unquote, led the charge, and Shaq and Kobe just rode his coattails, right? Saying he was the best player. He just said that. He's just talking, right? That's what's going on. So remember, 27 points per game, right? That's what Shaq averaged. You can't really say much about the rebounds and assists because they play 2 different positions. Let's go into what Kobe did against that dynasty Spurs team. That's another thing, too. All this Tim Duncan was over Kobe. Man, look, Kobe used to annihilate that Spurs team. And I'm about to show y'all what annihilation really looks like. 27 points is great. I wouldn't call it annihilation, but it's very, 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 it's great. It's great. So 27 points for Shaq. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's like a 33.3. Oh my gosh, 33 points per game. Is this the Spurs? This can't be the same series Shaq was in. It's the same series. Oh my gosh. How did Kobe Bryant, a young sidekick, average 33 points in the same series against the most dominant force of the three-peat? How could that be? This got to be a typo. $45, $28, $36, $24. Sound like to me, Shaq was on to something. Sound like to me, Shaq was on to something. As y'all come there, smash that like button. So, I remember this series as well. Shaq, this was game, I believe, let me check. What game was this? This was game 2. Or game 1, where Kobe had 45 points and 10 rebounds. And that's another thing too, man. You've seen Kobe have 10 rebounds. You've seen him have 16 rebounds in a finals game. You've seen him have 7 assists, average 7 assists in a series, bro. People say how selfish Kobe is, but all I see him doing is doing what it takes to win. He'll get on the glass. He'll rebound the ball. He'll clutch shots. He'll play defense against the toughest players, toughest opposition. He'll make free throws when it matters. He'll hit clutch shots. It will matter. He's not afraid of nothing on the court. Nobody. I never, as time went on, I was like, basically, I think really people, when they say selfish, they just don't like when somebody's being pushed. So they come up with code names like, he's riding me too hard, or he's too serious, or he's too much to deal with, or he's like, you start seeing that the code words because you don't want to push yourself to be great, Shaquille O'Neal. So that Spurs team was the best competition they faced, even though they got swept. So again, level of competition. The Spurs was the best team they faced, and Kobe Bryant, like his entire decade filled with the best competition, always played better when the competition was higher. While Shaq, when you look deeper into the situation, deeper into the argument, he was great, but he would, take a step back and, let Kobe say stuff like, do what you do your thing, go out there and guard the best players. Go out there, Phil Jackson might be sprinkled in there, say, give Kobe the ball in the clutch because Shaq couldn't hit free throws. But Shaq, he was great, but you just got to look a little bit deeper and just see how great he really is. Smash the like button, y'all come in here. But that's a series right there that, Kobe clearly was the best player. And again, I'm speaking to these averages. Let's go into the next series against the Kings in 2001. Oh, I told you I got time. I'm going to let y'all in soon. Shaq averaged 33 points per game, 17 rebounds, 3.3 blocks in 4 games versus the Kings. Now, basically in this situation, Shaq took it upon himself. Dominant. 33 points per game, 17 rebounds. Avenged himself after basically it was, his series to dominate. Kobe Bryant in that same series. Let's see what he averaged. 2001 against the Kings. Oh, 33 points. That's pretty good. What did Kobe average? Oh, shit. 35 points a game? Nah, that can't be right. That can't be right. 35 points per game? No, man. He couldn't average 35 points per game. That's got to be a typo. You mean to tell me 2 series in a row against the toughest competition in the playoffs, Kobe Bryant outscored Shaq? And this is during the three-peat that Shaq was just so dominant in that he just basically carried Kobe in every category, that he outscored Kobe, he out-rebounded Kobe, had a better field goal percentage than Kobe. Just everything just went Shaq's way? Nah. Where does 35 points come from? Again, when you break it down more, you start seeing what's really going on. And not just brush it over and say, oh, this guy averaged this, the playoffs, and that made him more dominant. No. You got to look deeper into the story. I didn't even talk about the first round. Kobe outscored Shaq in that round against the Blazers. Kobe averaged 26, Shaq averaged 25. So 3 series in a row, you get outscored against better competition. So Shaq knew at this time what he had. Let's go to impact, since we're talking about impact now. How is it a guy is better when he's calling his teammate the best player in the world? Not on the team, in the world. For Shaq to come out loud and say that means he knew what he had. He didn't call Penny Hardaway the best player in the world. There is two things that Shaq thrives on: is attention and boredom, like a female. When he has no attention and he's bored, he'll say stuff to get a reaction. Look at him now. He's trying to change. What's the scouting report? Now you're trying to change it. The scouting report was to beat the Lakers. Again, 3 straight rounds. You got outscored. I bet a bunch of you geniuses didn't even know that. But that's none of my business. Let's go against the final round against the Sixers, because I can stop right there, but I want to say something else about this year, and then I'm going to go into 2002, and then I'm going to let y'all in. So I already beat you 3 rounds, outscored you. Now, this is the trick that Shaq has done year after year. He found a formula where in the finals, this is where Shaq does his damage. Shaq averaged 33 points, 15.8 rebounds, and 4.8 assists. Dominant. Can somebody tell me who Shaq was going up against? The Dikembe Mutombo, older Dikembe Mutombo? Something else I found out. Y'all might not believe me. This is off the record. Y'all know Dikembe Mutombo, God rest his soul, was from Africa. I have a lot of African friends, and this is off the record, and I don't know if it's true, but I'm just going to say it anyway. They said Dikembe Mutombo was older than what he really is. So I didn't believe it either, but I'm just putting it out there. The point I'm trying to make is, where's the resistance at? And older Dikembe Mutombo was your competition, sir. And this is the trick Shaq used year after year in the finals to pad his stats. And then call that dominant. So you average 33 points per game, sir, 15.7 rebounds. You handled your matchup, right? Let's go into the 2001 playoffs, where Kobe Bryant averaged 24.6 points, 7.8 rebounds, 5.8 assists. Now, again, the points. Shaq outscored Kobe by 9 points. But he outscored him 3 series in a row. So it can't be, oh, I can't outscore this man. You know what Kobe Bryant, who his matchup was, who he was guarding night after night, having to deal with on multiple possessions? Who he had to chase around the court and had to stop because in game 1 he had like 48 points. The answer. See, this is the side of the ball people don't like to talk about, the defensive side. See, I can look stats up all day, and I can do this with y'all all day. But then we got to go to the defensive side of the ball. See how Shaq is just sitting back there watching? Just looking at Kobe Bryant take the hard matchups and run through screens and have to guard on ball and off ball and all types of shit that really people don't want to do. You know, go ahead, Kobe, do what you do. That's what he Shaq would have Kobe run through a wall. I'm gonna tell you what Shaq would do. Shaq would allow Kobe just to tire himself out just to prove a point. But he knew he could do it. So he would give him hard assignments because he knew he was built for it. The reason why and thank you for Corey Gear for putting that out. The reason why the Lakers swept them 4 times in a row because they found out the way to beat the Sixers to stop Allen Iverson. And who the hell do you think was guarding him 4 straight games? Impact. Shaq guarding Tom McCullers and Rick Smiths and Dikembe Mutombos, no disrespect. Kobe Bryant guarding Trace McGrady's, Vince Carter's, Allen Iverson's, Ray Allen's, Dwayne Wade's, real Hall of Famers, and then going on the other side and scoring 30 points per game. This is why Trace McGrady and Vince Carter have no argument, because you can't do that. You can't score 30 points per game and then go to the other side of the ball and play defense against the best players. Anybody can score. Who can you stop? Who can the coach tell you to go actually play defense on the best players and get the job done? A lot of you niggas can't do that. In my lifetime, I've only seen about 3 players do that. Kobe's one of those 3. He can go on one side and then go on the other side and play defense. Whether that be a block, a steal, get back on the other side. It's called unbelievable effort on both ends of the ball. Shaq, you cannot do that. You know why you can't do that? Because you're out of shape. You come out of off seasons, not ready to go. And that's why you and Kobe Bryant always had friction, if you want to be honest. It had nothing to do with him being arrogant, selfish. It's because your fat ass didn't want to come into shape, camp in shape. So what you would do, you would cry, bitch, and complain to the media, and then they make a story about Kobe Bryant, and the masses will believe in and say he's a terrible teammate. How could he? He's so selfish. He just wants to win. Who wants to sit around and be around somebody that doesn't want to work hard? Now you're asking me to take the brute force of the responsibility. And Shaq knew it. That's why at the sit-down interview, he knew what he had, and he had to pretty much come clean with it. You came into off seasons out of shape, sir. And that put a monkey wrench on everybody else on the team, where they had to wait for you to get in shape midway through the season. I was there to watch it. The amount of burden you would put on other your teammates was borderline selfish. A player with that amount of talent who said he didn't even want to be the best player of all time. So 2001 sound like to me that year went to Kobe. It's just that Shaq found a formula that he would play above his capabilities. Well, not capabilities. He would just, go off in, the final game, the final series, and then he would up his scoring average. And then that's what makes you have an average where, he averages 30 points and Kobe Bryant averaged 29 points in the playoffs. No different from 2002. The same thing. 2002, same thing. Round after round, Shaq and Kobe really, it just came just simply based off of, who was playing the best against better competition. 25.7 points per game in the first round against the Blazers in 2002, right? Shaq averaged 11.3 rebounds and 4.0 assists. Very good numbers. Very good numbers. 25.7. in 2002 against the Blazers, what did Kobe average? First round against the Blazers, Kobe Bryant averaged 26 points per game. Another round that Kobe Bryant outscored Shaquille O'Neal. Now we have went from Shaq being the big brother in the first year to now Shaq knowing deep down inside who was better and have no problem with saying it out loud, to now 2002, where now it's just pretty much out there. And Kobe Bryant said, I don't give a damn no more about feelings and appeasing the people. Now I'm just going to go out there and just be dominant and just tear defenses apart as much as Phil Jackson will give me the ball and allow me to do so. Another backstory. There was a story that Kobe Bryant would actually have to dial his points back to appease Shaq because Shaq had the easier matchups. Go listen to the interview he had with Alex Rodriguez where he said that. My mouth dropped when I heard that. When I'm actually scoring the ball and putting up 40 points a game and we're winning and I still got to dial my game back to a guy who's come back from an injury? It's crazy. So that's another round. I got 2 more rounds to go. This is the Western Conference. Again, the toughest rounds, right? Kobe Bryant in the whole playoffs averaged 26.6, 5.8 rebounds, 4.6 assists. They win the championship. They win their last championship together in 19 games. Very dominant. They only lose 4 games in the actual, or 3 games. They only lose 3 games. And then you go into the next one, 26.6. What did Shaq average in the playoffs? Shaq averaged 28.5, 12.6 rebounds, and 2.8 assists. Now, I just showed you Kobe outscored Shaq in the first round against the Blazers. Right? And I also showed you Kobe Bryant takes on the tougher matchup. So even if Shaq beats Kobe by 1 or 2 points, please take into account the defensive side of the ball. Please take into account the fourth quarter scoring. Please take into account to the playmaking. Please take to account the matchups that Kobe went against, vice versa with Shaq went again. Please do all that. Because when you just look at one aspect and say, oh, he averaged 28, he averaged 26, that made him better, you're going to miss the entire cake. You're going to miss it every time. And this was his first year. There were games that he was still outscoring Shaq his first year. This is when he had the fro. I know that's how I know this was his first year. There would be games to be outscoring Shaq when they had the fro. So the trick is let Kobe dominate in the West for 2 or maybe even 3 rounds. Because a lot of times, and listen, another thing too, when Shaq had to go up against, let's say, the Spurs, a lot of times Tim Duncan would really be having Shaq's number, bro. This guy averaged 21 points, 12.2 rebounds, and 3.2 assists in 5 games against the Spurs. Again, this is another series I'm about to show y'all that Kobe outscored Shaq in the semifinals, the next round. He already outscored him against the Blazers. Now against the Spurs. Tim Duncan used to actually give Shaq problems, and this doesn't get talked about enough either. I remember Shaq said this before. Tim Duncan was the only player that I actually looked at like, I didn't say nothing too. He would talk to David Robinson. He would talk to other players. He wouldn't talk to Tim Duncan. He said if they say Tim Duncan's the best player of all time, they don't have no argument. Even though Akeem Olajuwon put him in the blender, right? Even though Karl Malone and the Jazz used to destroy them, he said Tim Duncan. And I said, well, damn, how is it that Tim Duncan why you got so much respect for Tim Duncan? And then I recall, okay, when they used to space the Spurs, even though the Lakers would win a lot of times, it wouldn't be Shaq. It wouldn't be because of what Shaq was doing, because of what Kobe was doing. So another series that, he gets outplayed against, Kobe would have to, have to hop in and actually save the day again. He would have to hop in and save the series again. 26 points per game, 5.4 rebounds, and 4.8 assists. Hitting the clutch shots. All that. Though they might say, oh, he was double teamed. Kobe, you know how many times he's been double, triple teamed, man? He was getting double teamed at this time as well. And double teams didn't stop Shaq against other teams. You just were going up against a system that you couldn't figure out. You couldn't just run through and actually just, elbow everybody. Like, you needed that 26, that 33, 35 points per game that Kobe would put out round up against the Spurs. I think Kobe had like a 28 points per game average against the Spurs in the playoffs. I mean, just completely destroys that defense because of his skill set. Not towering and running over people. His skills, mid-range shooting, three-point shooting, using either hand getting to the basket, post-game, transition game, just the entire package that makes you a complete basketball player, right? But this is another round. He outbeat you. So where are all these rounds that Shaq is just carrying Kobe? What's going on? The scoring average, mainly, I'm going to tell y'all what's going on. The scoring average of the three-peat, the last two seasons, because people always talk about the finals. He has 3 finals MVP. That's the ESPN talking point. 3 finals MVP. Okay, we get it. But is the playoffs 1 round or is it 4 rounds? Is the playoffs 1 round or 4 rounds? For you to get to the finals, you have to win in the Western Conference. So why don't these rounds be talked about? Why don't they talk about the rounds against the Blazers? Why don't they talk about the rounds against the Kings? Why don't they talk about against the Spurs? Why don't they talk about none of these rounds that were with more competition that you have to get to? That's some LeBron James type of stuff. Oh, I made it to 8 finals. Or I made it to 10 finals, but you lost 6 out of 10 of them. So what did you really do? I was the finals MVP. Okay, what did you do the three rounds before that? The talking point is time and time after again is Shaquille O'Neal goes into the finals, and that's when he does his damage against weaker competition. Just the same way he was doing the entire tenure of his decade, dominating weak competition. But when he goes up against supreme competition, high IQ, and better players, that winning record don't really match his dominance. The Hakeem Olajuwons, the Karl Malones, the Tim Duncans, that dominance don't really match against Hall of Famers. It matches up against the Ken Mutombos, the Tom McCulloughs, the Rick Smiths, the Vlade Divacs, Arvydas Sabonis, who was good overseas. He was a good American player as well. I don't want to take that away from him. But come on, man. He cranks it up in one round, and that supports his entire argument. Just because I go out there and dominate one round and I up my scoring average does not make me the better, more impactful player. And you, again, the other side of the court, what are you doing on the defensive side of the court? When you look at the comparison again, and this I'm gonna let y'all in after this, the defensive side of the ball, all defensive team 9 to Shaq's 0, all defensive teams Kobe 12 to Shaq's 3. But I don't even have to look at that. I just pulled that up for y'all to see. I don't even have to look at the defensive team to see who's the better defender, who takes the tougher matchups. All you got to do is watch and see who is guarding who. That's all you have to do. And this is a time where stats really weren't all that prevalent. All this was more of an eye test era. Just turn the TV on and you'll see what's going on. But now that we've got into this ESPN stat geek era where everything's about plus minuses, everything's about box scores, everything's about PER, which I can talk about that all day too, but I'm more of an eye test dude. I'm more of a skills dude. Skills pay the bills. Ain't that what Floyd Mayweather says? Skills pay the bills. If I can exploit your game, I can't call you the best player. If you have that many holes in your game, I can't call you the best player. If you need more help than I do to win, I can't call you the better player. And that's what made me revisit this argument. When you look at their entire careers, how the hell is Shaquille O'Neal over Kobe Bryant? But I'm gonna take it a step further. How was he over Shaquille? How was Shaquille over Kobe Bryant in the three-peat? I'm gonna let y'all take it in. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link, and y'all tell me what the situation is. Anybody has something they want to combat me with, feel free. Anybody wants to make a talking point, feel free to come in. All the talking heads in the chat that had all this to say, come on. Because if I don't know what I'm talking about, I've been talking for 1 minute and 48 minutes. If I don't know what I'm talking about, then y'all still here. I mean, I guess y'all must be listening somewhat. So thank you. Happy Tuesday, go Clippers. Appreciate you, Danny Berry Sports. Shaq actually said that he could never enjoy winning a ring because his stepdad wouldn't allow him to. Shaq had really work on his next season. Kind of shows Shaq some. He says, tell you the truth, Shaq never really showed any love for basketball. Yeah, that's true. His dad was a military man. Or his stepfather was. What's good, Deuce? What's good, JM?
My man, what's going on, bro? Well, shit, I didn't come on here to disagree with you. You know what I mean? I came on here to agree with you, bro. Like, you was around then, bro. It was Team Kobe, Team Shaq, bro. That was one of the good points you brought up. Cause I'm from LA and I was down there then. I wasn't a Lakers fan, but I had love for the Lakers, though. You know what I mean? Eddie Jones, Nick Van Axel, Robert Ory. It was a lot of those guys, bro, down there. They did a lot in the community for us. But it was either Team Kobe, Team Shaq, bro. It was split down the middle because, like, to the outside, they were like, "Oh, he's a ball hog, he's arrogant, blah blah blah." But the people who really knew what time it was, like, this guy really came from the bottom from the bottom up. Like you brought up, like he didn't play his first 2 years, so it was kind of like a situation where this dude earned everything he got, like all the accolades, all the adulation. You know what I mean? Yeah, he came out of high school with some fanfare and people knew him, but once he got on the court, I remember they used to call him Showboat because he get in for his 5 minutes, he gonna do something. A 360 dunk, a reverse, he gonna do something for his little 5 minutes he get in, and then that just made people want more and more of him because anybody will sit here and act like Shaq was carrying Kobe at that time. Like you brought up, like Shaq was out of shape, he wasn't motivated. Nobody in the league could even come close to him. Like nobody had the skill or the power or the height and size to even deal with him. And it was kind of Shaq was on Cadillac mode as we call it, and it was almost like you watch this guy Kobe, bro. This dude going everything he trying to do. You see him reverse dunks, 360 win, alley oops, and all kind of shit. Anytime this dude got a chance to do something, bro, he did it. Like from the beginning, like everybody loves to bring up that rookie year where he did the air balls, but why was he in the game? He was in the game because he brought the Lakers back against Utah. Nobody on Utah could guard him. He was killing in that fourth quarter, and then he missed those two air balls. You know what I mean? That happened, but before those air balls, he was the one that brought the Lakers back into the game. So it was always a thing with Kobe, like Team Shaq, Team Kobe, bro. And Kobe didn't really get this much love to his last season. I remember him having battles with Vince Carter and Ray Allen, Sports Center clips. They trying to lie on Kobe, said he snitched on Shaq. The police put out that vicious ass rumor, trying to say that Kobe tried to put Shaq involved in his case and mentioning Shaq's name in his case and all that, which was a straight lie. And that kind of demonized Kobe with a lot of people also. So it was always a thing down there where people were picking sides and all that. And if you were in LA, you understood the greatness of Kobe right away. And I'll pass right there. I'm gonna sit here and get on long soliloquy.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Good man. All good points, all facts. Definitely appreciate that. Let me go to my man JM. What's good, JM? JM, you there? You on mute? There you go. Go ahead. You on mute?
Oh, my bad. Hey, good topic, good show. I agree with the other caller. I like both of them actually. I actually was alluding to this. I think the last time we brung up Kobe and like I was talking about how Kobe and Jordan kind of needed Phil. Everything the other callers said, yeah, Kobe wasn't the man when he first started. He used to shoot air balls when he first started for the Lakers. So he really worked hard to turn into who he is. Now, as far as Kobe and Shaq together they played well. Like I do think I but I think the last person said it best. Like they worked together as a team. But when it came down to it, Kobe kind of got the edge to me because Shaq kept fouling out. So every time Shaq would foul out, that left Kobe to keep winning. So I give the edge for Kobe for that. And I alluded to that. But who knows if Shaq's mindset was really into basketball? I do agree. I think Shaq would have been the truly most dominant center in NBA history. But the story about him never wanting to play and his stepdad, blah blah blah. I mean, after Kobe died, Shaq really talked about his whole life. I think Shaq to this day has some kind of mental issues with how his dad raised him, like him not being in shape, blah blah blah. But together, like I only give Kobe the edge because Shaq kept fouling out. He could not stop any center. He was actually a defensive liability, believe it or not. But Shaq was also unstoppable. But like you said yourself, BJ, his whole game was to run you over. Like he couldn't shoot a jumper or nothing. His whole fame came from, to me, breaking down backboards. That's when he got popular. He just like to tear down backboards, and they had to make the backboard stronger. I think a lot of that could have been either way. It, they both was great. Shaq couldn't win without Kobe. Kobe did win without Shaq. But I maybe because, like I said, it could be Shaq's mentality towards the game itself. So I'm gonna keep it basic. I'm gonna give Shaq the edge because Shaq kept fouling out. You couldn't play him in the fourth quarter whatsoever because of the hacker Shaq. So Shaq would start off hot, dominating until teams just let him foul himself out, and then you only had Kobe left, so Kobe kept winning. You know what I mean? That's the best way I could summarize that whole competition. They're like peanut butter and jelly. Without one, there's no sandwich.
For sure, for sure. Let me go to my man, Mingle. What's good, Mingle?
What's going on? Well, I mean, if you really pay attention to them first three championships for Shaq and Kobe, I mean, it's one thing about it. One thing about Shaq and Kobe when they went on that three-peat or when they spent their their first 8 years together, it was kind of tricky. And the reason why I say it was kind of tricky is because part of what JM said, because Shaq couldn't play in the fourth quarter, and also, Kobe was really young around that time. A lot of people don't know that Kobe was 21, 22, and 23 in those three runs. So, well, in those three runs, like with the three-peat, but in the whole entire thing, because they didn't break up until 2004. So, but judging that they implemented a whole tactic to stop Shaq really does speak to how dominant Shaq was. But at the same time, that was the gift and the curse for Shaq. That hacker Shaq was the gift and the curse. Because it proves to how good he was, but it also proves to how bad he was at shooting free throws, which is why they implemented the system. That system. Because he was dominant, because they had to use that tactic because too many guys couldn't stop him. But also it was bad because he couldn't shoot three. He couldn't shoot free throws. So but but other than that, Kobe definitely played his part in a lot of those series, especially against the Spurs. I think that was 2002 against the Spurs, and 2001 was one of those 2 years, and against the Kings, and against the Trailblazers, and when Shaq fouled out in that overtime against the Pacers in 2000, and Kobe Kobe took over the game and he won the game for him, and that put him up 3-1. Like it's a lot of little small stuff that people ain't gonna really bring up because that kills their narrative about Shaq carried Kobe, or Kobe was a sidekick. It kills their narrative, so they ain't gonna really mention those little key moments with which Kobe helped the Lakers win. Now, I also want to speak on this whole Tracy McGrady thing. When a lot of people trying to implement, just because Tracy McGrady said he would have won a ring with Shaq, they're trying to implement that and say he would have, and start naming other guys like Paul Pierce and all these guys. You mean to so y'all telling me that y'all gonna take a hypothetical and try to make it a fact? That's what y'all telling me. Just because y'all saying that Tracy McGrady, or he's saying that he would have won a ring with Shaq, doesn't mean that he would have won a ring with Shaq. We can get out here and say anything. I can say Steve Nash would have averaged 40 points a game. I don't know. You don't know that. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is you can't take a hypothetical and try to make it a fact. A lot of people trying to do that with the whole Tracy McGrady talk that he would have won with Shaq, because Shaq was that dominant. We don't know what would have happened if Tracy McGrady was on that team with Shaq. We don't know what would have happened if that would have happened. We just saying that because Kobe went on a three-peat with Shaq. So we trying to say just because Kobe went on a three-peat with Shaq, then other players could have won with Shaq as well because he was dominant like he was. That doesn't mean that, because we all know basketball don't work that way. You can't put just anybody in any situation and think they're gonna win, because it doesn't work like that, and we all know that. But all in all, I think Kobe. I think after that first finals. I think Kobe and Shaq was more of a duo instead of that first final. I would say Kobe really didn't contribute. Like even though he got injured, yes, he got injured. He got injured in that first finals. Jalen Rose even admitted he even on tape admitting that he intentionally tried to hurt Kobe in that first 2000 finals. He intentionally said he tried to hurt him, which he did. And Kobe got injured, and he came back game 4, and that's the overtime game what I was talking about, and all that good stuff. But all in all, that was a good duo. I don't care what nobody say. It was a good duo. Kobe and Shaq was a good duo. What can I say?
Well, at the time, on that T-Mac point, at the time, bro, T-Mac was just as good as Kobe. So
I,
we can't
I, I,
discredit
I
that.
never said he wasn't. But you can't just put a player on the team and say they're gonna win. Because we know basketball don't work like that. Anybody with a sound mind know basketball. You can't just take players off this and put them in this situation and take a player out of this situation. You know basketball doesn't work that way. We know that.
Well, the whole conversation is hypothetical, you know what I mean? So it was just a hypothetical situation. And I think so also too, because maybe Kobe played a little bit more defense than T Mac, but they're basically the same player, bro. In 2000, 2001, 2002, T Mac might have been better than Kobe at that time.
Okay, but still, just because he was better than Kobe doesn't mean you can take him out. You can take him out with Shaq and put him with Kobe, and I mean take off Kobe and put him with Shaq and say they would have won a ring. Because like you just said, it's hypothetical. How you gonna prove that? How you gonna prove to me that they would have won
Well,
a
you
championship
can't prove a
together?
hypothetical situation. It's
Okay,
just a
then.
conversation. You know what I'm saying? You might disagree, but a lot of people agree.
But it doesn't matter what they agree with. Prove it. That's what
No, we
that's
can't
what
prove
matters.
it.
Prove
It's
it.
just a
I don't
conversation.
care about
It's
agreeing.
you
Prove it.
can't prove it. It's just a conversation. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, prove
you
it. That's
know,
what I'm talking about. How you gonna
you,
prove that?
you can't
Well,
prove it, bro. It's not an equation. You know what I mean? It's
hypothetically,
like, it's just,
I don't
It
think
is an equation because you can't prove it.
I don't think he would have won with Shaq because Tracy McGrady couldn't win with Yao Ming, and Yao Ming was bigger and more skilled than Shaq was, and Tracy couldn't win
you
with Yao
crazy as
Ming.
hell. And y'all mean
Yao
couldn't do nothing with Shaq, bro.
I would say more. I would
Shaq
say he was more skilled, but he wasn't better than Shaq. Shaq was a
wasn't
better
better
player
than
than
Shaq,
Yao
bro.
Ming.
I didn't say he was better. I said Yao Ming was bigger and more skilled than Shaq.
Well,
Well,
height
Yao
wise,
Ming,
he was bigger height wise. Yeah.
yeah, height wise, and he was more skilled, and Tracy McGrady couldn't win. I think Tracy McGrady meant that maybe he would have won had he had Phil Jackson for a coach. Because Paul Gasol won with Phil Jackson, having Phil Jackson as a coach. Maybe the system would have helped Tracy McGrady. I don't think necessarily him playing with, because Penny Hardaway didn't win nothing with Shaq. Like, so it was Tracy McGrady that much better than Penny Hardaway?
This my thing. Yeah, I agree with that, JM. No, actually he was. I like the Penny. Penny was nasty
Yeah.
actually, but
And he
other
only
than
played
that,
with Shaq 2 years. And
you said
Lakers Shaq
what?
is different. Lakers Shaq was different than Orlando Shaq. All Orlando
Yeah,
Shaq did was dunk. Lakers Shaq did more than dunk.
yeah, because
Nah,
you have.
nah.
I think
Orlando
if
Shaq
Tracy,
was good too. Orlando Shaq was
Yeah,
good out the gate though. Wait a minute now.
but
Orlando
all
Shaq
he
was
did was
good
dunk
out
because
the gate.
he was better. He was more physically than anybody else. But all he did was dunk in
that's
Orlando.
true. I
That's
agree.
basically all Lakers Shaq did was done. He had that little hook
Hell
shot every
no.
now and again.
Lakers Shaq had the baby hook. Lakers Shaq had the off the glass backboard, turn around
Man,
off the
mostly
backboard. Lakers,
Shaq dunked mostly and
no,
around the
bro, he
time with
wasn't
the
even
Lakers.
jumping like that with the Lakers, bro. What are you talking
and
about?
Shaq,
Shaq
Shaq
had the
did not have no jumper with no Lakers. What is you talking about?
he had a,
No, he
yeah, he
did not.
did. On the field, Shaq was passing the ball. It was a triangle
I ain't
offense.
talking.
like
He mostly dunked though. Most of Shaq, but go look at Shaq
no,
stats.
no,
Most of his buckets came from dunks.
But
Majority
Shaq
of his
no,
buckets
no,
came
no.
from dunks.
Not
Shaq,
Lakers
yeah,
Shaq. Lakers
Lakers
Shaq
Shaq,
had
most of his, go look it up. Go look it up. Most of his buckets came from dunks.
But he
Majority
goes
of them.
dunk. That's Shaq. But Shaq, I
But
agree
he
with
just said it didn't though. Other guy just said it didn't though.
no, Shaq gonna dunk wherever he goes. But I mean, to me, under Lakers, Shaq had a little bit more skills than he had with the Magic. I think that was the coach. He was in a better system with Orlando. He only broke backboards.
Wait a
That's all
minute
he.
now. Hold on.
When he went to the Lakers, of
I get
course,
kind of tired of y'all bringing up the coach. I get kind of tired of it. Phil
a
Jackson
coach,
can't get out there and play himself.
a coach help. You
I
got
understand you got
a
a system.
system. He got a better.
Yes,
He
I
had
understand you have a system, but
yeah,
Phil Jackson couldn't get out there and play himself.
but
You,
he taught
in
Shaq.
order, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Let's take Greg Popovich for example. Greg Popovich had Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker his entire, uh, most of his entire coaching tenure. Once those guys left, how good was the coach Popovich was? With that Spurs
When
system included,
they left,
how good was him as a coach?
that system. He still had a system. He still had Kawhi and the
But
other young kids.
but the Spurs
But
wasn't that good of a coach. But Spurs wasn't that good of a team though.
they were still beating the Warriors till
They
Kawhi
was
got.
not good. The Spurs was not good without Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. They was
But
not
they
good.
beat the Spurs
Bro,
with
you forgot
Kawhi
about
took over
Kawhi
the
Leonard
team.
and LaMarcus Aldridge era.
They was on their way till Kawhi got hurt. There was no Tim Duncan, was
Bro,
they?
bro.
No, it was
And how
LaMarcus
many?
Aldridge.
Oh, okay. And since you said, how many championships did he win in that window?
He got hurt, and then he went to
Oh, he
Toronto.
got hurt. Okay. Well, yeah, he got
Kawhi
hurt.
got hurt,
Okay.
and then
Okay.
the whole team. It was
Okay.
a wrap. But
Without
Spurs,
Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker, Greg Popovich won no championships without those
well, of
guys.
course you
None, not
gotta
one.
have some
How many
players.
how many
Man, you see,
championships how many championships did Phil Jackson won without all NBA players?
right?
That's my
That's a good
point.
point.
Now you're starting to see where I'm going with this.
Yeah, but you
Exactly.
gotta
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I was
well,
like, why y'all always bringing up the head coach?
because
That's
the
my point.
system.
Now you
I
starting to
didn't
see
bring
where
up
I'm
the
going
head
with this.
coach. I said
Exactly.
that Shaq had skill.
Exactly. No,
Shaq,
no,
Shaq
no,
had
no coach don't win without great players. Y'all, they keep on bringing up Phil Jackson like Phil Jackson was out there playing himself. No coach don't win without great players. What
I
do you
think
mean?
when coaches bring a system, they find the right players to fit into their system. Clearly, them players was one in a kind, just like Golden State going through right now. So you got to use that same argument against Steve Kerr. Steve
It's
Kerr has
everybody. It's basically
you got to find
that's
another Clay Thompson, right? So them type of players come once a blue moon. But when you
JM, that goes. Basically, my point is, I'm not. I just use Greg Popovich as an example. My point is that goes for every head coach. That's basically my point. The head coach don't play the game with the
right,
players. It's the players that play
right.
the game. That's just like Eric Spoelstra. Eric Spoelstra had LeBron, D Wade, and Chris Bosh. He won 2 championships. Went to 4 straight finals and won 2 championships. He been back to the finals, but he haven't won anything without those 3 guys. That's my point.
Well, to me, I agree with you. I think it's just like peanut butter and jelly. You need both to make a sandwich.
That's my point. That's my point. Everybody always mentions the head coach like the head coach is the only thing that matters. No, it doesn't. Those head coaches also had great players as well. Phil Jackson got 11 championships right now because he had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen to start. Then you throw Dennis Rodman in there. After that, you get Shaq and Kobe. Like, come on. What?
I meet you
What are you
halfway.
saying?
I meet you halfway. I call it the peanut butter theory. You got the peanut butter, you need the jelly to have a peanut butter sandwich. So a great system need the players to fit in. I totally agree with you. But he did not have neither in Orlando.
Who ain't have neither in
yeah,
Orlando?
I didn't have no
no.
coach. No, there was no system. It was just him and Penny. So
I
when he
mean, no,
went
wait
to
a minute.
That's
Whoa,
false.
whoa, now.
That's
Whoa, now.
false.
We ain't just gonna say that now. That was a good team. That was a really
as a
good team.
Magic
That
A
fan,
really
Orlando
good
Magic
team.
team was a really good team. Ain't no way you out there beating the Chicago Bulls and you're not a good team. That was a really
Horace
good team.
Grant, Horace Grant, Dennis
They had
Reed, Dennis
Nick
Scott.
Anderson. They had all those guys. That was a good team. You not telling me that Orlando Magic team wasn't a good team?
I was a
Yeah,
Magic
I'm not bothered
fan.
with that.
I was a Magic fan. I'm a Penny fan first. I never really cared for Shaq. I like the Penny, but it proved how good they really was when they faced the Houston Rockets and they got sent home in 4 games straight.
Well, it was kind of anomaly also because that first game, Nick Anderson missed those free throws that would have iced the game.
That's true.
So
Yeah, I
things
remember that.
things happen. Things happen in basketball.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true too. Yeah, but I mean, that showed they was great on the East Coast, but when they went to a skilled Akeem Olajuwon who had Clyde, and that was Houston was an old team on top of that.
Yeah,
So
the whole team they knew how to play together
yeah,
because it
they knew
wasn't
how to
just really a
play.
team. I mean, Robert Ory, Kenny Smith. Kenny Smith was killing that series. Brian Shaw couldn't do nothing with Kenny Smith.
Nope. And Shaq couldn't do nothing with Elijah. Penny still did his thing, but he couldn't win. Like you said, Dennis Scott was there. And I think that's where our coach comes from, if I'm not mistaken. I think Lawrence Frank on the Magic. Anyway, I don't want to go too far back. But either way, sometime either way, all y'all right. The great a system need the players to fit in it. That is true. So I'll concede with that.
Let me go to Tyson real quick. What's good, Tyson?
Hey, salute, BJ. How you been, bro? Everything been good?
Yeah, been good, bro. How about you?
Oh man, chilling. Family life ain't nothing going on but the mortgage.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, yeah, man. It's a good debate. I mean, you can look at it from different ways. I think Shaq was the focal point of most defensive coverages throughout that three-peat. And Kobe, and that's taking nothing away from Kobe because Kobe took advantage of the matchups he had, the coverages he had, and he did his thing. So Kobe was great. There's no question about it. But I think you can credit again, it was a two-way thing. Like we look at players like Jamal Murray when he goes off in the playoffs, we still recognize Jokic as the primary focal of that, a focus of that offense. Even though he can have better games or better series than say Jokic, I think what Jokic's gravity and what he does offensively helps Murray to be great. And I can say the same for Shaq when Kobe was getting those points. And no doubt, Kobe is a great ISO scorer and all those things as well. But I think some of those numbers are because of Shaq was so dominant in those eras as well. So it's a two-way sword. I think if you focus on Shaq, Kobe did his job in killing you and doing what he was supposed to do. If you leave Shaq in one-on-one coverage and don't help as much, he's going to do his thing and kill most of his matchups. So it all goes hand in hand. So I don't want to give more credit to any necessarily specific player, but we can say Shaq was the most dominant player at that time, and Kobe by all accounts, was the best shooting guard at that time. So, it goes hand in hand.
Oh, good argument, man. That's good points. Yeah, there was matchups where Shaq was getting doubled and Kobe was taking advantage of him. So that's a
Right,
good point too. I meant to mention that too.
right.
We go to my boy E. What's good, E?
Salute, BJ. What's good? What's good with y'all?
What's good?
If you go back and watch the games, though, it wasn't like Kobe was a spot up shooter playing off of Shaq. Shaq would pass the ball to the others, in which he likes to call it. You know, the Robert Ory's, the Rick Fox, Ron Harper's, Glenn Rice, et cetera, Jerry Fisher, Devin George. The list goes on and on. It wasn't like, okay, Shaq is pulling all this gravity for Kobe. Kobe pulled a lot of gravity for Shaq because Kobe's ability to slash, his ability to play in transition, his ability to create, you know what I'm saying, off of chaos when the offense wasn't flowing. And a lot of that was because of Kobe was, excuse me, in a sense, selfish, we could say, because guess what best players in the NBA aren't selfish and have an ego and feel like they can score every single time they get the ball. So that just comes with the nature and the makeup of a superstar athlete who feels that they're unguardable versus, you know what I'm saying, the other teammates on the court who don't work as hard as them. So, but it wasn't like Shaq was getting double teamed and he was kicking it to Kobe and Kobe was just catching and shooting off of Shaq's double team and averaging down there 10 to 15 points just basically off of what Shaq was garnering as far as attention in the paint. That is so far from the truth. Kobe created most of his offense for himself, and he also averaged about five between 5 and 7.5 assists in some series, give or take. There were different series where Phil Jackson just wanted Kobe just to be a facilitator. And Kobe said, okay, I'll be a facilitator. But when the fourth quarter comes and we need to score and we need to get clutch baskets, I'm gonna take over the game. And that's a lot of the times you've seen Kobe do that because he had that type of ability to do that. There were a lot of times where Shaq wasn't having a good game. Shaq would either be in foul trouble or they would take him out of the game because they're going to the hack a Shaq rule. And Kobe would simply say, don't worry, big fella, I got us. Because guess what? He's capable of doing that. So for everybody who just thinks that, oh, Kobe was a Robin, that doesn't make any sense because Kobe led the Lakers and those teams that he was on without their primary or second, best player, which would be Shaq, however you want to spin that. When Shaq was injured and he had the thumb injury and he was out for, rehabbing his injury, Kobe was the one leading the charge. So was he a Robin then? No, he wasn't a Robin. He was Batman. So you can have a Superman and a Batman on the same team. It doesn't just because somebody else is getting all the glory in the media, that doesn't necessarily have to put the other guy and say, oh, since
Yeah.
he's getting all the awards and all of the shine and all the recognition, that this guy isn't as good or even better than him. We know that the NBA is all about media. It's all about narrative, storyline. So when old school players come out and say, when people in the chat earlier, when I was in, they were saying, oh, if you put Iverson, if you put any one of the greatest players in that era with Shaq, they would have won championships. That's a lie. Because guess what? They were great players, but you got to be more than just a great player. It takes mental fortitude to respond in the darkest times of a basketball game, in the times where the lights get the brightest. But oh, I got 35 points. But guess what? You need 40 points to win this game. Can you go get me some clutch buckets? And can you play defense and get a key rebound, a key deflection, a key steal? Can you stay locked in the moment? It's only a couple players. It's only a handful of players in the history of the game that has that type of ability. Kobe was one of those guys. So you can't just say Tracy McGrady, go do, okay, Tracy McGrady, you're a great offensive player. You go play with Shaq. I can get 5 rings too. You can't get 5 rings. You might not even get one because you don't have that it. See, when Tracy McGrady was going to the clubs and shit, when he was 16 years old and going to play video games at the arcades, Kobe Bryant was like, nah, I'm cool. I'm about to go study Michael Jordan. I'm finna go study magic at 16 years old. What what child do you know is obsessed with the game at 16 from a standpoint to where I don't want to be a kid. I don't want to be a child. I don't want to do the regular things that children do. Kobe's mindset separates him from all of the other guys. His ability and his will to win and be great and his detail to the game separates him from all the other guys. Can we say that there were more skilled players than Kobe or possibly more talented? Yes, but that they don't have that it though. That's what separated Kobe. The it. They didn't, nobody else wanted to be as great. They just wanted to be in the mix. Kobe wanted to stand out and separate himself from just being in the mix. It's a difference. So that's why he had the success that he had. As far as his accolades, we already know how accolades work. We already know the biased opinions of, again, the media and the general managers and the owners and all of these other guys who have votes who really don't know anything about the game. But since it's a narrative driven award, then of course they're going to give it to the more likable guy. Kobe at that time was not likable because Kobe just wanted to focus on what Kobe was doing. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's why I say that's where the selfishness came in. But it's selfishness to a point to where I want to be selfish because I'm trying to achieve something that nobody else wants to achieve. See, Kobe always wanted to be the best at everything, similar to Michael Jordan. Whatever Michael Jordan had his hand in, he always wanted to win at all costs. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to achieve anything like in life, you have to approach it with that type of mindset. Everybody else can't, I can't do what everybody else does. I have to separate myself and do the work. You get what I'm saying? I can't go party and play and do all of these things. Yeah, you have the talent, but guess what? You don't get and reach these levels without separating yourself, you know what I'm saying, and locking yourself in an isolation, you know what I'm saying, standpoint, and really valuing what adversity looks like, what the hard work looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to go through that if you want to achieve anything great in life, period. That's what Kobe stood for. So he maximized his talents. All those other players that we can name who were great in their own right, they never maximized their talent. You know what I'm saying? So for you to say that, for people to just come with these narratives, it really disrespects the integrity of what somebody like Kobe or Michael Jordan really represents when it comes to being the hardest worker at their craft and wanting to achieve, you know what I'm saying, the highest goal that you can achieve. And that was winning championships.
Uh, I agree with Leezy to a certain extent, but to say like I don't know, Tracy McGrady didn't have the strongest like work ethic as a Kobe Bryant, but I think I would. He didn't say he was going to win 3 championships or 5 championships. He said he would win 1 championship, first of all. But he shouldn't have said it regardless. But do I think he's correct in that assessment? Maybe, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have been said. I agree with that. But Tracy McGrady was a great player. His circumstances was different than Kobe's. Again, Kobe got with a great organization and got with a all time great coach. And that's what T Mac and other, that was his point. It wasn't a Kobe diss. It was the point of I've never really been on an organization that was top to bottom in lockstep in winning and putting the proper pieces together and doing all those things. So Trace McGrady not coming out the first round, I agree. There's really no excuse for that per se. But
You just made one
him being
for him by saying that, what you
what?
just said. You
Huh?
can't say what you just said because previously you just made an excuse. So anything after
It's not
what
an
you
excuse.
just the
It's an
excuse,
accurate fact that he
It
wasn't
definitely
really on
is
a
an excuse.
championship roster.
It definitely
that's an
was an
excuse.
excuse.
It's
That's
Definitely
an
not
an
an
excuse.
excuse.
excuse. That's the
Yes,
thing
That's
it
an
that's the
is.
thing
excuse.
that the players are
You
pushing
Definitely.
just
back
but
on.
you're
That it's
set.
not an
No, you can't
excuse
do that. You can't
that
do that.
that
No.
that
Houston was a
that
top five team. Houston
that
had a better
Dominique
record than the
Wilkins was
Lakers
never
a
in a
couple of them years too.
Dominique
Remember that.
Wilkins was never in a situation to win a championship. That's to me, that's not an excuse. It's just a fact of the matter of
But
the
that's a
team he
lot
had
for
But what
Tracy
around him.
McGrady
happened
though.
though?
But it's a
Because
Huh?
lot for
Atlanta
Tracy
had great
McGrady is
teams
what I'm
too.
saying.
Right. Like
Atlanta had
if we
great
look at
teams too. So what's your point? I don't get it.
if we look at Kobe, was Kobe less hungry when he got put out the first round? No, he just didn't have a team.
Nah,
No,
he
they
just
had the
got put
same
out the
team.
first round.
He
Huh?
got put out the first round and he ran it back and he got better.
Yeah,
That's the thing
he
about
got
it.
put out the
No, he
first
didn't
round.
get better.
Nobody, he didn't do the work. No,
His team
Tracy
got better.
McGrady didn't.
His coaching
How?
got better.
Where?
When you talking about when Kobe Bryant was on, when they got put out by the Phoenix Suns,
Yes. Dale Harris was a good coach at that
Kobe was
time
a
too.
great player, right?
Yeah. When he
An
got
No,
put out
excellent
by
player.
who? By the
Phil
Phoenix
Jackson was the
Suns, you
coach.
So
said?
the difference
Phil
between
Jackson was
Kobe
the
going,
coach.
Phil,
hold on,
yeah,
Hey, I
Phil
got a
Jackson
Phil
was
question.
the coach.
Jackson was the coach when he lost to the
huh?
Phoenix Suns. So
I got
you're
a
saying
question.
coaching. He had a Hall of Fame coach and they lost.
Up three
So
one.
when
Bro,
you
Don't
that's
forget
my
talking
that.
about
hold
Let me
on,
ask
coaching,
you
Up
a
bro.
three
Hold
question.
on,
one.
hold on, hold on, hold
Let
on,
me
hold on,
ask you
hold
a
on, hold on.
question though. With
Hold on.
Tyson, that's a good point. So, did the Lakers really have a great team or just a great duo? Because I looked at that time the Blazers, the Kings, the Spurs. I think they had a better team.
and
I
a
just
Hall
think
of
the
Fame
duo was
coach.
so dominant that they just overtook it. And I think with the E's point with T Mac, I think are you saying that just now T Mac because Kobe ain't here? Because I didn't hear none of this when he was alive. Oh, I could have won a championship with Shaq. I don't think T Mac was gonna win nothing because he wasn't willing to go deep into the water to push to get to a championship. He had champion chances with Houston. I remember they was up 2-0 against Dallas. I think it was in '05. But won both games in Dallas and turn around and lose both games back home in Houston. So it's like you had chances to win and get out the
Right.
first round for sure. So it's like, nigga, you not getting to the finals. How you gonna win a championship or if you can't get out the first round? Like you should already get out the first round just off you being a great player. I
But
just think T
I
Mac.
don't agree.
Guess what?
Real quick,
Yeah, hold
real
on.
quick.
Guess what? Real quick.
Go ahead.
T Mac was the equivalent to what James Harden was in OKC when T Mac was in Toronto. T Mac played with Vince Carter. They said, "Oh, this dude got the talent to have his own team." You give
Hmm.
him his own team, and all he is just a great scorer. He never got no defensive accolades. He never got his team to that point to where you feel like, oh, he can win a championship. But he was a great player, right? Same with James Harden. James Harden showed flashes in OKC. They said, okay, James Harden, we're going to give you your own team. How did that work out for James Harden? It's the same thing. So you can't say
It's
if
not the
James
Winning the
same
Harden
thing.
played
It's
MVP,
not the
with
same thing.
Shaq,
winning the
It's not the
you
same
can't
MVP,
thing.
say
going
timeout.
to the
You
Western
can't
Conference Finals.
say you
No,
can't
no,
say
no, no. Don't act like James Harden just went out there and laid the bed when he got his own team.
he
One
didn't get it done in
MVP,
the moments when he was supposed to get it
one
done.
great.
That's what I'm
Yeah, yeah.
saying. As the
He
best
didn't get it
player,
done. Get the super team.
Real
as
He
the
quick.
didn't get
best
it done. Get
player.
the super team. So yeah,
No, not the
okay.
super team because remember that the Golden State Warriors beat them when they had Harrison Barnes. So that's a lie.
Oh yeah,
You have
okay.
to keep it 100. Okay.
So he also lost to one of KD and them too though. So anyway,
Okay.
so don't act like
What's
James
your
Harden went
point?
out there and wet the bed. Don't act like James Harden didn't go out there and didn't
That
do
was
nothing.
still a better team. But
But they
anyway,
had
like
opportunities
we
though.
look at real
He had
quick.
the
We look
same
at a player.
opportunities to win as everybody
We
else.
look at
Stop
a
it.
player. We look at a player like Hakeem Olajuwon, who for 5 years straight got put out in the first round. After Ralph Sampson left, right? He get put out
Right.
in the first round every year. One year he didn't make a playoffs, and then
Okay.
his team gets better. His coaching gets better, whatever have you. They get Rudy, Tom Jonovich, blah blah blah, and they win a
Hmm.
championship back to back. So to say T Mac because he was getting out in these first rounds wasn't
Hmm.
that guy. It's all part. Again, this what these players are saying. It's the organization from top to bottom that
Hmm.
wins championships. It's not just play. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Shaq and Kobe aren't great players. That's not what I'm saying. But they was put in great positions with great coaching, with great players around them. They're not necessarily great players per se, but know their role and they're doing their role to a T. Derek Fisher stepping up hitting big shots. Robert Ory stepping up hitting big shots in clutch moments. If those shots misses, we have different series. So it's from the top bottom, it's from your weakest player to your best player. That to me
Right.
that wins championships. And
Hmm.
the greatest players get the most acclaim. Don't get me wrong, because they carry the bulk of the load. But all these players got to be in lockstep. That's what makes teams
So
great.
so
That's what makes
so
B.J. Armstrong doing
So
his
why
job.
didn't
Horace
so
Shaq
you
Grant
win
doing
in
saying
his
all
job.
Orlando
that, but
then?
what happened?
Why didn't
You
Shaq
saying
win in Orlando? That's all I want to know.
Because he didn't have a coach and he didn't have a, they didn't win. Nick Anderson and Dennis
He
Scott in
didn't
some of
win
those
the
series
championship.
Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott in some of those series were no shows, bro.
What
Period.
about Penny
And they
Hardaway? Horace
Yeah,
Grant.
it's two players. If you average 60 points, it's still 45 points were scored, bro.
Horace Grant was a champion already with the Bulls. He went to Orlando. Why they didn't win?
I was
Oh
a
my
man.
gosh,
they
bro, you're
went to
not
the
getting it,
finals.
bro.
They went to the finals. So they won something. Shit.
Good. That's
This
why they.
championship, this stupid ass ring culture that LeBron be bringing up. You niggas, I wish all you niggas excelled in your life the way you guys try to make put these expectations on these guys. Bro, they did win something in
Why
Orlando.
you play the game then? What you playing
What the
for?
hell are you talking
To
about,
get
bro?
paid. To get paid. That's
No,
just why you
they
play the
To
don't.
game.
get paid?
You're
That's
playing
what's
Yes,
wrong
against
the
with the
hell they
NBA
do.
right now.
Yes,
That's what's
the
wrong with
hell
the
they do.
NBA. You're
Cause
gonna
I
the
was
get
a
Okay,
paid
chance
well,
to
go
Magic
do
regardless.
win,
it.
bro. What are
You're
you
gonna
Let
talking
get
you let
paid
about?
me show you how
regardless,
that shit means
fool. You're
something.
gonna get paid regardless.
No, you
The
talking
Magic was
NIL.
nonsense.
Look at what NIL is doing to college basketball. It's
Yeah, I
destroying the
know. So
integrity of
what?
the game.
Let these niggas get
So
paid. Let these
Magic
niggas get paid.
that's the
Everybody get
only
as much
thing y'all
money as they
value in
can.
life, bro. You sad. If
Yeah,
that's all you can value in
Magic
life is a dollar
yeah.
bill, bro, you don't have nothing to hold on
And
to.
if
You
all
don't
you
have
can
nothing
value is somebody
substantial,
else's
bro.
I don't know.
accomplishment, if you can
Where the
value only
conversation
somebody
going? What we
else's
talking about?
accomplishment, you're sad.
We
You're
talking about
sad.
how money destroyed the
If you can
game.
value
This nigga
somebody
talking
else's
about
accomplishment.
money. This
Yeah,
retarded
that's what
ass
it's
nigga
about.
talking about money.
That's what
This
it's
wasn't
nigga don't
about.
know what he talking about. Shut
was
up,
not
bro.
that
Yeah,
good.
right.
You killed your whole argument yesterday. Shut up, nigga.
Yeah,
Yo,
right. What
You
argument
can't talk
yesterday?
basketball with me, nigga.
Man,
Shut
No,
your
all
ass
I'm
all
up.
I'm
Man,
saying is,
you
saying,
all
know,
I'm
nigga,
saying is,
but
it
besides all that, man,
like
Magic
SGA,
everybody off
if
guard because we
SGA,
had young Shaq. Magic, I
SGA,
was a Magic fan. They was not that good. Trust me. They caught
yeah,
everybody off guard because Shaq was in his prime and they had Penny Hardaway. When they got
no,
to
that was
a
a
real
very good
team,
team. That
they
was a very
got
good
swept.
team.
Remember that? I was a Magic fan. When Penny
Yeah,
first came there, they was not as good as people thought. Shaq was in his
man,
prime.
that's cap.
Nobody
no,
had
they was a
nobody.
very good team. They was a very
No,
good
Cap.
team.
they
That's
was not
cap.
good.
That's
That's
cap.
what you
That's
said.
No,
cap.
they was a very good team. We're not doing
That's
that.
cap.
It was
That's
a
cap.
61 winning team.
very,
They was a
very
very
good
good
That's
team.
team.
cap.
No,
Very
I
good
was a
team.
Magic fan, fam. The gimmick was that Shaq was in his prime. There was nobody to stop him. And then you
That
had
wasn't
Penny.
in prime Shaq.
It was a
Lakers was
gimmick. Yes,
prime
it
Shaq.
was.
Shaq didn't even know how to play when he played for
Magic
Orlando.
drafted Shaq, fam. Who you think
No,
Shaq
drafted?
Shaq
didn't
was
dom
great. Shaq
because
was still
Shaq
great
couldn't
though. Shaq
dominate
was
the
still great.
greatest
Magic?
centers of the game.
There
Shaq was only dominating
nobody
when
to
the
stop
centers in the
Shaq.
game. It wasn't no good centers into
There
the
was
NBA.
no good
And
citizens to
Shaq
stop
didn't know
him.
how
I
to
was a
play.
Magic
He didn't know how to
fan.
play those
Shaq
first
wasn't
3 years.
dominate. He wasn't. Rick Smith was killing Shaq. Patrick Ewing
No,
was killing
no,
Shaq.
when we
Alonzo Mourning was killing
to
Shaq.
the
What are you talking about?
finals, man, when we went to the finals, Shaq
Killing
had the
Shaq. They
best
was killing
freaking
Shaq.
kid. When we
Yeah,
went to the
Shaq
finals,
can't guard none of them guys I
Man,
just
that's what
mentioned.
I'm talking about. This
he
revisionist history, man.
oh, Shaq caught everybody off guard. We went to the finals. He caught everybody off guard. He was in his prime. And we had Penny. And yeah, you had Dennis Scott and everybody. But we ran through everybody because at that time when Shaq came at his prime, there was nobody to stop Shaq. Nobody. So we ran all the way to the finals until we met Akeem Olajuwon, and that was 4 games getting sent home. We wasn't that good. They never went back, did they? No. Shaq went to the
Why?
Lakers
Why didn't they never go back?
because everybody. Shaq went to the Lakers.
Right, because Shaq
Well,
ran. He ran to the Lakers. That's why.
he went to the Lakers. There was no more magic
He
after
wanted to
Shaq.
be motherfucking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's why.
Shaq wanted Hollywood. He
What
said
are
it
you
himself.
talking about?
But
Like,
guess what? Shaq went to a really good team over there in the
Man, I don't
Lakers.
know
Nick
what the
Van
fuck
Exel,
this
Eddie
nigga
Jones,
talking
Elton
about, bro.
Campbell, Anthony Peeler. I can keep
this
going
where the
on and on.
conversations be going
When was the
into some
last time
bullshit.
Magic
Like,
went to the
what?
finals?
But
When
why
was the last
didn't
time
Shaq go
Magic
to?
went to
Why
the
didn't
finals?
he win when he went to a great Lakers team? That team was really good. They had all stars across the board on
After
that
they
team.
beat Shaq right after the finals, man, he went back. He went to the Lakers, and you ain't never heard of Magic since then.
No, what the reason why they lost, the reason why they lost, if you look at those games, Eddie Jones wasn't that good in the playoffs. Nick Anderson was horrible in the playoffs. The nigga shot
There he goes.
31%. Nick Van
I
Exel was
said we wasn't
trash
as good. I said we wasn't
Nick
as good
Van
as.
Exel was trash. Eddie
in the
Jones was
playoffs. In the
trash.
playoffs, he shot
I
31% in
disagree.
90 and 31% in
Disagree.
the playoffs, bro.
I don't care about percentages, bro.
Yeah, he
Fuck
You
that
don't
wasn't
shit.
care
I
about
don't
what
care
you
about
care
that.
about.
I care about nigga winning basketball, making winning
Okay,
plays,
you got to make
offensively
shots to
and
win, bro. What are you
defensively.
talking about? All right,
So what was Shaq
I'm not
doing?
about to argue
If
with
Shaq is that great,
your
why he
weird
didn't
shit.
carry that good team? If Shaq is that great, why he didn't carry the Lakers then when he went over
he
there?
was never that good to start
Oh my
with. Was
god, bro. Okay, all
I'm
right.
asking a question. Can you answer that question? Just answer
Yes,
that
when the
question.
play okay, when players have great individual performances, when Jordan scores 63 and losing efforts, it's not because Jordan had a bad game or he didn't play well or he wasn't good enough to carry his team. It's because his team wasn't necessarily good enough. It's the other team is out there too, bro. Like they
Okay.
they they got guys doing their
Part of my
job too.
proof the point that he needed Kobe.
You know what I'm saying? That's not that's
Right. Thank
fine.
you,
Yes, he
Mingo.
needed Kobe. Every player, Jokic
There you
needs
go.
Jamal Murray. Giannis
And
needed
Kobe needed
Middleton
Paul
stepping up.
Gasol.
That don't take
And
away.
Kobe
That don't
needed
take
Paul
away
Gasol.
from.
So
That
what are we
does
talking
not
about?
take away.
Did he really
That does
need
not
Pau
take away
Gasol?
from Giannis being
Or
the
Pau
best player on
Gasol
that
needed
team.
him to get
He wasn't
tougher?
getting out the first round with until Paul
Or
Gasol got
Pau
there.
Gasol
What?
needed him to get
But y'all
tougher?
making it seem like
Olajuwon needed
Kobe.
players.
Y'all
Yes,
making it seem like
Olajuwon needed players to step up and take shots and make shots.
Remember when Kobe asked for a trade?
He
Remember
averaged he
that?
averaged 30 he averaged
He didn't.
Come
37,
on, man.
15 in the
Get the
playoffs
fuck
Did he
out of
leave?
and they
here,
still
bro.
but
Did
lost.
he leave?
y'all
Did he leave?
acting
Did he
y'all
leave?
acting like y'all act, but you
Did
keep
he
this
leave?
narrative
They
that
wouldn't
Shaq
trade him.
carried Kobe.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't
That's
No
say
one,
that.
that's
no one,
Did I
no
according
come
to
one's
on here and
what
saying
say
you
that.
that,
just
BJ?
said.
Nobody's
That's
Did I
saying
not
came
that.
on here and
true.
say that?
Nobody's saying that.
That's not true.
Nobody
Nobody
said
said
that.
that though.
Who are you arguing
That's
with?
not true. I'm just
But
saying it's
nobody
not true.
said that.
Nobody said that
Nobody
though.
said that.
That's the narrative. Everybody keeps saying that Kobe
No, but
is
I don't know
nobody
what
came
you're
on
irrelevant.
here and
talking
said
about.
that.
Shaq is Superman and Batman.
He
Is it? Shaq was
was.
a
No,
dominant center. That's it. He was just a dominant center.
What?
He wasn't
That's the
really a
dumb.
great
Okay, well,
defender.
Kobe was just a
He
good
wasn't really a
shooting
good
guard then, a
defender at
great
his
shooting guard. What is
position.
that?
He wasn't really a
What's
good
that mean?
defender at his position. I'm just saying. Kobe
Oh my
shouldered
god.
most of the load, bro. It's easy to throw the ball down to Shaq when you got motherfucking Chris Dudley guarding him. Old ass Dikembe Mutombo. Greg Ostertag. Like, who
Why
was
are you
really guarding Shaq, bro? That's all I'm asking you.
why are you taking away from Shaq because his
Hey,
defenders
Rich
weren't that
Smith.
good?
You both
I'm
say Rich
telling you
Smith.
that it was a time where the league said, you know what, we could promote Shaq as the most dominant force that the league has ever seen because there wasn't no
They
real good
weren't promoting Shaq. He
centers.
was out there doing it. The
He
numbers
was
don't
out
lie.
there
The
doing
production
what?
don't lie.
We seen how dominant he was. He was real
Hey,
dominant.
hey,
But
hey,
who
Okay, so
was
hey.
what are we
Hey,
guarding
talking
Tyson,
him
about?
hold on, hold on,
though?
hold on, hold on. Tyson,
Why are you
Tyson,
bringing up
quick
Who was
media
he
question.
going
narratives? We
up
talking about
against?
what he did on the
Tyson,
court, bro.
Who
Tyson,
was
quick
he going
question.
up
Quick
against, bro?
question.
Undersized power forwards. Who was he going up against? What great
You know
centers was
what
he
you can
going
do?
up against? That's all I'm
You know
saying.
what you can do? You know what you can do to prove that? You know what you can do to prove that? Only thing I do is just compare Shaq final stats to the stats that when he went against guys like Tim Duncan and Chris Webber and those guys. Go compare the stats and see if they look the same to you. You know the
Go
stats, right?
compare any
Well,
great
Go
player
compare
when
the
they go up
stats and see
against
if
the
they look the
elite
same to
defenders.
you.
Go
that's
compare
what I
go compare KD's stats
And
when he go up
I'm just gonna
against
say it like that.
Boston
that's
Celtics.
what I
Go compare
that's
Kobe's stats when he go up against the Detroit Pistons. Go against you know what I'm saying? We can do that with
Go
anybody.
compare
that's
it.
what I
Go
spent. That's
compare
what
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do
Go
it.
compare it.
Do it.
I
Do it.
spent
Yeah.
10
Of
minutes
course,
doing
when
it,
you
Do
playing
it.
a great defense, your numbers are gonna suffer.
But
Do
I'm
it.
just saying though,
Nah, Kobe had some of his best
if
games
you're
against
that
the
dude,
Spurs.
that means
Kobe
that
had
when
some
it's
of his best
clutch
games
time,
against the Kings. What are you talking
man.
if
about?
you're but look,
Yeah,
if
Huh?
you're that dude,
What? What?
and you're the best player, the most dominant player, I gotta be able to give you the ball when it's 1 minute left on the clock. And you gotta be able to take us home. Shaq
No,
wasn't that
that's
dude.
not true. That's
Period.
not
That
true.
is true. Shaq
No, that's
wasn't
not.
that dude. What are you talking about?
you got
That's
to
not
make free
true,
throws.
bro.
You got to make free throws.
Hack a
Have you
sack.
watched the
Hack a sack.
games? Did
Free
you
throws.
Hack a
watch the
sack.
games?
Hack
Shaq
a
did
Bro,
not
sack.
have the ball in his hands.
bro.
If Shaq wasn't
Again,
getting no easy layup
again,
or easy
again,
dunk,
again,
then he
again.
wasn't getting the ball in those
Just okay.
situations, bro. What are you
Just
talking
because,
about?
just because Chris Middleton closed for that Bucks team does not take away from Giannis being the best player on that team.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No,
He
the
was
hell
the
it
best.
doesn't.
He was the
It-
best. Hey, he was the best player, but he didn't close games. That's all I'm saying. And guess what? He not winning
That's
championships
fine.
because he
Yes,
can't close
Chris Middleton has
games.
a
He
role
can't
as a
close
shot
games.
maker.
He
Chris
can't go.
Middleton,
he
Hey,
said he ain't
Chris
winning
Middleton,
championships because he
hey,
can't
Chris,
Kobe
close
don't need
Chris
games.
help
Middleton
That's
has
a
a
closing
fact.
role as a
games.
shot maker and a closer.
Kobe don't
Hey,
need help closing games. That's all I'm. That's all
that's
I'm
a fact
saying.
though. Nah,
He didn't
that's a
need
fact
help
right there
closing
though.
But he
games.
needed,
That's a
but
fact
he
there
needs
though.
help though.
He needed help. He
Nah,
needed
that's a
help in
But
fact
he
though.
needs help
He
'97.
didn't
though.
need
In
help
Game
closing
We
Seven,
games
saw that
though.
when
he needed help
we saw
then.
that when he got put out the first round. He needs
He
help
didn't
He
though.
need
needed
help
help
closing
then.
That's a
games
fact.
though.
That's a
He
He
fact.
didn't need
needed
help
help.
closing games. I can tell
Fact.
you that.
But he still needs help.
What
Hey,
T Sweet?
when it's winning time.
time. Give me the rock. Watch out. I got it.
How
okay.
Steph
Kobe is a great ISO scorer. That's his role, though. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard,
No,
bro.
that's not what his role. That's not his role. What are you talking about?
How
When
good is
Jamal
Steph
Murray
without
closes,
Clay?
when
So that means
usually
Steph no good without Clay, then, huh? So
that's
that
why
means Steph
but
need
that's
Clay
why
then, right?
Man, Shaq
that's
rode the
why
coattails of Kobe
that's why
Bryant and
that's
Dwayne
why
Wade to
Ewing
get
never
his
won.
ring. Stop
That's
it.
why Ewing never won because he didn't have no closer. That's why
There's no
a lot
Clay.
of these players. That's why Elijah never won before he got somebody who can close in the Vernon Maxwell can
And who
step
was
up and make
that?
big shots.
Who was
When
that?
what
Who was closing in? Who was closing for them?
And
they
that's
had
why Steph
multiple.
ain't gonna win
It
no
was by
more than
committee. They
there's
didn't
no
have one
more Clay
specific player,
Thompson.
but you had Vernon
Nah,
Maxwell.
I
You had
seen them
Sam
get a ball
Cassell.
to Hakeem in
You
closing
had
time.
you
Hakeem
had
had the
Robbie
ball.
Hurley.
Hakeem had the ball in closing time.
Which game?
In a lot of
What
those
you
games.
just
Which
use your
one?
own
Because you just
argument
talking
to
right now.
see
What
then
you mean?
Steph
Which
never gonna
game? Did
win
you watch the
without
games?
Clay.
Elijah Wan was
I'm
their
asking
closer.
you. You made a
Did Vernon
statement.
Max hold on? Did Vernon Maxwell, Robert Horry, and Kenny the Smith and other players hit shots during the course of the season? Yes, but when it was winning time, Elijah Wan said, "Give me the ball, I got it."
So can Steph do that? Steph can't do it without Clay, then, huh? That's your own logic.
No,
Steph
Steph can
nobody
do that.
without Clay.
Steph can do that
Steph
too.
nobody
Steph can do
without
that
Clay.
too.
Under your own logic, Steph ain't won nothing since Clay left. So who's the best
Okay.
player for real? Steph or Clay?
Who the best player? I don't. You tell me.
Was Clay left and Steph ain't never won.
So what did Clay win without Steph? What Clay win?
Steph ain't won without Clay. Not
I said,
yet.
what did Clay win without Steph? What did Clay
So
do?
they needed each other, just like Shaq and Kobe needed each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
There
Mm-hmm.
you go.
So you mean to tell me that Clay Thompson is the Kobe Bryant to Steph Curry, Shaquille O'Neal? Is that what you're saying?
For your Warriors, he
No.
might as
Uh,
well be, because Steph ain't
Come on,
won
man.
nothing.
the point is everybody needs it. The point
Y'all
is
niggas
everybody
don't
needs a
know
team to
shit,
win,
bro.
bro.
Y'all
Regardless of
niggas
your
don't know
role,
what you're
regardless
talking
what you
about, bro.
do, everybody
Everybody
needs a team to
needs
win.
somebody.
Go
They need
if you
somebody.
go watch them finals, Clay Thompson didn't really play good in finals, bro.
And Steph
Go
didn't either.
watch.
Steph
Watch
ain't
all the
won nothing.
games.
So
No,
Steph been in
So
Steph
you can
played
say the
good in
same
all
about
the
Kobe if you want to do that.
Steph played good in every finals he was in, bro. Stop it.
So you can say the same about Kobe if you want to do that.
What you
That's
and
what
when?
I asked T
When?
Sweezy.
2000
Your
what?
own logic,
2004, I
Steph
guess.
ain't won nothing
2004
without
against the
Clay.
Pistons. Yeah, you can say that.
Oh
It's
my
the
God.
same logic. Every player needed somebody, basically. Every player needed somebody.
Well,
Jordan
you
needed
need a
Pippen.
team though. You're right.
Pippen needed
Hey,
Jordan.
guess what? Pippen was homegrown though. They drafted Pippen.
What's the
They
difference?
still they still need us. Everybody needs somebody. That's the whole
These
point.
motherfuckers in these narratives,
Hey,
bro.
but this is what I'm saying though. You
He's
have to go
homegrown though.
through
What the fuck does that mean?
adversity. You got to go through adversity. See, adversity will tell you what type of player you got on your hands. Going through losing, the heartache of not really being able to get over the hump. But when you finally jump that hurdle and
Wait,
get
wait,
over that
wait, wait,
hurdle,
wait.
you know what I'm
Didn't you just
saying?
say Shaq?
Period.
Did you just say Shaq was what did do nothing without this and that? But he was just going through the adversity.
Oh, Shaq was going through the adversity?
Yeah.
Okay. But I
All
just
right.
know he didn't start winning until Kobe became who
These
he
niggas be
became. So
double talking out the side of their mouth. They just
that's not
making
talking
up
out the
stuff to
side
say
of my neck because Shaq didn't never carry anybody, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
what?
It's a duo. That means two people make one
He
team.
didn't
That's what
carry in 2000.
it's a duo. They work
Shaq didn't
together.
carry,
I
bro.
said nobody carry
Shaq
Shaq
didn't
nobody.
carry
didn't
in
They
carry.
2000.
each other.
Nah, he didn't carry.
Oh wow. I don't know what carrying is.
What's carrying? What did he do? You said he carried. What did he do? Because
He
when I
dumped
said he carried Kobe, when I said y'all said that he carried Kobe earlier, you said no, you didn't say that. So now
for
you're
the whole
saying
three
that
peat
he
and
carried
for the whole
Kobe.
three peat.
You
But
get what I'm saying? So
in
you
two
double
thousand,
talking.
it was a
So
clear
now
carry
you
job.
double talking now.
That
Come
in
on
two
now.
thousand, I was talking about for the whole three peat.
Nah,
Hmm.
in the 2000 it wasn't a carry either.
It
So
wasn't.
2000 he carried
No,
Kobe. How
because
did he carry him?
remember in that game six when they were playing against the Trailblazers and they was
Oh
down.
my
Kobe
God! You
came
talk
through.
about one game?
That
So
also in
what
the
game are you
finals.
talking
I mean,
about? Are you
it's
talking
like a
about
lot
one
of
game or what are you
instances.
talking about? Because
It's
they
a
I'm
lot
talking
of
stats was
about for the
instances
similar.
where
entirety
Kobe
of the
came through.
playoffs and the finals.
Nah,
When
they stats was
in
similar,
the
bro.
finals,
Go
same
back and look
thing.
at it. Their stats were
that
similar.
overtime.
I think they were off by one, like a point 5 percentage points in points per game. Kobe led
In
the team in
2000?
assists, steals. Kobe
In
led the
2000?
team in assists and steals. You forgot about that?
And
Okay,
fourth quarter
come on, man.
scoring.
Oh my God! All right, bro. Y'all got it, man. I'm not about to. Okay. So who's carried?
Bro, you just
So who
said
has
out of
carried as a
your
number one?
own mouth.
So who carried as a number one?
It was
I'm
a
gonna say
Nobody.
duo.
they both
Nobody
did.
carried as the number one,
Nobody
right?
was a
I could
duo.
say Hakeem Olajuwon carried the Rockets. They didn't have no legit number two. They
Clyde Drexler, Robert Ory got 7 rings, mind you. Robert Ory was a big
what that
piece.
got to do with Hakeem Olajuwon carrying the team,
I don't
bro?
think
What are you talking
nobody
about?
carried nobody. I don't think it's possible for one person to
So who
carry
was
a
their
team.
second best player on the
Okay,
Rockets?
if
It was
that's
it
the
a
bar, then
definitive
nobody
second
carried
best
it. That's
player?
fine.
Clyde
But
Drexler, I
Shaq,
don't think nobody could carry nobody. I think it's
At that
called a
time,
team
Clyde
sport.
Drexler in his career, at that time when he went to Houston, was not the second best player on the Rockets. Stop
So,
it.
how many rings did Hakeem win without Robert Horry and Clyde in them? When Charles Barkley was there, did Rockets win anything when they got Charles Barkley? No, they
No,
didn't.
they were done winning at that time. They was
So
trying to
I
stack the deck to win a championship. That it don't work like that.
think it's called a team sport for a reason. It said duo.
Yes,
There's a lot of great
absolutely.
duos.
But what I'm
So I don't
saying is
think
that who was the
nobody.
duo with Akeem Olajuwon? That's all I'm asking you. He didn't have a Magic Johnson. He didn't have a Scottie Pippen, a Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. That's all I'm
Who
saying.
didn't
What
have
was the
that?
duo?
Who? Who
That's
didn't
what I'm
have a
telling you.
duo?
Akeem Olajuwon carried those Rocket teams, bro.
Yeah,
Did you
what was
have really
Robert
good?
Ory doing?
Did you have good role
So
players? Yes. Robert Ory was never considered the second best player on.
What was Robert Ory doing all that
Robert
time?
Ory was a good role player. That's it.
Oh, for real?
How many All
That's all.
Star teams did he? How many All Stars did that Houston Rockets team have outside of Olajuwon?
How many they had
zero,
outside of Robert Ory?
How many All Stars is what I said.
zero.
And
Okay.
you
So who
how,
carried the team then? Come on, what are we talking
Robert
about, bro?
Ory,
Come
Robert
on,
Jokic
man.
Ory,
didn't have no
Robert
All
Ory,
Stars either, but he didn't carry. Jamal Murray did his thing.
Ory was just as important as Akeem was. They
That's
both
a good point.
important,
But I've been
right?
telling
Robert
y'all that
Ory
they don't win
got-
shit without Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray is
He's not
equally
an
as
All Star
good
though.
as he's not an all star only by the way of the media and the
What?
rest of the league. So that's that.
No, he just don't have the. He elevates in the playoffs. He don't have the regular season numbers to be an All Star, and half the time he hurt a lot in the regular season as well.
But
Oh,
can
okay.
Joker win
But
without
you
Murray?
can't tell me that Jamal Murray not an all star guard, if you ask me.
He's
That's
All
just
Star
me.
caliber in my
From me
opinion,
watching
especially
him.
by his
So
playoff performances. But his numbers don't really always back that up in the regular season.
and that's
Can
why I
Joker
say I don't
win?
really all right.
But
That's cool.
Can Joker win without Murray though?
We don't
No.
know. We don't know that. We don't know. And
How many
actually,
times?
he
How many
didn't win
times?
without Murray. You're right. When
How many
Murray tore his
times?
ACL, he didn't win that season, and then they came back and won. But guess what? He had Murray the last 2 seasons fully healthy, and he didn't win. So
So it's up to a duo. It's still up
But
to
it
the
takes it, yeah,
team.
because it takes a team,
It's a team
they had the
sport.
same players.
You need a
huh?
You're
team.
not as great. You're not as great as everybody make you think you are. That's all I'm
That's
telling
not
you. We don't
true.
have none of them
That's not
type of players
true.
anymore. There are
Man,
really no really
Who
great,
was those
great,
type of
great
players?
players in the league anymore, bro. There's nobody.
Who was who was
There's
those
been a
type of
new
players?
champion the last 5 seasons. There's been a different
Who
champion the
who?
last 5 seasons, bro. There's
That's
nobody
because
dominating the league.
that's not
It's
because
nobody
of the players
dominating the
aren't
league,
great.
bro.
Yeah,
No,
that
it's
don't
not
mean
because of.
it's a team.
Hold on, real quick. It's not because the players aren't great. It's
I know, but they
because
ran it back with the same team and they didn't
no,
win.
they didn't run it back with the same team.
They did.
No, they lost. They lost Contavious Caldwell. They lost Bruce Brown off the bench. They lost their depth. Now
Okay.
you got they because of the new CBA, you can't afford to pay these guys when they come up for contract. That's why you can't run it
Mhm.
back with the same team.
So now they got Bruce Brown back, and you add depth. You got
They
Cam
have a better
Johnson,
chance this
two-way
year. Yes,
player. So
100%.
are
Yeah,
they going to win a championship next year?
I don't know. Oklahoma City's a great team.
But according to what you just said, you said they didn't have Bruce Brown, so they got Bruce Brown back.
Other teams have got other pieces as well. Houston Rockets made phenomenal offseason acquisitions.
So who you think gonna win a championship next year? If
It's
OKC is
just a
the best
prediction.
team,
It's just
OKC
a
is the best
prediction.
team, right? So they should run it back, right?
No,
I don't think they
not
is. I don't
What you
necessarily,
mean? They got the MVP and the Finals MVP on their
bro.
team, and what they
I,
got the same
think
roster,
did
they
they
and they
play?
got better because they
Hold
got
on.
Topic back.
Did they play the Houston Rockets that is about to come out here this year?
No, not this year.
Okay, so that's why it's there. Did they play?
But guess what?
Did they
That's
play?
a
Did
whole
they
new
play the Denver
team.
Nuggets? Did they play the Denver
Chemistry
Nuggets that are about
matters,
to come out
right?
here this year?
Doesn't chemistry matters though? You can't just put players on a team and say go win a championship. It don't work like
I
that.
didn't say they was going to win a championship. I said other teams have made improvements.
Yeah,
It's
but we
not
got
the
to
sa-
see
they're
how
not.
that
It's not
look.
the
We got
same.
to.
Huh?
It look good on paper, bro. We got to see how that
No,
work
no,
when they
facts,
actually play
facts,
the
facts,
game.
facts.
So I
Yeah,
don't crown niggas like that, bro.
I'm not. Did I crown them?
No, but I mean, according to your, I mean, all I'm saying is that it's a lot of parity in the league. There's nobody dominating the league.
Joker
Joker won
because of
what
all the
four?
player movements. Because
Joker
of
won
all the
four out of the
flavor.
last five MVPs, and he only
I
got one
agree.
championship. So
I
if he's
agree
the best player in the league, why you not winning championships? That's all I'm saying.
because it takes a team.
Well, they got the same 1-2 punch they've been having,
You
and
don't
they got
believe you
Aaron
could be the
Gordon.
best player in the league and not win championship?
Well, I guess so.
I'm
I guess
asking
so.
you.
Can you be the best? Yeah, you can be the best player.
Okay.
Well, I don't. That's a good question, bro. I don't know. Can you? I don't know.
Yes.
To be honest with you,
Yes.
because when Jordan was the best player in the league, he was winning championships,
No,
He
it
had a great
wasn't.
team. He
Look,
and
was the
then he
best
Jordan was.
player in
retired,
'88. He didn't win a championship.
It took
and then he
Jordan 7
retired two
years.
years.
Huh?
So
It took
He was
Jordan
the
seven
best player.
years
Jordan
to
was the
win it.
best player in '88, and he didn't win a championship.
in
Jordan was the
'88,
best
he was the
player
best
since he
player.
came out of college,
Huh?
man. Jordan was the best player since he came out of college. It took him
No, I
No, he
7
don't think
wasn't.
he
years.
was
No,
the
he
best
wasn't. No,
player.
he
He had to
wasn't.
go
No,
through
he
his
wasn't.
growing pains, bro. He wasn't the
Jordan
best
But he
was
was
the
player.
still the
best.
best player in '88.
He was the best
Man,
player in
Jordan was the
'88.
best player.
Who was
Still
better?
did.
Who was better?
Who was better than Jordan?
Nobody.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Magic and Bird was still doing what they do, right?
He knocked
Yeah,
them
they
out.
lost though. They lost to the Pistons.
They lost to the Pistons. Yeah,
Yep. Isaiah Thomas and them.
and he didn't get it done.
Jordan always been a good scorer,
Yeah, he
scoring
went.
titles.
Hey, how many? He went
Every-
six. He went. What? Jordan was drafted in what? 84.
He didn't win to the seventh year. It took him 7 years
So
to win his
Yeah.
first ring.
He didn't win in
Seven.
to
'89. The
no
Pistons won again in
1989.
'89.
89. Who won in 89?
I believe the Pistons won again.
It was
88 and 89. Pistons went back to
the
back, right? 88 and then 89.
Right, right,
Pistons went back twice.
90,
Pistons
91.
went 2 times. Remember,
right.
Pistons were
But
two.
the best player in the league
No,
wasn't on the Pistons.
the
They
Pistons
was
the
two
Pistons
times in
won
a row.
89-90. Pistons won
Yep,
89-90. Lakers won 88.
Okay,
yep.
I'm sorry. 88, 88, 90.
Pistons won
So then
twice in a row.
again, Jordan was still the best player in the league in those years, though.
Jordan still was the best player,
Yeah.
even though
He
he
was the
got
best
knocked
player
out.
in the league.
Best player.
He just didn't have
Yes,
the
he
best
was.
team.
Scoring titles,
Right.
all of that. Couldn't get past
Scoring
the Pistons.
titles. Best player in the
Couldn't
league.
get
Okay.
scoring titles. Couldn't get past
MVP,
the Pistons.
arguably the best, one of the best perimeter defenders in the league, alongside Pippen and a few other cats, Nate McMillans of the world and Joe Dumars of the world, blah blah blah. But Jordan was right up there, and he's a far better offensive player than those guys. Who's not the best player in the league?
And they didn't get it done. So,
You didn't get it done.
um,
It took him 7 years.
Right,
Let
but
but
alone
it's
you got to
about a
blame
team.
that on
And then
Jordan.
Phil
He
Jackson
wasn't strong
comes,
enough. He wasn't strong
huh?
enough, bro. That's
He
all. He
won.
had to get back into when they was being more physical with him, it messed Jordan game up. So he was the best player in the regular season, but when the playoffs came, he didn't elevate his game.
Well, who
You know what I'm
was the
saying?
best? I'm asking.
The physicality took a toll on him.
Sure.
So
Who was the best
yeah,
though?
according to that time, Jordan was the best, or he was becoming the best. He was becoming the best, though, right? Yeah, he was
Huh?
becoming the best. He was
Who was
becoming
the
the best.
best? I'm asking you.
I still feel like Magic, you know what I'm saying, and Bird was
Magic
still
had
at
to
the
be
top of their
Magic
games,
had to
bro.
be the
But
best.
But
Jordan
they
was
didn't
coming, though.
win. Your
But
metrics is
Jordan was
winning. They
Magic
coming.
didn't
won.
win.
But
The
Magic
Jordan
Pistons
was
won.
won.
coming. The Jordan was
Huh?
coming, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Magic won a
He
lot
was
in the
coming.
80s.
Jordan was coming. Jordan was coming.
How was Magic
It,
and
they were
Bird the
tr-
best
they
when
were
they didn't win
they were
either?
transitioning. They were transitioning from Magic and
Oh
Bird
my
to
God.
Jordan.
So who was
So
the
yeah, so
best?
if you want to, Jordan was the best, but he wasn't good enough to get it done is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but he
If you
was the
want to say
best
he was
though.
the best player, he wasn't good enough to get it done. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, but he was the best.
He was the best.
All right,
He
thank you.
didn't have
Damn.
a team.
But what
He
I'm
was the
saying is that he wasn't good enough to get it done.
Okay,
So
but
best.
he
He
was
was
still,
the
my point
team.
was the best player doesn't have to be on the best team.
no, the best player
Okay.
doesn't have to be on the best team. But the best
That
player
was
in the
the point.
league, if you're the best player in the league, your team should be building a championship contender. If you're the best player in the league,
That's not up to the
like
player. That's up to the organization.
I know,
And
I
the coach.
said your team should be building. Your organization should be building around the best
But if
player
they
in the
don't,
league.
but
So
if they don't, they you still the best player.
I guess. I mean, I'll just look at it differently, bro. The best, but if you're not winning championships, bro, what are you doing? Everybody is the best player in the league. If that's the case, bro, there are like 10 best players in the league. You can't definitively say it's one player that's better than every other player in the league. We could sit there and say Giannis, the Joker, SGA, Joel Embiid when healthy, this person, that person. Like, but who's winning though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Who really has the mental fortitude to say, you know what? I don't want to just be the best player. I want to go out and win. Like that part right there. So,
The other
and if you,
team
and
is
guess what?
playing, bro.
I
This
know,
is
but hold on. But
ridiculous to
guess
me.
what? If you are the best player, don't you think that your organization and the NBA will center a team around you so you can be on that stage every year? Because the NBA needs to market their best players. So you have to be able to put a team that's capable of winning every year to keep your
Bro,
league going because the league
bro.
is driven off of its star power, bro. So if you the Joker, if you Giannis, why you don't want to have them in the finals every year if those are your best players in the league?
You gotta go get you a coach. You still need a coach.
Again, again, bro. Look, with Giannis,
Don't make no
Jokic,
sense, bro.
Jokic. Regardless if you feel he's the best player, he's a top three player in the league. Would you agree?
Who?
Jokic.
Top three player in the league. Yeah.
Okay, so when you go out there and you
I
have no
guess.
other
Yeah,
All
I don't
Star,
know.
you have no other
Top
All
three.
Stars.
Hold on, hold
You
on,
pay.
hold on. Name some
Hold on, you
players,
pay.
bro. What about
Huh?
Steph Curry? Where's Steph Curry at? Is Steph Curry top three or no? He's outside.
I think Steph Curry's outside the top three right now.
So the top three is Giannis, SGA, and Joker.
Jokic, in my opinion,
Okay, where does Jason Tatum fall?
right outside of there, probably around seven.
Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, Steph Curry.
Kawhi, Kawhi Leonard's. Kawhi Leonard's when healthy, but that's the only thing with Kawhi. So I'm gonna leave him out of it. But when healthy, he's obviously a top 10 player. But his
Okay.
problem is something totally different than being on the court. So I'm not going to talk about him.
Luca, LeBron.
LeBron not top 10 to me right now.
Look, LeBron is top three.
Huh? Kawhi is healthy, but again, that team, was under. I don't think Kawhi. I say he at the back of the top 10. I think he still can affect. He just need more around him now than he did before. So, but I think he still, huh, huh?
Can we just say healthy? Let's just say
Yeah,
healthy. Who the
yeah. I
top
think
the
SJ is a
top
little
players in
better
the
than
NBA
Kawhi
is?
right now,
So SGA is better than Kawhi Leonard.
huh?
SGA is better than Kawhi Leonard.
I think I give SGA the nod
So
above
if you
Kawhi
put
Leonard.
so if you trade SGA for Kawhi Leonard right now, what we seeing from Kawhi Leonard in the playoffs and put him on that OKC team, you don't think that OKC team win championships?
I know that's like doing the Tracy McGrady thing. No, I'm not saying that.
Mm. But you do believe that SGA is better than Kawhi, though.
Yes, right now, yes. I don't know
Why
why
is
that's
that? Because he
funny,
won a
bro.
championship.
No, because SJ's been doing it. He was great last year.
Okay, he didn't win though.
It don't matter about winning. I'm talking about what he do on the court, bro.
Okay,
That's no problem. Hey, that's your guy. That's your guy. That you can
so
choose
who's
who you
better?
want to choose.
So who's better, Kawhi Leonard or Kawhi Leonard or Giannis?
Oh man,
That's a better combination.
that's a better conversation.
Because remember, Kawhi Leonard put Giannis out of his misery in the Eastern Conference. So
Oh, come on, man. uh, and
no,
that's
I'm
a
just
good
saying who
one.
a better player.
To me right now, I'm still going with Giannis.
A better basketball player or a little bit more dominant because of his force that he plays with down low in the paint.
If I'm picking the team right now, I'm taking Giannis.
You're gonna take Giannis over if we everything we know about these players and their skill
I'm taking
set and their
Giannis.
ability to win. You're gonna take Giannis over Kawhi Leonard.
Yes.
Okay,
Wow.
that's your
Hey,
I
opinion
don't
Tyson,
know
though.
what's
I
so
feel you.
funny.
Tyson,
I don't
I
know
feel
what's
you.
so goddamn
hey,
funny,
Tyson,
bruh.
That
How
shit
many
is
rings?
funny. That's hilarious, bro. You should be a stand-up comedian.
how's
How
Tatum
many
so
rings
far?
So
Giannis got?
Kawhi is the best
Tyson,
player in the league.
Tyson, how's Tatum so far in your top 10, bro?
Tatum
Wait,
That's
Giannis got how
wow.
many rings again? How many rings SGA got again? It took
one.
Kawhi what 2 years to win a ring? How many years it took Giannis and SGA to win a ring?
What are
I
you
don't.
talking about?
What was the player? How was the teams Kawhi face
So
against
where
how
does
many
KD fall? Where does KD and Steph Curry fall?
They
KD and
towards the
them?
bottom of the top 10 still.
Kawhi beat
KD
both
to
of them.
At
Kawhi
the
beat
huh?
both of
bottom?
them.
Steph
Kawhi beat both
Curry
of
is at
them.
the bottom?
Kawhi beat
Steph
both of
Curry like
them.
That
six,
is
seven.
crazy.
Then Kawhi beat
Wow.
both of them at the
Okay.
same time.
But
Kawhi
Yeah,
beat
Tyson,
Steph and
Tyson,
KD.
Tyson, do you
what?
see that? Do you see kind of where he's saying there's no dominance no more? Now watch this. What if
Why is there
SGA
no
get a
dominance?
because nobody wins back to back no more. Nobody does that no more. We change our top five like every year. Like it's
Right.
been a champion every single year, bro. There's no
That
dominance.
part.
Right, but injuries play a part in that. I think so. Tatum's not
Yeah.
going to be in anybody. So we losing Tatum, Halliburton, Lillard.
Mhm.
These guys is out for the whole next season, right?
That's true. Mhm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're not even in nobody's ranking next year.
Okay,
So
okay. According, so what out of your top three next year? You just said the top three best players in the league. Which one of their teams win a championship? Which one of those three players win a championship out of those three? If you had to choose,
hold on, real. Give me 1 second. I gotta put my phone on the charger. 1 second. 1 second.
right? I know you can't answer that.
No, no, no. What was the question?
Right, right. What's the question? I said it loud and clear.
No,
Out of
no, no.
your
I
best
was
three,
on the
hold
move. I
on.
was on the move.
Okay, okay, my fault. Out of the best three players, in your opinion, next year, Giannis, Joker, and SGA, out of those three teams, who wins the championship?
Oh, I think the best shot right now is I think the best shot is Joker.
So Denver has the best chance out of those three teams to win a championship, even though,
Oh, you said Giannis, Joker, and SGA.
yes, out of those
Oh,
three,
SGA,
who
SGA.
wins
My
the
fault. My
championship
fault.
next year? So SGA wins
Yeah.
again. So they
I'm
two
not
peat.
saying he's winning. I said who has the best
Okay.
chance.
So he has
Yeah.
the best chance out of those three players. He got the best
Yes.
chance.
Yes.
Okay. So where does
Do
KD
you
rank
agree?
in your top 10?
Huh?
KD, what about KD? Because he's on a Houston
No.
team. So,
KD got a good. He has a lot better chance that he's off the Suns, but I still think Denver and like you said, because they playing with somewhat of some chemistry. KD's going to a
mm,
team that's got some new pieces. You got to see how all that fits in.
right. Right.
I would
What
argue
about the
that
Lakers then? The Lakers got the same
I
team for the
think
last
Amin
5 years.
Thompson. Huh?
The Lakers got the same team for the last 4 years.
Oh yeah, LeBron not as impactful as he once was. I recognize that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, no question. To me, he not
All
top
right.
10. A lot of people still rank him top 10. I don't put him top 10.
Right. And you said Steph Curry is at the bottom, towards the bottom of the top 10,
I
right?
say 7, 8, right in that range. I haven't done like a comprehensive top 10 when I really just broke it down. So I'm just giving you just spitballing off the top of
I
my head.
got you.
But
I got
yeah,
you.
I think
Okay.
Steph
Let's
Curry's
do a
in that range.
hypothetical. I don't really like doing hypotheticals. Let's just say the Warriors win a championship next year.
Yeah,
Does that make Steph Curry put him back into the top three best players in the
of,
league
of,
or no?
of course not. Of course not.
Oh, it don't?
No, I'm saying it doesn't just because he wins a championship doesn't make him that. It depends on how he play, right? If he go out there and do what he was doing 2016, Steph and all these type of things, then of course, yes. But if he just going out there and Jimmy Butler is carrying and whatever pieces they have got are taking a step up and he's still played the same way he played last year, then that don't make him automatically just go up in the rank. We got to go by players how they perform, bro.
So you mean to tell me Steph Curry has his performance has dropped the last couple of years?
I don't think he's the same player he was in 2016, Steph.
2016. What makes him
I
not the
think that's
same
his
player?
peak. I think that area around there is his peak as a player. He's still in his prime, I would say, but he's not peak Steph.
But I think he's averaging more points though than
Yeah,
he was in
points.
2016.
Yeah, but if you think points is the end all be all, then
Well, you ain't judging off of his defense, I'm sure, right?
no, not just defense, but it's how you get your buckets. It's what what I'm saying. It's how
Oh,
you affect the defense. It's
hmm
because what to me what made so great is not just his scoring, but how his scoring was leveraged into other players getting great shots, them getting shots at the rim because of Steph coming off a pick was commanding double teams on the regular. You know what I'm saying? And that back cutter was just wide open a lot of times. He created so much offense for his team and made the
hmm
offense so easy for his team. I think that's what made the Warriors great, right? Even in that 73 win season or 72 win, whatever it was,
hmm
Steph was so dynamic off the ball. I think that was his key. Just because he's scoring more points now, I don't think he's leveraging that into what it was in those years. You feel me?
Mm. Okay.
You agree or disagree?
Uh, because of the way that Kerr centered his offense around Steph Curry, I think that the way that they play is always going to open up avenues for all those other players, no matter who he's playing with, is always going to be able to eat because he
Sure.
garners so much attention off ball.
Agree.
So Draymond is going to get looks, Jimmy's going to get looks, and all those other garbage players they got are going to get looks, but they just don't have
You
enough.
gotta call him garbage.
No, they just don't have enough. Pozinski trash. All those other players are garbage, bro. Buddy Hill garbage. It's like you say. It's the way you
Buddy Hill was
structure your
carrying at the
team.
beginning of the season, though.
He was
I'm
doing
not gonna
what?
say carrying. I'm not gonna say carrying. That's a stretch. But he was. I'm not gonna say carrying. That's a stretch. But Buddy Hill was keeping y'all in some games with his shot making ability. He came out the
Yeah,
gate looking amazing.
right. And then he turned into Buddy Hill. So
No, that's facts. But I'm just saying
that's what I'm
that. But
saying.
that kept y'all in this because remember before y'all got Jimmy Butler, y'all was struggling, bro. Let's keep it a buck,
Mm, we were
especially
struggling. I would
defensively.
say
Especially
we sh-
defensively.
we struggled after um we struggled after DeAnthony Melton had got injured for the season. And then we were still okay, but then Jonathan Kuminga went down with a sprained ankle and it was all bad from there because Jonathan Kuminga added a different dynamic to our roster with him and Wiggins, you know what I'm saying, at the
Yeah.
wings. That was really putting a lot of pressure on the opposing team's defenses. And then offensively, with that length and athleticism, you know what I'm saying, that added a lot of value too. But then he got injured. And then it was just like, well, we don't have nobody to replace Jonathan Kuminga. So they had to make a trade for Jimmy Butler.
Okay, well, all that's your team, so you got a better little more insight into it than what I got. But I'm just from just watching them, I didn't know all the reasons per se they were struggling, but we know when Jimmy Butler came, the defense turned into a top three defense ever since he
Mm-hmm.
was there, right? All
Mm-hmm.
those type of things. So all that stuff matters. I still think Steph Curry's a great player, and it's no slight being number 7 in the NBA. Like you act like I'm dissing a nigga. Like you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
feel you though.
yeah. I just think
Right.
I can't argue with SGA has been putting together over the last couple of years. I can't argue with Giannis' consistency. He still had a very good year, even though the team, was trash, had defensive struggles. Damian Lillard doesn't help that cause at all. And
He
we saw
never
how that
did,
turned
in
out.
my opinion.
Huh?
I think that was a bad move by getting Damian
Oh,
Lillard.
100%.
He
100%.
wasn't gonna help them.
Yeah, we look at moves these teams making. It's dumbfounding to me how my team, go get Bradley Beal with no trade clause and think that's gonna help a team that has no defense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just dumb shit. Like you get a young wing.
But
We see
like you
where the league
said,
is going.
coaching matters though. I think the Suns could actually maximize their talent last year. The last couple of years, I would say. But I think they messed up when they traded for Kevin Durant. They were building something. They had all you needed to do
Oh, I agree.
if you was gonna replace Monty Williams, that's fine. But don't break up your championship young core. They just went to a championship.
I
You
agree.
gotta
I agree.
find a way to add a piece here and there to get them a
Yeah.
shot to win it again. I
Yeah.
don't understand what these teams do. You think like the Kevin Durant, like Houston. Houston is in for a rude awakening. Like, you know what I'm saying? I love
No,
Houston.
I
I
think
love
that
Ime
team is good.
Udoka. That team is good, but guess what? It's going to be dysfunction on that team because you're adding an ego issue. See,
I
Kevin
don't
Durant
think
got an
so.
ego issue, bruh.
I disagree.
Like real talk. No, Kevin Durant has it. You see what he did to the Suns, right? Okay, then.
No,
You
he
see
didn't
what
do
he did to
nothing to the
Brooklyn.
Suns.
You
He
see what he
didn't do
did to
nothing to
Brooklyn,
the
right?
Suns. He did not do anything
Right.
to the Suns. No, bro.
He
No, no, no,
didn't.
no, no. I think
Y'all had like
let
five
me
locker
let
room
me
fights
respond real
last
quick.
year.
Let me respond. I think
Come on, man.
KD has a leadership issue. He doesn't have
Right.
a ego issue, but he's not going to be asked to be the leader of that team. Ime Udoka is the leader of that team. If you don't have a
Hmm.
leader, then KD is not going to be met because he's not going to galvanize no troops. Ime
Hmm.
Udoka is the galvanizer on that team. So when you got
Right.
a player and that's coming into his own like a Amen Thompson, elite defender, can put it on the
Mhm.
floor, great bounce. When you got, guys that can knock down shots, when you got other defenders on the team, I think
Mhm.
KD's job is now easy and he can be that mercenary, which he excels at. He can be that guy that just, okay, all we need is bucket. He's replacing a bucket getter that didn't get buckets in the boy Green. So that's
Okay.
all he's doing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's not setting up culture like he had to do in Brooklyn. He's not set with a one first year coach in Steve Nash. He's not setting up
Mhm.
culture like he had to do in Phoenix when they don't really have that leader. Chris Paul to a certain degree, but I think he's flawed as a leader as well. But yeah, so I think in that situation, KD
So
is
that's
gonna be at
sad though.
his
So
optimum.
KD needs leaders. He
I
needs
agree.
this
Yes,
dude. He
100%,
needs that
100%,
dude. Boy,
100%.
he's not as great as everybody thought he was. Then, in my opinion,
He's a great scorer
that's
and an
it.
average
That's all.
and a decent a neutral at worst defender.
Trash cans. That's defense. He didn't help
I ain't gonna
Phoenix
call him a
at
trash
all
can.
last year. He didn't help Phoenix not a
No, that's
little
not
bit
on
on
KD, bro.
defense.
That's not on KD. I'm a Suns fan. That's not on KD, bro.
No, hey, I watched
We
the
can blow
games,
by it on
bro.
the perimeter. We can blow by. KD ain't cleaning up all that mess, bro. Don't do that.
You a 7 footer. You can't get a deflection. You can't
Oh,
force the pass to the
he
outside.
blocked a lot of
Nothing.
shots last year.
I'm saying deflection. Deflections and block shots are different, bro. So
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying you asking KD to clean up blow blies and missed assignments and all kind of stuff.
hmm
Not to say he never was a part of that, but I think, like you said, when you seen him in Golden State, when you put on a good defense with good
hmm
defensive integrity, he has a
right.
value.
Because we
When we put him
required him to play defense. That's why
exactly,
we
exactly,
required that of him.
exactly, and I think
But
Ime
that's
is going to do
sad
that.
though that if you're a basketball player, how you don't require that of yourself though. See, a lot of these players just have an offensive minded mentality. Like, oh, I just want to I'm a great offensive player, but I ain't going to do nothing else. I'll put all the best defenders around me to make me look good on defense. It doesn't work like that. Look what the Lakers are going through. Your best players are your weakest defenders. The NBA has a problem with their best players. They're promoting the best players in the league, but they're also the weakest defenders in the league. How can you say they're the best players if they can't get it done on both ends of the court? I can't say you're a good player. I can't say you're the best player. Giannis, he's not a really great defender, even though he won a Defensive Player of the Year award. Have you watched him since he won that award? His defense has been atrocious, to be honest with you. Have you seen the
Again,
Joker on defense?
or trash,
Atrocious.
trash,
Have you
trash.
seen
Yeah,
Luca on
Luca, trash, trash,
defense?
trash, trash, trash.
Atrocious.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, again, these dudes are great offensive players. I'm not saying these guys are good defenders. I think you have to build around your players' deficiencies, no matter who the great player is, right?
Mhm.
Um, And most great players have deficiencies, whether we say some less than others, I agree. But
Mhm.
you're gonna have to build around that. Steph Curry still has great value, even though he's not necessarily a good defender. Luka Doncic has great value. When what you call it went to the finals and they had a top what five defense or something they had
Mhm.
after they made the trades, Dallas.
Mhm.
You can still do that with a trash defender on your team, right? Or maybe it's going to hurt you in a certain series or whatever have you when Boston is that good on defense and good on offense, right? You're going to lose that series.
Mhm.
I agree with that. But I'm just saying they ran through the West with teams with better defenses than them. Luca was still on that
Mhm.
team and they still won those games. So if you put the defense around, if you put a Gafford, a Lively, a PJ Washington, and those guys can do multiple things and are versatile, then you
Mhm.
got something. But Luca in a vacuum, he's horrible on defense, right?
Right, right,
Right,
right.
right. Of
And guess
course. But
what? You're not gonna win. You're not gonna be able to hide them. You can only hide them for so long. You're not gonna be able to hide them because one player, you can have a bunch of great defenders, but it only takes for one player to throw your whole team defense off, and it'll open up everything for the opposing team's offense. So,
I agree with that, but I disagree with that, right? Because if you can, like, of course, Luca is going to get scored on, right? He's going to be exploited in matchups. But what he brings to the offensive end can negate some of that liability. Now, if you're not bringing it offensively and you're having a bad game offensively, then you got
mhm,
no value and we in trouble. That's the great thing about the Boston series, right? They can guard Luca one on one. They can make him have to be just a scorer and not have to
mhm.
help on him because they have the wing defenders to do that. They can switch at every position. So it takes a team like that still to beat you, right?
But you got to look at but you got to look at your offensive possessions though. Just because you got a great offensive player, don't mean he gonna score 85%, not even 50% of the time that he has the ball in his hands. So
No, he's
think
not going to
about that.
score, but he's going to create
So
advantages for your team to score.
okay, but when you
We
say
just
create
talked about Steph
advantages,
Curry, how no, he's not scoring every time, but he's creating
right?
open backdoor cuts. He's creating all these things just because of his gravity and what he does. He might not even touch the ball in the possession, and he still created a shot. That's what makes Steph Curry so amazing,
And
right? So
he created a shot in which they didn't score, and then they got to go play defense on the other end, and they don't have the defenders to do that. And that's what I'm saying. That's we think about, oh, he's a great offensive player, but guess what? You still got to go in on the other end and give maximum effort. I'm not saying you have to be
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree. You got to have
shoot,
effort. You got to stay connected.
like just
You got to
give
know where you at.
maximum effort if you want to
Right.
win, bro.
No, no, no. I agree with that. I agree with
Like,
that.
can we sit here and say Denver would have won that championship against the Boston Celtics, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Philadelphia 76ers? They played the Miami Heat, who was a play-in team, at the number 10 seed and went all the way to the playoffs with that
But
garbage
they
ass
Miami
team.
beat all them teams, bro. You can't do that.
Miami wasn't a good team, bro.
But they beat all them teams you talking about.
Yeah, because all the other teams laid down. Period.
Regardless if they okay. I can't well Miami was what Miami was a very good defensive team with great defensive schemes with Spoelstra the zone off. And what they did was they got hot from three uh throughout the beginning of them playoffs. You look at the numbers, they shot well above what they shot during the season. Um um with all those guys that was knocking down shots. Damn, I'm forgetting names. So it was Max Struz, Gabe Vincent was knocking shit down. Um,
Right. And they not
uh,
even on the team no damn more.
they're not
Duncan
even on the team.
Robinson, they
But I'm
not even
just
on the
saying
damn team no more. Come on, man.
that's
That
the
nigga
problem when you win in
trash
this
can.
CBA though. That's another thing, Lizzie. That's the problem when you see. So when you go to these guys have great performances, the J Dubs, the Chess, the whoever, the
Right.
Hargensteins, whatever, whoever have you, and the other team say, "Oh man, I'm gonna offer him 20 million." Denver can't match
Hmm.
that with this new CBA.
Denver can't match that.
No, they can't match it with not when they playing MPJ fucking 30, and then Jokic got to get his 30, and then Jamal
So
Murray
why
got to get
you?
his
Yeah.
40.
So guess what, Joker? Nigga, I'll give you 150 million. Nigga, I'm not giving you 425
Hey,
million for what?
Tyson, I got a question for you.
But then Jokic
What
is
did?
gone then.
Hey Tyson, did you have SGA in your top three last year?
After last year, yeah. Not at the beginning, no.
You had him last year top three.
I say probably top four, top fighting that range, top five. Then he doubled down on it again this year, and then then I got him top three.
So so who your top five?
Off the top of my head right now, I got I got Jokic, Giannis, SGA. That's top three. Then
Yo,
I want to go, and then I want to go. I still got AD up there. I
AD.
still got AD in that top five range, and then I want to go. Um, I'm not a Luca fan at all.
Me neither.
Shit, who's five? Name me some players. I'm losing it. BJ.
Tatum,
Huh?
uh, Kawhi Tatum, uh, mm, damn, yeah, those Embiid.
Oh, I love Embiid, but he just can't get over. He can't get out of his own way. But just skill wise, defense and offense, yes, he's top five player.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. What do you value as top five players?
I'm a two-way guy. I like two-way play, man. These guys got to be able to affect offense and defense.
Mm,
I think they got to be able to score. Offense to me is a little above defense. It's not 50-50. Um, like some people want to make it. I don't think it's 50-50. I think a great offensive player can impact the game more than most Joe, especially in a vacuum. Like one defensive player is not going to make a great defense. One offensive player can change an offense to me a lot more than just one defensive player, right? So that's why I value offense a little higher than defense. Um, um, what was I gonna say? So yeah, I do value two way play. I do value obviously playing, being on the floor, um, and
right.
just total impact. It's impact on the game, bro. You don't
Right.
have to
Right.
win. Like winning doesn't make you less of an impactful player. If your team relies on you to score, play defense, but y'all just don't get over the hump, that don't mean you just less of a play. That don't mean you're not impactful. And then like your boy Matt say, what impact? They lost. Niggas still had impact. They just lost to a better team. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like you gonna
Yeah.
take away his whole impact because he lost?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't subscribe to that. But yeah, so those are my main things that I look for. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So who you put? So if you put Tatum, what do you feel like SGA got over Tatum?
I think offense. Like I think they're both. I think Tatum might be a slightly more impactful defender when he's locked in on defense. Just because his size and athleticism. Um, I give him a slight edge on defense, and he can guard. He's more versatile to me as a defender than SGA. SGA is still a good defender, so he has impact on defense, especially alongside the guys that he's with. Um, but I think SGA is just light years better than him. Not light years, but he's much better than him offensively.
Yeah, SGA is real crafty.
Yeah,
I
he
think
just
that.
crafty. He gonna get to his spots. I think as talented as Tatum is, he still struggles with shot selection. I think he still struggles with
Mhm.
playmaking to a certain degree, even though he's gotten better over the years. I think SGA is just a better offensive player. Knows what he wants to do. Knows how to get to his spots. Whether it's make or miss, he gonna get to his spot. He gonna pull up. If you overplay him, he gonna take you all the way to the paint and be crafty. He gonna get to the line. He just gonna do more things to me than Tatum in pressure and defenses.
Well, let me ask you this question. So,
Tatum settles way too much, bro.
what? Yeah, for sure. What do you
Mhm.
feel? Who you feel is better between him and Jalen Brown?
I still got Tatum. I still got Tatum. I think Jalen Brown can take advantage of matchups. Um, he's still a very good player, but I don't think he's better than Tatum. If Jalen Brown had to carry a team, um, I don't think he's as good as Tatum at that aspect of the game. Like if you put them on like two, mid level teams, whatever, I think Tatum can lift the team better than Brown can. That's just my opinion. Um,
Mm,
I think Jalen might have a little more dog in him, a little more like closer in him, but I don't think he just has the skill as Tatum. If Tatum would just get to his spots, bro, and just and do what he does, and not worrying about the 3-point shot so much, I think he'd be. I think he could be, in that top 4 or 5, 3, whatever range.
You gonna
But
get
I
his
don't
shot
think
this
Jalen. I don't think Jalen Brown has that ceiling.
Jalen Brown gonna have his chance this year to carry the Celtics without Tatum.
We're
So
gonna see. We're gonna see, man. We're gonna see.
I
We're
like
gonna
how he
see what he
plays
do,
both teams.
huh?
I like how he plays both ends.
Oh, agreed. Yeah, they got a great defensive team, bro. When you look down the line of defenders, when they lost the point guard Holiday, but you look at Holiday, White, Brown, and then Tatum as your first four, and then throw Porzingis back there to rim protect. Come on, bro.
Hmm.
Come on, bro. They switching everything. They up in your grill, similar to what OKC does. Like, but I think OKC is even more dog with it. They playing offense on defense. Like you turn your back, here come a second defender ripping at the ball. Everybody got great hands. They come off the bench with players that have great hands, like Case and Wallace and those guys. They just handsy on defense, man, and they deflect everything.
Mm. Okay, yeah, man. I think there's not too many two-way players in the league, man. So my top five is uh Jokic, Giannis, Kawhi, SGA, Tatum. That's my five right there.
One more time, BJ.
Jokic, Giannis, Tatum, SGA, Kawhi. That's my five right there.
Uh I know you a big Kawhi fan. Kawhi is great, bro. It's just man, it's hard for me to rate Kawhi with all the up and downs and just not the consistency being there, bro. That's what it's hard for me to rank Kawhi. I love Kawhi, man. Like I said, he's hometown dude, but it's just hard for me to put him in those. And a lot of players been hurt, and that's why I can't put. I feel like the same way they with Embiid. I can't put Embiid in those conversations a lot of times just because of his playoff injuries and things like that as well. So it's not just biased towards Kawhi. It's overall. So, but and Giannis too. Giannis been injured in the playoffs the last few years, so he's getting into that. All right, bro, you gonna be able to play or what? So,
Right.
yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I love Kawhi though. He's a great player, and I just hate that his career is being marred by injuries, and we can't put him in all time conversations because of the injuries.
So what if he was healthy? Would you have him top five?
I think if we got consistent play and he went out there and do what we think he can do, yes. I'm not gonna say what he would have done because we don't know. I don't like doing hypotheticals like that to say he would have won a championship or he would have did this or averaged 30 or whatever have you. So I'm gonna say if he played like we think he would have played, then yes, I think Kawhi would be a top 5 player. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Nah, I agree, bro. I think I've heard Kawhi say they say he could be top three if he was healthy.
I agree, BJ. I ain't gonna argue with you. Hold on real quick, BJ. I gotta take care of something real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll be here. Let me see. Oh man, he said Giannis let Miles Turner embarrass him in the playoffs and recruit him on the team. Wow, that's a fact. See, I think Giannis. Oh man, I think we're on the same page. It's the skill set. While Giannis, to me, it's like it's hard for me to put him as the best player because of his skills. He got skills as far as transition. His handle is not bad, but his free throw shooting and his three-tier shooting could be better. Scoring is could be better. He's dominant but well-rounded. Nah, kind of like Shaq. Kind of like Shaq. Kirk said, "PJ, keep the chat open, man. You got I don't know how much time you got, man. You've been saying you want to get on for about an hour. You've been trying to get on for an hour, so I'm trying to wait for you, but you gotta get up here, dog.
Who coming to the show?
Kirk trying to get on. He said about an hour. That was an
An
hour
hour,
ago.
damn.
about an hour ago, bro.
You
I'll say I'll see.
must have hit some of
Man,
that LA traffic or something.
yeah, man. I'm going to summer league tomorrow. My flight leave out or Thursday.
Are you gonna hit Vegas?
Yeah, I'll be out there for 4 days
Oh, okay. Well, check out some games, get your party on.
doing the media stuff.
Oh, that's what's up, man. How's that going?
Oh man, it's great. It's a transition, start from the ground, but I've finally cracked into the code, got with the media and NBA, so now it's going to be my first summer league, so it's a pretty big deal
Okay, man. I hope you see you on TV, man. Out there, talking to the players after halftime. You feel me?
for sure. Who you,
Out there on the court, like, what do you think, LeBron? Are you gonna be able to come back getting your ass whooped?
bruh? LeBron need to go in and call it quits, bro. I don't know why that dude playing still.
No, don't do that, BJ. Don't do that, bro. I know you a hater, man, but he's still out there. He's still valuable
But can you tell me why he's still playing?
because he love the game, man. That's all that need to be said.
Hmm.
That's it. He wouldn't be out there if he didn't love the game, man. He didn't accomplish all he really gonna accomplish. Even if he win a ring, it's not gonna be as you know, the first best player, obviously. So now he just out there doing his stuff, man. He do it because he love the game. Same reason Tom Brady was out there. Same reason why, you know what I'm saying? Like these cats, man. They LeBron dedicated his whole life to this, whether you like him or not, or whatever have you. He done dedicated his whole life to this, man. It's hard to hang him up.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah. He's 40, still out there
He's
playing
still
like
out
he
there.
33, 32. So
Yeah, I mean, he ain't obviously he's not near the player he was in his prime. He way, at the back end, but he's still giving you valuable minutes. He's still, obviously scoring at a decent level. It's just that, he not what he was. And I think he still think of himself in that light. I think that's more the issue than him playing is that he has taken a back seat, though. Don't get me wrong. He taking the back seat to Luca. He taking the back seat even to Reeves. Like he defers to Reeves a lot of times in certain situations. So he's definitely taking the back seat, but he still in like certain situations he wanna go get it when he ain't got it the same no more.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? So that's to me that's his biggest issue, and he still wants to be recognized as a lead player. And I just don't think he's impactful as he was. He can put up the stats and have moments and get out on the break and do the flashy little dunk he do and all that type of stuff. But as far as just being impactful in the half court situation, it just ain't the same no more, bro. He be struggling to get that shit off.
oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, them players be right in front of his ass. Most of back in the day, man, he get one little shoulder by you, it's over because he was just so fast and strong. You know what I'm saying? Once he get that shoulder by you, it's a wrap. Now they be getting back into play. You know what I'm saying? He got to resort to a fadeaway or a tough layup. Instead of just rising up over cats, it's just more of a struggle offensively. So that to me, that's why his impact and defensively, he just he don't have the lateral quickness and all that stuff to stay in front of a lot of these young guys. So they got to put a team around. They got to put more defenders around him for him to be successful at this point. He got to go to a team with a good defense and a team with some playmakers, with some offense as well. So with some playmakers and secondary playmakers and all that stuff. So it's just hard to build around LeBron at this point. So he need to take more of a backseat.
Well, Kirk, what's good, brother? Glad you can join us.
What's good, BJ? What's going on? I was about to say, give me one sec, like a minute or two. I just got off work, BJ. My bad. Um,
I know you good.
yeah, I got some stuff to say to y'all because I heard some nothing crazy, but I don't know. Give me like 2 minutes. I mean, like a minute. Give me one. Yeah, one sec, BJ.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, Kirk about to come in and spit.
Uh oh, he coming in my head. Pause.
I don't know if he coming at your head or my head. He said, anytime Kirk's heard from something, man, I don't know what's gonna happen, man. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I didn't have no crazy takes today. I thought I was pretty mild with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you was mild. I don't know, cause you've been on the show for like 2 years, so it's like I don't know. Like the only time we really kind of had like a real crazy take was that PG Devin Booker thing.
Yeah, for sure. For
And
sure.
hey,
Yeah, yeah.
I heard extended dude 2 years.
What's that?
I heard that y'all extended D Book 2 years.
Oh yeah, man. That boy Phoenix home. Phoenix, you know, he don't want to leave Phoenix, man. So they gave him his bread, which I thought they should have. Um, I don't think Devin Booker's the problem. I think Devin Booker's a really good player. Um, is he a number one? Probably not. No. Um, but if you put some players around them, I think they can have a good team. I liked some of the moves they made this offseason. I like the centers we got. I like the center in the draft. Mark Williams, if he can stay healthy, is very solid. Um, Dylan Brooks, I even like that move. I like that move. I like defenders, bro. Like, uh,
Yeah,
I I
toughness.
don't want these. Yeah, I want some toughness out there. Somebody gonna get in somebody's face and talk some shit. So yeah, I like that move. I was really hoping we could get off of Bradley Beal and not just have to buy him out, which it looked like we're gonna have to do. I don't like Green. I don't like him at all, Jalen Green. I don't like him. So we got Book. We still got Book and Jalen Green as a backcourt. That's not gonna cut it. So um, if we still need some point of attack defenders. Um, and I wish we could have moved off one of those guys and got that, but we look like we're gonna have to buy out Bradley Beal, so that hurts, man. That's just wasted money, pretty much.
Can you guys hear me?
Send Bill to us. Yeah, what's up? What's
What's
That's what
up,
they're
going on,
Kirk?
talking about.
BJ? What's up? What's up, Tyson? I don't think you guys had like any like wild takes per se. Um, but obviously you're talking about the Shaq part and BJ. Like BJ, I will like
Oh, you
I
going
ain't gonna
at
say
me?
I
He
will
coming
battle
at me, Tyson.
anybody.
He
Hello?
coming at me, Tyson. He coming at me, Tyson. Go ahead,
No, no,
Kirk.
no, no. He said he coming at me. Look, besides like the Shaq thing, I'm gonna go into the Shaq thing. But if we gonna do like I think we should do like a LeBron versus Kobe thing, and I'll actually will come with some facts, and we can actually have that discussion because that's actually a really good discussion. But we talk about Shaq, who had the most impact, and I'm definitely gonna finish watching your show though. But you was naming some shit. You was naming some good points I didn't even know about Kobe, and you've been saying that for a while. But the stats showed me, so I was like, shit, Kobe was putting in some work. But who was the most impactful player? Um, if you ask me, I have to say Shaq. But just like some people said in the panel after that first ring, it was definitely 50-50. If you want to say 50-49, Shaq and Kobe. Like I'm not gonna sit here and disrespect Kobe, but just like how any player that we would give credit to if they won three straight Finals MVPs, just like if Kobe won three straight Finals MVPs, and like we would give Kobe his credit for doing that. I think that people are not giving Shaq his credit for winning those MVPs, and the reason why I would say that Shaq was more impactful. Number one, Shaq did have a year where he did win MVP in the regular season and win Finals MVP. When the player does that right there, I'm not saying Kobe is not a player that can't do that, but Shaq has done that in that three-peat era. So that proved that he was dominant in the regular season and the postseason. So we have to give Shaq that credit. And a lot of, like I don't know why no one said this. So and we have to go back to that Detroit series. So and Kobe took a lot of shots in that Detroit series. I'm not even talking about the defense that was being played on Kobe, because he did a hit. He did win a game for them. He won the only game for them in that Detroit series. But Shaq's numbers was pretty good in that series, and Kobe wasn't even giving him the ball like he used to in that series. So his impact was still there. So I feel like the Shaq and Kobe when they played together, Shaq's impact was always there, and that's no questions. Of course, Kobe's was too, but Shaq like was the more impactful player. And I'm not going to say it was by far, but that first ring when he won in LA, and if we're talking about their whole years together, I have to say was the most impactful player. Now, I'm not going to say by far, but he definitely was the most impactful player on that. that three-peat run, I have to give it to Shaq. I have to give him his credit. You have to give Shaq his credit, and I give him his credit. Now after the three-peat, obviously Kobe was the better player after that, but we have to say Shaq was the most impactful player, if not one of the most impact, the best. He was the most impactful player in the league. It wasn't even just on that team. So I think what Shaq did was like kind of like past the Lakers. We could talk about his competition, but Shaq was unstoppable. So and I don't think there's really too much to say about that. But Kobe definitely like was impactful in the playoffs before the finals and in the clutch. And I agree with Tyson said about, because people keep trying to say that Shaq wasn't the closer, so he wasn't the best player. Shaq is a center. Like that makes no sense to me. Like Bill Russell wasn't the closer on the Celtics. Like what are y'all talking about? Kareem might have been the closer because the hook shot, but he had the most unstoppable shot in the NBA history. Jokic is not the closer on his team. I don't even think Embiid was the closer on his team. Like he's a center. Centers and centers, even power forwards, they need guards next to them to be great because they can't do certain things, and that's just not fair. So, like, that's two different conversations. We're not going to sit here and say Jamal Murray's better than Jokic. Like, I don't know what's wrong with people. Like that. That makes no sense. Every center, big man needs a guard. So that's not a fair conversation. So, like, you have to give Shaq his credit, and I give him his credit. That's just no disrespect. And I heard another point, someone talking about. I don't know. I think the season the SGA has is actually. I think a lot of people disrespecting this season. He had a crazy season this year, bro. Like this is actually a bro. Like we could talk about the. I'm not saying he's the best player in the world, bro, but we can talk about like what he's done at being a guard. Like he's done what Jokic and Embiid. I mean Jokic and Giannis has done, and he's a guard. He's a 6'6" guard.
Well,
Like
hold on, Kurt. Hold on. Let's let's stick with the Shaq Kobe. So you finish with that point, and then we
yeah, I'm
can
like yeah,
go
yeah.
keep.
I finished that point. I finished that.
And you said
I,
Shaq based off of the season he had in 2000, and you said he won the three Finals MVPs.
right.
Those are the main reasons why you got him ahead of well, kind of the guy that was the more impactful player.
Yes, and plus the stats. But you showed me some stats on there that I didn't know Kobe had, so I can't even say like scoring base. Kobe was a dynamic scorer for that team too. They needed Kobe as much as they needed Shaq after that first championship. So yes, his
Right.
accomplishments. Yes.
So the 2000 year, that's why I would stick with. I give 2000 all to Shaq. I mean, Shaq averaged 30 points in that uh playoff run. Kobe averaged 21. I'll give you that. And then the second couple years though, because remember it's the three-peat. So they're pretty much saying, well, Shaq was just they it's amazing how even got people to believe like it was a real partnership because it was a period of time people wouldn't even give Kobe that. They would just say, "Oh, Shaq carried him." So I'm glad people are seeing it was a partnership. But when you look even deeper than that, after 2000, Kobe outscored Shaq, and 2002, 3 out of 4 series, and then 2001 it was 2-2.
Okay.
So like I think 2002 Kobe was the better player, and I think 2001 it was more of a duo. But the reason why I was giving Kobe the slight edge because it's not even offense he beats him out on; it's the defense. Like he had to take on the tougher matchups. He would guard the better players, and
Okay.
he had the skill set where you couldn't exploit his. Like I asked the people in the chat, like, what is his weakness?
Right. Defensively, that's a good point, bro. Defensively, I didn't say anything about that. So like, yeah, I think we all agree with you on that part. Like, and that's where the conversation of impact. But I felt like what Kobe was doing, and plus what Shaq was doing, like Shaq was so dominant, like like it kind of let Kobe be who he was fully. Now we all know Kobe's gonna do that regardless, but Shaq being in that paint, like, and we're just talking about impact because we're not talking about the best player because we both know Shaq was the best player in the three-peat. Impact wise, now this is where this is, you know what, you got a good point, BJ, because even let's say Jamal Murray and let's say Jokic, we both know Jamal Murray is very impactful, at sometimes more impactful than Jokic. So I see where you're coming from, but it's just I just know like Shaq being in that paint, man, that was a problem for defenses, man. That's like impact alone. Like, oh, we gotta
Well,
like
that's
worry about
dominant. The
right.
dominant part, I give you the dominant. I
Okay.
give you that all day. But best and impactful, best to me, that comes off to like your all around game. Like, if I game plan for you,
Yeah.
can I slow you down? And reality, I've seen that happen to Shaq quite a few times
Right.
where
You said you
defense can
watched the
act.
LA. That was your team, right? You said you watched that three-peat.
Well, yeah, it's not even. It's just the fact that his free throw shooting was a. That's what they did. That hack the Shaq they did, and they made that they like really open what Shaq's weaknesses are.
Right.
Right? He left. You know how many points he could have scored if he hit his free throws,
Oh yeah, he probably ended up with like 45 a night, something like that.
and it was his team. Now you can't do nothing with him because they say, "Oh, you can't stop Shaq. You can't stop Shaq." No, but Shaq can stop himself, and that's damn. That hurts your team. And Shaq, he did dominate in the paint, but he didn't have a mid range jumper. He couldn't shoot the three. Now, of course, it's a different time, but outside of that, 8 to 10 feet, he was. I mean, he was non-effective. He was non-existent.
Yeah, hold on, BJ, real quick. I hate that argument, bro. Shaq was down in the paint, dominating. He don't need no 15-footer. He don't need no 3-point shot. He's bending defenses. They double teaming. He's getting the defense in rotation.
That's
All
facts.
because what he does at the rim.
Yeah.
We don't need no especially in those days, no 7'3" dude at the 3-point line, bro. He dominating in what he does. That don't even bring that up. Like that does not make somebody else a better player because they can shoot from 15 foot and 3-point range,
I,
especially as a center.
I kind of agree with
So,
him. I kind of
so
agree. The
what? So
free
what
throw part,
center?
you're right. The free throw
So what
part, yeah.
center couldn't? So what center in the league, Tyson, couldn't shoot mid-range shots?
That doesn't matter. They weren't more effective than Shaq. Is my point, BJ.
Akeem Olajuwon was more effective. Tim Duncan was more effective. They can shoot mid-range shots, and they're
Arguably, arguably, if you're going by
arguably,
production, they weren't.
arguably,
Those are actually two
Akeem
dudes right
Olajuwon.
there.
No, Cam Olajuwon is a great player. Don't get me wrong, and he was a great defender as well. So yes, you can put him in that conversation with Shaq, but because he dominated not by force but by his moves and everything. So that I
Okay.
understand that comparison. But just because David Robinson can shoot the ball better than Shaq, he wasn't near as dominant as Shaq.
Definitely not David Robinson. Let's not talk about him. He said Tim Duncan, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. But uh, I was saying Tim Duncan, arguably, I don't think he was dominant as Shaq offensively. I think Tim Duncan was a great defensive player,
Okay.
and but I don't think it's dominant offensively. No, as Shaq in his prime, no.
Tim Duncan is a good comparison. I think the free throws.
Offensively,
I think the free. Yeah, I'm about to say. Yeah, offensively, Tim Duncan. Well, Tim Duncan just in general, but I think the free throws. I think the free throws is the biggest thing BJ just said. The free throws, yes, but that goes with impact, BJ, because they had to do that to Shaq. Because if they wasn't doing that, then he was getting whatever he wanted, and
whatever he
that's
wanted.
and that
Shaq,
impacts the game alone. Like
Shaq,
right there, like
Shaq, Shaq. Okay, name the competition Shaq went up against in the 2000s, and compare that to the 1990s he went up against.
Oh
and
no, that's
Shaq
not.
was facing some top, and he was still good in his prime, and he was losing. Look at from '96 to '99, bro. Them 3 years, he was good enough. He was a MVP caliber player,
Yeah,
and he lost to teams like San Antonio and Utah. Now, of course, some of it goes to coaching, but also as you went on to his career, Shaq slowed himself down because his lack of free throw shooters, his lack of conditioning,
Oh, I agree with that.
and not
We were just talking
that.
about the
That's why.
three-peat.
Okay, the three-peat, yeah. So the three-peat, I still think Tim Duncan was more valuable because when they
Mm.
went up against each other, Tim Duncan was more. He was more impactful. He was more impactful than Shaq. Rebound the ball defensively, bro. You can make a case. Tim Duncan is probably the best defensive player in the last 20-25 years.
that's facts.
Oh,
Nah,
oh,
facts,
yeah,
facts,
yeah. We not.
facts,
Yeah, I'm not talking about defensively. That's why I
facts.
say, yeah. I got Tim Duncan over Shaq all the time. Me,
But you know it's crazy.
But
You
yeah.
know it's crazy, Tyson. You can actually have an argument between who's better, Tim Duncan or Kobe. That's actually a conversation too. That's a
To me,
se-
that
that's a serious conversation, bro. Tim
I
Duncan
got
was
Tim Duncan fourth on my list. Me, but that's
that's
just
a
me.
yeah,
y'all making
I,
some good points.
I got Kobe. I got Jordan. I mean, yeah, Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, then Tim Duncan. That's me because I don't
okay.
do 60.
Right. And BJ, you got like I think we have to go back to that Detroit series, bro, because Shaq was impactful even on an elite defense. He was impactful. He was the most impactful player in that series, bro. And they played bad in that series, and that showed me right there who was the best player on the three-peat because Shaq was very impactful, and he was getting guarded good in that series, and they couldn't
Well,
still do nothing with Shaq. The
what I
defensive,
mean, so Shaq, like I said, and that's go back to the finals. Finals, bro, like is great, but what about the series is like before leading up into the finals with better competition?
right? Like okay, I mean you did show me that. Well, I don't know. I don't really want to touch that King series because that series was wild as shit. But I don't even know if LA
Yeah,
should have won that series, bro. But
they should have lost. They should have lost. They got
I know,
cheated, and I was
right?
a Laker fan. They got cheated. Yeah,
You watched
but we
that?
ain't gonna talk about that.
Did you
Yeah, that
watch
shit
Hell
that
was
yeah, I
game?
wild.
watched
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That Tim Donaghy
He
stuff
should
was
have won that
crazy.
series. Yeah,
Man, it was
he
just
cheated.
yeah. That series was absolutely insane. I don't know,
But
bro. That
Kobe did
shit.
his thing. Kobe did his thing. Kobe did his thing against the Spurs. Kobe did his thing against the Key and several teams. I think Portland. He did his thing. Right?
Yeah.
Was that Portland?
Yep.
Um,
Yeah,
BJ said that. Yep.
yeah,
BJ said all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
beat
He said Portland, Spurs.
Portland. Yeah, Spurs. Sacramento. So I'm not taking nothing away from Kobe. But I still think Shaq was the most dominant player of that time. Um,
Almost
and I think
ever,
what
Tyson.
uh
Almost ever.
almost
Almost.
every, and I think that how defenses had to guard Shaq was more impactful um than Kobe was. Even though, and I'm not saying Kobe wasn't great, and Kobe didn't take
Yeah.
advantage of what they was doing defensively. But I just think that the way they teams had to guard Shaq, whether it be hacker Shaq, whether it be sending doubles and sometimes even triples, and what he was doing and fouling your big man out, getting your best big man in foul trouble on a consistent basis. Um, they had to bring other players on the court to get those fouls. Don't forget, like
right,
you couldn't
right.
just get your big man and just keep fouling them over and over again. You only got so many fouls, right? Obviously, so all that stuff was greatly impactful on the other team. Like you had to come up with a scheme. Like I can't put I won't check the whole game because he's gonna get in foul trouble. Or I can't do this or I can't do that. It was like a whole scheme that you really had to game plan for what Shaq was doing. So that's why I say he was just more impactful. Not to take away from what Kobe did on those teams.
I totally agree with Tyson right there. I mean, the argument's there though, BJ. But I gotta give. I feel like if Kobe won three Finals MVPs, we would give Kobe his credit. I have to give Shaq his. I have to give at least Shaq his credit, bro. I cannot sit here and say like he wasn't the. I think he was the most impactful player. Like, but at the same time, Kobe. I mean, this man did score 81 points. Like this is a tough conversation. Like Kobe's an elite player, bro. Like he's very elite. Like even J Dub with Shea was impactful, bro. I mean, come on, bro. I feel like J Dub's defense is very impactful. They might not win
And,
at all if he don't
and
play
that's
like
what I
that.
and that's what I'm saying. And if you look at Kobe's interviews, he talks about how being viewed as a Robin affected him and why he wanted to go be like, I'm gonna show y'all niggas, like that motivated him. So I think the more important conversation is why as is Kobe doing what he did as a number two viewed as a negative, and why aren't we giving these players the credit that they deserve as number twos? Why aren't we giving Scottie Pippen credit for being 6-0? Why aren't we giving, you know what I'm saying? Everybody say Jordan 6-0, but nobody says Scottie Pippen 6-0. You feel me? Like, why are we not giving Kobe, Jamal Murray's, these type of players enough credit as number twos and what they, how much impact they have? Even though they may not be the most impactful, they still are huge players in what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think well, two reasons. I think one reason is because Kobe, the only person I know that gets scrutinized for having a second star. Like
That's
he the
true.
only
That's true.
one. Like Magic can have Kareem, you know, Jordan can have Pippen. Even though Pippen was good, but he wasn't like a star. He wasn't like
Nah,
I
bro.
think
Pippen was
Jordan
great,
elevated
bro.
Pippen.
Nah, don't
Kobe,
do that, BJ.
he was great. He was he was great. I just think Jordan elevated Pippen. I think
Hey
Uh,
Tyson.
Kobe elevated Powell.
I disagree.
I,
I don't think you put Pippen on his own team, he can win.
well, I'll say this though, BJ. What Pippen did, he was impactful when Jordan left. I will say that. But
Come on,
but
bro. That
but
94 season, he was MVP 3, bro. Was a play
I-
away from going to
but
the.
Tyson.
Okay, go ahead.
To the
Nah,
conference
Tyson. I was
finals.
gonna say this, Tyson. That last championship they won, that was not because of Pippen. I will tell you that right now.
No, that
That
was
shit.
that was more of a struggling Pippen. But again, in that era,
Jordan
look, we
led
gotta.
that team
I
crazy.
got, I got you, but we got to look at in that era. On the teams only had one co-star, and the co-stars wasn't
Yeah,
averaging 20 like that, bro. When you look at Malone and Stockton, Stockton wasn't averaging no dub. You know what I'm saying? When you look at Patrick Ewing and John Starks wasn't putting up no dubs on a consistent level. You
it's a
know what I'm
good
saying?
point.
So when you talk about Pippen and what he was for that era, the dude was amazing as a co-star.
For sure. No, he definitely no. We all I definitely agree. Okay, I see. You
You
see,
got
you're
to
just saying
put the
give him his
error
credit.
into it. Y'all just looking at raw numbers and say Kobe averaged 28 and blah, you know, and which it was amazing. I'm not taking that away from it, but I'm just saying in Pippen's era in them 90s, very few co-stars was putting up games like that and playing elite defense, bro.
You're just saying give the number twos their credit. That's what you're saying, Tyson.
Give the number Tuesday credit
I give you
and
that. I give you
yeah,
that.
get a number Tuesday credit. Kobe and to me it's not a one like a definite 1-2 with Kobe. I agree with you on that. But even if you want to say he was a number two, that motherfucker still averaged 28 in the playoffs. What who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Why do we have
Right.
to assign like and then take away from Kobe just because somebody says that? I don't give a fuck what he was. He was still out there busting ass. You feel me?
that's what I mean though, Tyson. I don't know why that's what I didn't know where the conversation came from. Like we was all there and you from LA too. Like,
Right.
bro, you don't even watch when you watch that three piece, like, damn, he looked just like Mike. He looked
Right.
just like Mike. He looked just like Mike. I'm like, how the hell this dude look like Mike, but he got carried? How you gonna put Mike
No.
in this Kobe and got carried? I'm
Now that's
like,
the conversation,
that's
BJ.
what got
You that's the
like, damn, they
conversation.
said this, and then they said, and he said he was never in the GOAT debate till he died, bro. Like, I'm
That's a
like,
lie. That's a lie. That's not
they
true. That's
had
not true.
they had this man, they was saying this man could he be better than Mike after the three-peat?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's the conversation right there. Was he carried? That's what you probably should have said, bro. We both know he wasn't carried, and some
No, he
people don't
wasn't
know that
carried.
though. Because I was saying that he was carried, and then I started had to do my research, and then I heard you have some takes way before this And I was like, oh no, he wasn't carried. There's no way Kobe could have been carried because he needed Kobe. And we seen that shit with LeBron and Kyrie. Oh, he needed Kyrie, bro. I don't give a fuck what no one says. He needed Kyrie.
100%,
He,
bruh.
and guess what? He did the same thing Kobe did because he averaged. When he was with LeBron, he averaged. Kyrie's average in the finals was like 27 points a game, bro. That's like Kobe. Kobe was doing the same shit.
I think it
So
was
I was.
I don't
28.
think Kobe
Shit,
gets enough credit. I don't think the reason why I say because Shaq gets all his credit, bro. It's to me, I think Shaq get too much credit and Kobe don't get enough.
Uh,
He
okay,
gets
okay,
too much
okay,
credit.
okay. I see what you're
He gets
saying.
too much credit, and it's like, bro, I understand you was the most dominant force, you was biggest, you was strongest. They called you Diesel, you was Superman. I get it, but for you to be that dominant, bro, and like I look a little bit deeper, I see you didn't win a title with Penny. I know titles don't mean everything, but you turn around, you win 3 with Cole, and then you win 1 with D Wade, and then you don't win with LeBron. You still, I think Shaq when he got to Cleveland was still like 34, 35, bro. Like you're not super old. Like you still should be young enough, but again, because he didn't take care of his health as much, he didn't get the maximum of his career. But what was it about Kobe that separated him from all those other guys that got the best out of you? Like what was it about him? And then that's why I think it starts at. And then when I started seeing T Mac and Vince Carter and Pierce and them come saying, "Oh, I can do what Kobe did," like that's why I'm like,
this nigga,
y'all niggas is
hey, this nigga Paul Pierce is a nasty man, bro.
But I will. I mean, but I will say this about Paul Pierce.
yeah.
Paul Pierce was elite, though. I think Paul Pierce actually gets disrespected, bro. He was elite. I think Paul
bruh,
Pierce actually was elite. He did.
bruh,
He did almost beat. He had a team, obviously, but he almost beat Kobe twice in the finals, bro. You have to give Paul Pierce his credit, bro. Like I ain't gonna
Paul
lie.
Pierce.
Paul
Paul
Pierce,
Pierce is
he
a
needs
great
some.
player. He's a
That's
great
what I'm
player,
saying, bro.
but he
Like
trying to put in he trying to put himself in conversations he don't belong in, bro.
well, I disagree because that D Wade shit to me, that's a legit conversation to me.
Ain't
Like
no conversation, bro. Pierce,
him and
man,
D
ain't
Wade
no
have a.
conversation, bro. Pierce, man, Tyson, right? Pierce be talking like he won the one, like he top 5, bro, like he top
He
10.
do. He does do
No,
that.
you're not. Like you
Yeah,
was good.
he
Yeah,
He
said
does do
he a
that.
better
10 years.
scorer than KD. Kobe's a conversation. He putting himself in conversations he does not belong
But
in,
he
bro.
wasn't. But Paul Pierce wasn't a bad player though. Like y'all
No,
see
he
why
was
he
good.
talks
He was
like that
very
though.
good.
We all
He's
know
great. He's great,
but you got to see where. Okay, so look. So this is my thing with Paul Pierce. He went toe to toe with top 5 players and beat them. Like, are we going to sit here and say he hasn't? He went toe to toe with LeBron and out clutched LeBron. He did the same shit with Kobe. I'm like,
bro.
damn,
No,
like you
no,
can't
no,
even
no, no,
say that. You can't
no,
even
no,
Pierce
no,
say
no.
built
Paul Pierce
team, bro.
was a bad. Like he
No,
beat
go
Kobe
ahead,
Again,
and
Tyson.
LeBron in the
again,
same
ag-
year. In the same
again.
year.
Here's where the team stuff comes in. It was nobody on that Detroit Pistons team better than the 1-2 punch of the Lakers.
What does that have to do with the Celtics?
I'm just saying, bro, just because your team win does not make you better than these players. Paul
Nah,
Pierce
but
is
the way,
great.
but
He hit big
no. But
shots.
I'm talking about Paul Pierce used to like really give them
No,
the
yeah, he
business.
hit you with that jab pull up. Yes,
These Paul
yes.
Pierce was
Paul Pierce,
impactful, bro. He
a
wasn't
very
just
impactful
there.
player, but he is not a better scorer than Kobe, KD.
No, of course not.
But that's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. I see what y'all. If y'all saying that, then no. I'm just saying, I see where he's coming from, bro. Like he's beating these players, bro. Like he almost did it.
Man,
He almost beat Kobe in
Man,
2 years. You understand
Pierce is
that?
one of them type. Hey, man, Pierce is one of them type of cats, man. Like he'll talk his way into. He's a good talker. He'll talk
you're
his
right.
way into the conversation, bro. He a hell of a talker, but like,
Nah,
nah, man, you not there.
No,
you're not quite there.
He's not on
Paul
Kobe.
Pierce, great.
He's not on Kobe and LeBron's level, but the D Wade I can see. D Wade is
I
actually
don't
like a
see it.
legit conversation, bro. You just
I don't
think
see
about
that
it.
one either.
Just think about it, bro. They both have a Finals MVP. They both won a championship, being the man on the team. Okay, that's number one. Number two, look, D Wade did play with
And it
LeBron.
stops there.
He
Paul
What
Pierce
about
was
the
not the
defense
best
all
player
around?
on his team.
yes he in '08, yes he was.
Nah, I don't think
Did you
so,
not see what
bro.
he did against LeBron in
No,
Game
he's the
Seven?
best scorer on his team. He's not the best player.
No, he was the best player on that team, bro. He was the
Yeah,
best
I'll
player on
give
that
Pierce
team.
that year. I think he was the
Oh
best
eight, he
player.
was the best player on that team, bro. He went
Best
toe to
player.
toe with LeBron. The whole I'm talking about from
Mm,
first quarter to fourth quarter. He went. Yes, he did. Yes, he did,
I
bro.
think
No,
Paul
he was
he
Pierce
better.
is he was elite in
okay.
'08.
All
He
right.
was elite. Now
He
2010 maybe not, but '08 Paul Pierce. I give Paul Pierce every. He had like a not like a Dirk year, but he was impactful that year, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
that's crazy. A Dirk run?
No, I said I'm not gonna give it to. It was close,
Yo.
but he did beat LeBron
He
and
didn't have a
Kobe that
Dwayne
year.
Wade run. What he did was not better than Dwayne Wade in '06.
It was
Period.
close.
No,
Did you forget Shaq was on that team?
bro. All right. Go check them numbers out. Go check them, bro. This is not a comparison. Paul Pierce averaged 19.7 that playoff run on 44% shooting, bro. We not putting in them conversations. I'm sorry.
I think him and D Wade are in the same class though. I wouldn't say like D Wade's a way better player than Paul Pierce. I'm not saying that. That's just me, y'all. I'm not saying he's a way better player than Paul Pierce. Because a lot of people understand who Paul Pierce is, bro. I'm not. I think D Wade's better, but I don't think he's way better than Paul Pierce. I think when D Wade said that about D Wade, I mean about because they both have similar situations, bro. D Wade he had his best season, I think. I mean, and still didn't go nowhere, bro. LeBron pretty much when he went on that team, it was pretty much like
Just
come on
to
my back,
just
D Wade.
just
Like come
just to
on.
compare, D Wade average and points ain't on the end all be all. I'll give you that. But Paul Pierce averaged 19 in that playoff run when he won Finals MVP. D Wade averaged 28.4, and in the finals, hold on, let me see the finals, bro. Let me
I,
see the finals. The finals is nuts. I forgot what the exact number was.
Yeah, like 30,
36, like 36 a game.
34.7,
35,
8 rebounds,
36.
3.8 assists, and 2.7 steals, bro. Don't put him in them. Don't put that running them type of talks, my bro. Please, please.
But you're saying it like D Wade is like. But other than that year, where was D Wade at? Like we
No,
can
you
look at
talking
Paul
about
Pierce's
results. I'm
numbers,
talking about the player, bro. D Wade is a better player.
but he's not a way better player than Paul Pierce though.
When you got
Like
Kevin
you can say
Garnett,
that.
Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo on your team, come on, bro. Don't do the results thing.
But D Wade played with
Because
good
Paul Pierce
players
wasn't shit
too.
before the motherfuckers came to town.
That's not true either. See,
No,
you're
I'm saying as results, as results.
D Wade wasn't before
And
Shaq
that's
came to
my
that
point.
team.
That's my point. That's my point. But so I'm saying player for player, D Wade is better. But you were saying D Wade wasn't winning. I'm saying Paul Pierce wasn't winning either until that team came. So don't do you know what I'm saying, the results thing.
I
I
see
think
what you're
that
saying.
Dwayne,
I see
you're
what
right.
you're
I'm
saying.
saying Dwayne Wade is just a better player. Period.
It's definitely close. I'm gonna say D Wade too, but it's close, bro. I think it's definitely close. I don't know. I
Pierce
see
Okay.
where
had
Paul Pierce is
Pierce
coming
had that
from.
Pierce had that one season I remember. I think it was '03, and they made it to the ECF against the Nets. So
Really?
I mean, yeah, I mean Pierce he had his spurts, and he got that type of, that dude on the playground, bro, that be talking every time like we hit a shot, or be talking
Yeah,
his way up in the game. He got
yeah.
to himself to get him going. That's Pierce. And that's the same thing he doing on these GOAT talks, bro. Like he trying to talk his way up.
I give you that though.
But
He do talk crazy. He
Yeah.
talks crazy, bro.
yeah, man.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
I just heard
man.
some shit about Paul Pierce, man. Like Paul Pierce, and then I watched some shit, and I'm like, nah, Paul Pierce. He was an elite player. For what he was, he was elite. He was an elite
No,
small forward.
Paul Pierce is elite. I give you that. I'm not
But
disputing
D
that.
Wade, I see what y'all saying. D Wade he's a. I'm not gonna say definitely though. I think he is a better player, but it's not by much to me. It's not by
If
much.
you're making the all-time like wing player list, I got D Wade higher than Paul Pierce, bro. When we talking about the elite small four, I don't think he's in those conversations with KD's, LeBron's, D
No,
Wade's,
nah, he's not. But he damn
Kobe's.
like nah, he competes with them. That's it's crazy. He's not in the conversations, but he's like Paul Pierce is almost. I'm not gonna say he's Kawhi because
Yeah, he's a
he's
tier
actually in
below
that
that, bro.
conversation. He's in that
Yeah,
conversation with Kawhi. Like as in like he disrupts
huh?
the great players. Like you were like, oh, this like he's actually like he can actually put up a fight by himself. Like because Kawhi should have been greater than what he was, honestly. But he was
Wait,
not
wait,
in
wait,
that.
wait. BJ, you gonna take that?
He knows what I'm saying, bro.
No, I say something
I,
What
about
what
Kawhi.
what
He
what
he
take what?
he jumping off the screen, bruh.
nah, I said Paul Pierce is in that
What
Kawhi conversation.
what he say? My
I
bad, I
said
didn't hear you.
Kawhi.
Go ahead.
I said Kawhi's in the conversation of Paul Pierce as in like a disruptor in the NBA. Like he's that player that you like. Okay, we can't just skip over him. Like you can't like I'm saying like he did beat like great players. He was elite. He was
Uh,
Shaq called him the truth, bro. Like I'm not saying he was Kawhi defensively at all, but like he's in that conversation as in like he's just, like he was one of those players. Like he was like one of those like nah he's the truth. Like he was the truth,
Kurt,
bro.
Kurt, they was laughing at me
yeah,
when I
yeah.
said SGA is better right now, better than Kawhi Leonard. They was laughing at me like it wasn't
That
even
and
close.
that's why I wanted to come up here too. I heard you say that he technically is.
That's
He
crazy
is.
disrespectful.
What is?
That SGA
Yeah.
is not
I
better than Kawhi Leonard
So
right
that's
now.
why I wanted to come up here, BJ, because when I heard that, and then I was like, wait, hold up, man. I said, look, and Kawhi's a don't get me wrong, bro. Kawhi is on SGA's level, but what he's done for the whole regular season and playoffs, oh
They
hell
was
no,
laughing at me, bro.
you have to give it to SGA. Like like you have to give it to him. I'm
well,
not saying he's the
if
best ever.
I just want to ask, where did you have SGA last year before the championship?
I, and I had SGA
Top
top
five.
10, top five, well top 10 going to top five.
Where
Remember
you
me and
have
you had a
SGA
conversation
last
with
year?
BJ. Wait, hold up. Say that one time, BJ.
We gotta look back at what SGA has done, BJ. You gotta look back. Okay, that he averaged like 24. Then he come into his own and he's dropping 30. Granted, no playoff success. No, you know what I'm saying? Not but shooting in the 50s,
Mm,
bro. He's shooting in the 50s as a 6'6", you know what I'm saying, shooting guard, slash point guard, whatever you want to call him.
I do
Um,
agree.
and he's shooting 50. He's shooting above 50. He decent at the three ball. He don't shoot it at a great value like some other players, but he's decent. He can keep you honest from there. You know what I'm saying? And he's providing and he's facilitating as well and providing very
Hey,
good defense. Maybe not elite, but very good defense. And
I
then
give you
and
that.
then the
I give you
next year
that.
he doubles down on that the next year and makes a little small little noise in the playoffs just i- with his individual play. And then, but he's still shooting over 50. He's shooting like 54%, bro. And he out here from the three, give me again, facilitating and give me the rebounds, get steals, you know, a whole lot of value. And then this year, he has an all time, you know what I'm saying, very great run and to say that Kawhi is better than that right now is a little, and y'all laughed at it, is crazy to me.
I do agree with Tyson. I ain't gonna hold you.
yeah, I do. Oh, I'm gonna let old man. I'm pretty sure old man came up with that. Old man, what's good, old
I'm
man?
gonna go after old man, bro.
What's
Cause I
good, BJ? Kirk, I hear you, Kirk. I hear you. I
what's
hear
up,
you
old
now.
man?
Now you know that SGA still got some growing to do to be better than Kawhi. You
Right.
know that.
I know that. I know that. I ain't gonna lie, old man. I do.
Yeah, yeah. Come
I
on
ain't gonna
now,
lie.
What?
bro. You Kawhi, man. He top 15,
Whoa,
top
whoa, wait,
15.
wait, 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 wait. Top 15. What do you mean? Like,
Kawhi 15 all
No, I'm
time,
talking about right now, old man. I'm not talking about all time.
yeah,
huh?
yeah, yeah.
Well,
I'm
I'm
talking
he
about
talking
right now.
right.
Kawhi played 68 games last year, right?
Did he?
He played 68 games last year, right?
You talking about like 68
Not
games?
this year, last year. I mean, not this year.
I don't know if he played 68 games. Did he?
Did he play 68 games and meet Dallas in the playoffs with Paul George and James
Um,
Harden?
I want to. You might be right. I think he might have
Okay,
played
okay,
something like that.
hold
Yeah,
on.
he
Okay.
played 68. He played 68.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played 68
What
games.
what
Yeah.
what what team did he make at the end of the year?
Second team.
Second team coming from an injury.
Right.
Okay.
Come on, man. NBA critics say when healthy, you heard it all over TV. When healthy, Kawhi is what?
Top five, top three.
Top five, top three.
Top three. They always say top three with Kawhi because they know who he is.
See? So
Uh,
we got to
What
look
is
at it
what
for
is
what
what is
it is.
SGA though? Oh man,
What is SGA?
respectfully, yes. What is his rank? Brandon.
SGA has written. Look, I'm not going to take nothing away from SGA. But if I had to pick between him and Kawhi, you know I'm picking Kawhi because Kawhi is a stalwart two-way player.
So is SGA, but some will argue he's better offensively.
And
Hell
he's
no,
better
Tyson.
offensively because of
Hell
his
no.
wait a
Hell
minute.
no, Tyson.
That's not. Hey, BJ. That's not. Come on, BJ. Come on, BJ.
Man,
Oh,
Come on,
oh,
BJ. What?
oh man, tell Tyson SGA is not a two-way player.
That's not
SGA
Ooh.
true, BJ. That's not true. That's
SGA
not
was
true.
doing a lot of ball watching this championship series.
I can give you that look, but he still played defense though.
Okay,
He
he may
plays
play
very
help.
good
He
defense.
may play help defense
Nah, that's not all he
Okay, old
plays.
man. Look, hey, old man. Look, he
because
do.
he
Old
didn't
man.
hold Halliburton. He wasn't on Halliburton, and
That's
Nah, but
not
he
the.
Halliburton
did.
See, I don't
But
know
he
why
was
we
on him.
do that, bro. We expect to. Okay, all right.
because
Like that team, it's an elite defensive team. If they have great defenders, so why am I going to put SGA on their best player when I have elite defenders besides him?
to be the best, you got to go against the best, right?
No, 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 that's not true. I got Lou Dort on that team.
Also,
I got Caruso on that team. I
when
got. Go ahead.
when Kawhi went against Giannis in that 2019 Eastern Conference Finals,
We
didn't he
not
go
talking
against
about.
the best?
We not talking about 2019, OG.
But no, I'm just making a point though. When you want that competitive edge, when you want to make a statement, you go against the best.
If you want to say Kawhi in his prime, or even now, if you want to say he's a slightly better defender or a better defender than SGA, then that's fine. But you got to admit that SGA is a better offensive player, especially throughout the regular season, and if you count in the regular season as well.
Okay, who had the ball more, Kawhi or SGA?
SGA.
Okay, then. So his numbers going to be
What's that?
better.
Wait.
His
What's the point
numbers
of that?
going to his numbers going to be better, right? If he
Well,
got
to be the best, you got to do the best like that. That's like That's like saying who
oh,
guarded
Wait a
who
hold
minute.
got the
on.
Wait.
ball more.
The caveat is we got James Harden.
Okay,
Wait.
but do you think SGA is a better ball handler and a facilitator than Kawhi?
That's not what I'm saying. You ask
I'm
who
asking you a question though.
he has the ball more.
I asked you, do you think he's a better ball handler? Regardless of who has the ball more, do you think he's a better ball handler and facilitator than Kawhi Leonard?
I would give him that because he has the
Okay.
ball, the
No,
usage.
not. Oh my gosh.
But who?
I don't
I think
know.
the better
Kawhi,
question,
wait a
the
minute.
better
How many
question,
assists?
who's
How many
hard to
assists?
stop?
Right. How
Who's
many assists did Kawhi average in the playoffs?
I don't know.
think about he had like
Like
11
five.
assists, 5 assists a game. Yeah,
How
5.
much did
SGA
SGA
averages
average?
more. More.
Why? But see, Kawhi didn't have the ball.
Hey, old man. though. But hold up, old man.
You
Hold
can't.
up.
Oh,
Hold up.
yeah.
Let me say something to him real quick, man. I hear what you're saying, old man. But with the ball in his hands, regardless, he averaged 32 points a game, and
He
then he.
shot 27 shots. How many Kawhi shoot?
That's crazy, man. He shot. Hold up. He averaged 32 on 50 some percent shooting, ball or not, and then goes in the playoffs and averages like 30 something. Like
How many shots, Kirk?
it doesn't matter about the
It
shots.
does matter if you're gonna average 32 points if you shooting 25 shots a game.
Yeah,
So
we can't do that, man. Because we can
that
we
is
can we can
crazy to me.
we can do
Kawhi
that with
only
any player.
shoot.
In that case, if anybody that shoots a decent percentage, we could just say if they shot more shots, they would score more and be just as good as this
But
player and that
but
player. We
forget
just
about
can't
that
do that
though.
Who's
and
who's
SGA was
project
who's
players.
harder?
unstoppable. He was
Who's
But
harder?
unstoppable in the
Who's
postseason
hard?
and the
Hold on, let
regular
me ask the
season.
question. Who? Let me Tyson, Kirk. Who's harder to stop? If
SGA,
you
no
got
question.
hell no, Tyson.
What did he say?
I'm sorry, BJ, and I love Kawhi Leonard, bro. But
How?
look,
Wait,
hold
what did
on.
you
This is
say,
the
How?
BJ?
problem. This the issue we having. This the issue we have. Real quick, Kurt. This the issue we having. SGA is constantly putting pressure on your defense in a way just Kawhi does not do anymore. From a pressure perspective, he's getting to the foul line more. He's drawing fouls more.
Ball
He,
usage, ball
huh?
usage, ball usage.
Ball usage.
Wait a minute. How many times is
Him drawing
SGA
foul,
getting double? Hold on.
huh?
How many times is Kawhi Leonard getting double teamed and SGA getting
Um,
double teamed?
He was getting double teamed quite
I
often
think
this
it's
year. I seen
comparable.
that
I
towards
think
the
it's
fourth
close.
quarter though, but
I think it's
not like.
comparable.
I think it's close.
The Minnesota series, he barely got double teamed.
Well, that was Jay
It was
philosophy because they didn't want because they got elite 3-point shooting. BJ.
They didn't double team him in the Indiana series. Nimhard played him straight up that whole series.
yeah.
Oh
No,
man, but
that was in the help. That was in the
wait,
helper
hold up,
time.
bro, wait.
SGA do not get doubled, bro.
He
On
did
the
not
same level
get
as
double
Kawhi.
team against Indiana. Nimhard played him straight up that whole series. Then Neesmith
But it's
played
hard
him.
to. Well, you talking about a team concept. It's hard to double team these players when you got very good, adequate scorers around them, BJ. So if you're gonna just straight out double the guy in the middle of the floor where SGA likes to operate from, it's gonna be hard to double him. He sees the whole floor. He's 6'6", so
Denver
you
blitzed
picking your
Kawhi
poison.
all the time, though, Tyson. Denver
What's that?
blitzed
They don't
Kawhi.
double Kawhi all the time. Come on now.
Bro,
You
you
see, this when
touches
we
the
start being
ball.
disingenuous. He does see doubles, but they don't double him all the time.
That's all they was doing because could nobody on our team hit a shot.
Even still, okay. If you want to say Kawhi draws more double teams, that's fine. That's cool. But if you think that SGA putting constant pressure on the defense, the way that Kawhi doesn't do at this point in his career, whether it's usage, whether James Harden got the ball, that's not SGA's fault, bro. He going out there doing what he do, and he's doing it at elite level, shooting 50%, 38% from three, getting assists. And if you can run your offense through somebody and still be successful and have the number one offense in the league, then
Wait a
that's
How do
on
minute.
you
How is SGA
how
shooting
do you
50%? Where that number come from?
what 50-some percent.
Yes.
Look at it.
No, he is. He is. He's
BJ, and old
Is
man.
it
Why, BJ and old man? Shea did get double teamed in that finals. Did y'all not see he was bringing the ball up the floor and it had two people on him? Are y'all serious right now?
Nemhard. Look at it. Okay, so let me tell you. First, I'm gonna
Oh
ask another question.
nah.
How do you not put pressure on the defense like he did before when he's getting double teamed more?
Who's
No,
getting
I'm
double
saying
teamed
from
more?
okay. Go ahead.
Kawhi gets double teamed more than SGA.
That's not true. I seen Shea get double teamed by damn near
And
almost every team he
you
faced.
serious? You really gonna
Minnesota
sit here and say SGA get double more than Kawhi?
right now. Did you not see how the Pacers was guarding them? They had Nimhard and another
I
player on
saw.
SGA.
I
He was not getting single covered
no.
that whole
No,
finals,
I said
bro.
that if y'all want to say Kawhi get double, I'm not gonna sit up
That's
here and
not
act
true.
like I
No,
know
Tyson, I'm not
exactly
going
who
for that,
gets.
Tyson. That's just not true, bro. I
I'm not
watched
gonna
that
act
shit.
like I know exactly who gets double teamed more.
The
I
fuck
had to
out of
really
here.
watch the game.
Yup,
Like I'm not watching the game actually to see who gets double teamed
that's
on
not
every play
true.
more. So I'm not gonna sit
Where
up
the
here
double?
and
The
cap. I
double
don't
at?
like capping on
Did the
stuff
Where the
I
Nuggets
don't
double
not
at?
double
do.
Where the
Shea?
double
They
at?
doubled him. They
Hey, where's
doubled
the
him
double at?
in game three.
Where's the
They
double at,
they
Kurt?
blitzed Shea. They was blitzing Shea the
Where's
whole
the double
game.
at?
And what the fuck is
Hey, that picture too.
Where's the
You
double?
showing some pictures that's too damn close up
Where's
to
the
even
double
see a
at?
double team. Goddamn.
Where's the
no? Hey,
There's
hey,
no
BJ.
double
That's
team.
BJ.
There's no double team,
That's one
BJ.
play,
where's
BJ. That's
the
one
double
Yeah,
play.
team?
he being nasty. I'll show you some pictures of
Where's the double
Kawhi
at?
taking shots on one player too. This is
No, but
nasty.
that's
There's no double team on
Man,
so
Shea,
BJ.
how
man.
you
Why
gonna
was J Dub bringing
how,
up the ball then?
how
J Dub was bringing up the ball because they was blitzing Shea every time he had the ball in his hands. Are we going to be
Kirk,
serious
he
right now?
brought up that he has
That's
a
facts.
high
That is
usage
facts. That is
rate.
They
facts.
was blitzing Shea the whole time. What are you talking about?
That
how's
is
a
What
facts.
double
usage rate?
how
Now that he say that, that is facts.
They was blitzing
how
Shea. They literally had J Dub was bringing up the ball.
That
They
is
had the
facts. That is
man,
facts.
So
they was
how
blitzing
did how
Shea
did he get Aaron Neesmith in foul trouble then, Kurt?
you
because
making double team in
because
spots.
there were certain plays where SJ will go one on one and he will cook his defender. Look at the plays. Look at him versus Nemhard. You can look at multiple plays where it was just him and Nemhard, and he just went to the post and shot over him. But if they blitz Shea, it was Nemhard and
Nemhard,
someone else.
Nemhard.
They blitz Shea like not every play, but they start blitzing Shea like after game two. They blitzed Shea in game
Even
3.
if it's not a direct double team, if you don't think Shea getting into the paint and getting 2 feet into the paint that does not collapse in defenses, you
Nah,
just wrong.
that's not true. And he's right. But I'm not gonna lie. After game 2, they blitzed Shea.
That's
After they blitzed Shea every game, bro. They blitzed him every
defense
time.
rotate. I'm talking about teams, the primary player when he's catching the ball.
Wait, you said what, BJ? You gotta say that.
No, no. Tyson just said it. When SGA, yes, the defense will collapse and help when SGA gets to the paint, but they're not throwing double teams as soon as he catches the ball, forcing the ball out of his
Oh,
hands.
you're talking about
No,
like
I
Listen to
think
what you
Shaq.
their
just said,
offense is too
Tyson.
good to do that though. That's the difference though.
Ty-
If he was out there
Tyson,
with a bunch of players that can't score, of course, then they would do that. But they got too many other,
they was doing
J
that.
Dub is huh?
They
Even
was doing that to
Hartenstein
They
as
Kawhi
a
never
last
passer,
year.
blitzed
even though,
SGA.
Huh?
SGA was they never blitzed, and this is what happened.
Huh?
Nimhart was on SGA most of the time for the
Yes, he
whole series.
was.
Okay, hold
Yes,
on, Kurt. If SGA get around Nimhart, then that's where the help will come up and meet
yes.
SGA. But it wasn't a double team.
That's a double team, though. What are you talking
It's
about?
not a double team. It's
That's
just
not a double team.
that's not a double team.
So old man, hold up. Hold up. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why Kawhi gets a double team as soon as he gets the ball. Because first of all, Shea brings up the ball and Shea's on top of the key. Kawhi gets double team as soon as he hits that mid range. When Shea used to go past Nimhard, they have two people in front of SGA, not on him per
That's
se.
that's that's defensive rotation.
That's
That's
not a
double
double
team.
team,
That's
bro.
a double team. What are you talking about?
That's a
No, no, no.
defensive
and
When
and
you
Kirk
a
rotation.
Kirk
double
Kirk
team, Tyson, you
Kirk makes a
ain't
valid
Tyson.
point.
You know better. Tyson, no. Tyson
No,
ain't
no,
no
no.
valid.
Seriously. When Kawhi catches the ball,
Into the mid range.
in a wing situation, that's an easier double team. When somebody's
That's what
bringing
I
the
keep
ball up the court,
saying.
it's hard to just run and try to trap that because now you're playing 5-on-4, bro. So
That's what I
So
keep.
how?
you know what I'm
Okay,
saying,
so
or
I'm a
4-on-3.
Thank you, Tyson.
I'm a
Thank you. I'm not.
I'm gonna cook Kirk with his own logic. So Kirk, didn't you say SJ likes to post up?
Yeah, he does.
So how you gonna post up when there's a double team right there?
I ain't gonna lie, BJ. He was posting up in the finals, and they sent another person at SGA. They done
No,
that.
no. How can you post up with a double team right there
What you mean?
and score? How you gonna post? You said he gets double teamed, and you said because of where he was out on the court, right?
Yes. Wait, hello.
Can you hear me?
It's like someone did it break up? Hello.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah,
now,
we
bro.
can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you,
hear you.
BJ.
Yeah.
No, I said how can you? So Kirk told me he been telling me for I don't know how long SGA posts up, SGA posts up,
I've been saying
SGA
that for a
posts up.
while. Okay.
Well, damn, how can he post up and score on a double team? Is he getting double team or is he playing one on one and scoring?
He getting double
He gets
team, but
double, but it's not every play. It's not every
it's not
play.
every play.
It's
They
not every
post.
play.
Come on, man. Y'all
But
know
I'll
they
It
say
ain't
this
switch
though,
up
every
BJ. I'll
defense
say
and
play.
this though,
scheme.
BJ.
Come on,
BJ.
Okay,
we doing
Kawhi,
semantics right
Kawhi,
now.
Kawhi gets doubled every time he touching the ball if he getting that
That's
close to the
cap.
basket.
That's
No, it
cap.
ain't cap. They was
I
doing
wouldn't say
that.
that's true.
So
But
I'm
he was
like,
getting.
how
Hey,
the hell
BJ.
SGA getting double? How the hell SGA getting double and scoring at the same time? So
Look,
now you
That's
hey,
not
the only
true. Can we
the only
can we
way to
look at
solve this is
game six?
Hold on, Kurt.
you got to go to the film, bro.
When SGA when he got the ball, say like you say in the mid post, right?
Okay.
If SGA got the ball in the mid post, did he ever dribble out of it,
He has, yeah.
or did he take a shot?
It depends. If Nimhard was on him in the mid post, he would shoot over Nimhard. He,
Okay,
di-
that means that nobody double team him because he didn't dribble out.
but oh man, that's not every play though. That's not every like.
When Kawhi was playing against Denver on that right side on that high bow, he had to dribble out because they was blitzing.
Okay, I give you that old man, but that's Kawhi's operating spot though. SJ operates the top of the key. He doesn't operate in the mid post all the time. When they threw the ball to SJ in the mid post, that's not
Nimhart
his
was
usual.
right there. Aaron Neesmith didn't
Right,
rotate over to help Nimhart. Nimhart had him all by himself.
right. But I ain't gonna lie to you, old man. When it was Nimhard all by himself, SGA cooked him by himself. If it wasn't Nembhard by himself,
But that's
he
not
would
what we
get double
saying.
teamed.
What we saying is he didn't get double teamed.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't get double
yes,
teamed.
game six. Did you not see game six?
You can't get 27 shots off and get double teamed.
Yes, you can. Kobe did that shit before. Kobe's been double team all his fucking life, and he still got shit off.
Come on, Kurt.
You know
This
that's
man got
true.
this man got 27 shots off. Ain't no double teaming when you get 27 shots.
But the thing, okay, so this is where I think y'all saying like, because SGA sees multiple bodies, bro. He's seen multiple bodies in that series. Why you think J Dub had 40 points that game? He was getting blitzed that game. Did you not know that he was getting blitzed? He
No, J
barely had
Dub was
30.
hot that game. That's what that was.
Right, but did you see how SGA was getting guarded that game? He was getting blitzed that game.
They ain't
Before he
gonna
had
see
that.
it your way.
Hey,
They
look,
ain't gonna
old
see.
man.
You gotta
Old
go.
man,
You gotta pull up film. That's the only way they gonna believe
hey,
you, bro.
old man, I'm gonna tell you why he was getting blitzed. He had 10 assists that game. He was diming that shit because they was blitzing him every time he had the ball. And he still had 30. I don't know
Right,
how he had 30.
right,
He only had 30
right.
he had 30 in garbage
And that's
minutes.
another point. And that's another point. If Kawhi is seeing all these goddamn double teams, why he got 5 assists?
No. Kawhi's not a passer though. I ain't gonna lie. Kawhi gets blitzed and he passes that shit out. Kawhi gets the hockey pass. I ain't gonna lie. So the
Right, but
way
why is he not
I
a
ain't gonna
better
lie.
facilitator at this point in his career, better distribute and taking that double
S,
team and
well,
finding the open man?
Because
SGA is a point guard though.
that's not
SGA is
what
a
he
point
do.
guard. SGA is a
Huh?
point guard. I ain't gonna
That's
lie.
not what he do.
That's true.
Exactly. That's my point, and that's what I said. SGA is a better ball handler and facilitator.
Okay, because of the usage.
That's not true.
But
That's
you
not
just
true.
said Kawhi don't
Nah,
do it.
that's
You
not.
said you just
Hey,
said
Yeah,
Kawhi
old
don't do
right.
it
man.
well.
But you act like Kawhi didn't get 9 assists in the
No,
series
but you
or
said
10
Kawhi
assists
don't
for
do
it.
it well.
Hey, old man. You know Kawhi's not. No, he's not. Come on, you gotta get out the
No,
SGA.
what
Like,
I'm saying, I'm not. Look, listen to what I'm saying. It's a difference than doing it on the regular and someone doing it when they not called to do it. He's not called to make assists. That's supposed to be James Harden's
even if he was, that's
situation.
not his game though, bro.
Because James Harden is the high ball usage guy on the team, just like SGA. SGA is the high usage ball guy on the team. That's the reason he get the numbers he get.
I mean, of course,
Okay, so
but
who's
but you
more
still gotta
impactful
make your.
then?
But you
That
still
don't
gotta.
make you more impactful.
It don't.
Hell, James Harden, look, is he more impactful than Kawhi?
That's
Can we
not what
not
I'm
talk
saying.
about James Harden,
So
bro?
you talk no right. Why are we bringing up James? If
He didn't
if
even win a
SGA
No,
championship,
scores,
bro.
I'm
well,
talking about the.
hold on, real quick. If SGA scores at a higher clip than Kawhi, handles the ball more,
It's crazy.
gets more assists, wouldn't that make him more impactful?
If he handles the ball more,
No,
Yes. No.
no, because again, we gonna go back to
Oh
the
wow.
major conversation. Who is tougher to guard?
If you
I
say
think
that, BJ,
SGA.
who's tougher to guard? BJ is Kawhi. I'll give you that.
I don't think so.
I'll give you that. Kawhi is a tough ass matchup. Well, I'll
And
be
so
honest
is
with you.
SGA.
He
who's a
could,
better post player?
of course, Kawhi. Kawhi.
Who's a better mid range player?
That's
SGA.
Kawhi, but it's not. But
What?
SGA up there.
You say SGA better than Kawhi
Yeah,
I'm gonna
in the
say
he's
Kawhi,
had
mid
one
but
of the
range?
best
SGA's up there.
mid-range seasons of all time.
Oh man, good.
I ain't gonna lie, SGA's mid range is crazy. I'm gonna
Nah,
say
that's
Kawhi's mid
nasty.
range is
That's how
That's
he
better.
scored a
nasty.
bulk of his points. What are we doing?
That's
Wait, old man,
nasty.
wait. It's not like old man saying Kawhi better than SGA. I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna
He
say
said he's
that.
a better mid-range scorer than SGA.
You
He
know
got a point.
Kawhi.
He is. I give him that.
Come on,
I give him
man.
that.
What?
Kawhi's an elite mid range scorer. He's
So
elite.
was that? That's what
Look.
SGA bread and butter. What are we doing?
I agree.
SGA
I
on the
totally
come
agree
up,
with
man.
you. But
SGA is on the.
if we talking about Kawhi like six, his mid range is elite. I ain't gonna lie. Kawhi's mid range.
Come
I ain't gonna
on,
lie.
man.
He couldn't really
Oh
get up.
my god. Oh
I'll
my
say this. Kawhi
god.
couldn't even get his mid range off because he was getting that. He was double teaming that nigga, bro.
Kawhi best
It
mid range.
was. I agree, but no, bro. We not doing SGA. That's his whole bread. That's his
But
game.
hey,
Tyson.
but look, Tice.
Okay,
Hey,
okay,
Tice.
okay, okay.
Kawhi,
Who
listen,
who's a
if
better mid-range
Kawhi
scorer?
wanted to
Kate.
average, if Kawhi wanted to average in the 37 games he played, if he wanted to average 30 points a game, he could have done it.
We're not doing that. I don't do coulda.
He could have done it, but
I
he
don't
didn't.
care what he coulda did.
James Harden just didn't give him the shots.
Take that
No,
up with
see,
James Harden. I don't want to. Oh my god.
that's a
Okay, man.
I'm just
I
telling
don't.
you. I'm just telling you the eye test on the court.
Yeah, but we blame. Okay, all right. Well, when has Kawhi had a regular season like SGA the past 3 seasons?
That's not what he do.
Okay,
That's what
then.
I keep telling.
Okay, all
But
right. Then he
in the
don't do
play,
it. Then he don't do
the
it.
man came off an injury, averaged 25, what, 7 and 5?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What he averaged, BJ? Tell him what he averaged.
I don't think this. I mean,
Ag-
old man. No disrespect,
Oh
old
no, yeah,
man.
he
This
did
is.
this year. No,
Against
this
Denver, he
Yeah,
averaged
yeah, yeah,
25, 7
he
and 5,
averaged
or
yeah.
5 and 7
21.
Hey, but
or
old
something.
man.
No,
But
he averaged 21. Don't lie on the stats. He
Hey,
averaged
BJ,
21.
pull
I'll
up the
put it up
stats, BJ.
this is not a.
right
Why
here.
we? I ain't gonna lie, y'all. This is not a conversation. This shouldn't even be a conversation
And
He
right
look
now.
at
averaged
the look
21
at
this season.
Kawhi,
look at
SGA is a better player than Kawhi right now. That's not a conversation right now. It's not
man.
a
It's
Stop
not.
conversation.
it, man.
That's
Stop.
not a conversation. Oh man, now you're being
It's not.
disrespectful, old man. Did you not? The whole season he's had, his
How's it?
team
I was
wasn't
talking
even
about the regular season, bro. I
his.
said the regular season. He averaged.
But Tyson,
When
hold
does
up,
he had a
Tyson.
30 point?
Even
And oh, go ahead. My fault.
I was about to say, like, bro, his teammates wasn't even healthy the whole season. What SGA did this year was Steph Curry like. Like you have to no, man. Kawhi's not better than SGA right now.
I
That's just what
don't
it
see.
is.
That's the difference. I don't go off of one season call somebody better.
Last
I'm
three
talking
seasons.
about no, no. He was
I give him
just
this
all
season.
NBA second team last year, Tyson. He was just all NBA second team last year.
Who?
Kawhi Leonard.
What
Coming
was
off an
SGA?
injury. Coming off an injury.
SGA was MVP too,
Oh man, but you
and
gotta wait until Kawhi gets fully
No,
healthy.
that's
SGA
not
was
When
not
Kawhi's
this
fully
MVP.
year.
healthy, bro, and he starts
SGA.
No,
Hold
the
on,
year
hold
dominating,
on,
before that.
Kurt. He bringing up. He was NBA one last year, and first team and MVP too.
y'all know this is not a conversation right now. I love Kawhi, bro. This is not.
So why you
Come on,
bringing up
bro.
Kawhi being
This
NBA two? SGA was NBA one
this is not a conversation right now, y'all. Kawhi could be top. He could be top 10, but
and
Okay,
the
he's
MVP last year.
but
Kurt,
he's
What are you
not. He's not
doing?
top 5, bro.
Kurt,
He's not top 5. Yes,
Kurt.
sir. Yes, old man.
Shay,
Yes.
Shay, Shay averaged 32 points off of how many shots? Now let's be real. Let's be
He
realistic.
shoots over 50%.
No,
Let me.
I ain't talking about his percentage because you see what Kawhi shoot right there. So we ain't talking
Oh
about
man.
percentage.
Oh man, but
We
that hold up, old man, but that the percentage does matter because if he shoot, let's say he took a lot of
okay then.
shots, right?
Well, if you see that, then Kawhi shoot better percentage.
He don't.
Okay, okay, so he shoots a better percentage, but SGA
Okay
averages
then.
more points.
So let's say that let's take the percentages out. Let's just go by the points, rebound, and assists.
Okay,
How
that's not
many
fair. Okay, but okay, that's not
how
fair.
many shots does Shea take for his 32-point a game average?
I gotta actually look at that stat, but I don't think it's a bunch of shots, bro. I don't think it's a bunch of shots. I think SGA is actually an efficient guard because he shot over 50% for all 3 seasons that he averaged 30. So that shouldn't even be a conversation. But I'm gonna look at what you just said
21
because he's
shots. He
not
shot 21
because
shots.
old man, I think you're getting SGA mixed up with James Harden. He's not a James Harden
Right.
type player.
He shot
He
21
actually is an
shots last
efficient
year.
guard.
He
He's an
averaged
efficient
21
guard
shots a game.
Yes.
on 50 something percent shooting. That means he
Oh,
shoots more than half his shots. Old man. That means that.
okay. He shot 21 shots a game. Maybe I give him 22. I rounded off to 22.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
How many shots did Kawhi shoot a game?
I think he shot like 15.
That's the
17.
huh?
17 last year.
And he's
17.
coming
17.
off it. He's coming off an injury, right?
Oh, he's coming off the injury now.
I'm just being honest with you. You're like we're
So
comparing.
with Kawhi shooting percentage, and if he shot 21 shots a game, how many points you think he would average with his shooting percentage?
I don't
This
know.
is
I never seen Kawhi average that many points though.
so
Like you
he
said,
averaged
that's.
no, yeah. That's this is this is
Let's
this
say
is
Kawhi does.
this
Let's
is
say does.
crazy.
Let's say Kawhi does. Old man, he can give you 30 a game because Kawhi's a 30-point game in the playoffs. So I give you that. But at the same time, like old man, like Kawhi's an elite player. But what SGA did this whole entire year, like is he that was come on, bro. Like come on, bro. I'm not even
Uh
gonna glaze
uh
him. He did.
uh
He's a
hey
guard.
Kurt. Rudy Gobert shoots like 65, 67%. So if
How many
he
shots
shot
he take?
20 so he shot 20 shots a game, he'd be better than Shaq. Stop this.
How many shots he take? Five.
Stop
Tyson,
this.
Come on, Tyson, man. You know what I'm talking
No,
about.
but you're being disingenuous because being able to get your shot off is part of how good you are.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly. And
so him being able to get his shot
Tyson,
off
right? This is crazy.
against multiple defensive looks and still be able to shoot that at a 50% clip is elite offense.
now
Period.
you really want to know what the difference is in the points that he get?
Let me
It's
hear
From
the
it.
a
Let me hear it.
guard
it's
shooting
the
over
free
50.
throw. No,
Let me.
it's the free throws. It's the free
Oh my
throws.
god. And that's part of it too. So if
Okay,
you add that,
so
hold on. So if you add that into shot attempts, he shoots far more shot attempts than Kawhi Leonard because he getting to the free throw line as well. That doesn't count as a shot attempt,
Hey,
but those are shot
Tyson, tell.
attempts as well. Really,
Right.
it's
Tyson,
starting
tell.
to make sense now, right?
Tyson, so
no,
tell him.
it's not
Hey,
making
Tyson,
sense.
Tyson, Tyson, tell him to take away the free throw points. He still averages like 25 a game on 50-something% shoot. That's still great. That's still good.
That's
But
still good.
but
But
getting
I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you to understand the comparison where
when
Kawhi
you're
doesn't get to the line and he doesn't
why,
shoot. He doesn't shoot as many shots as Shea.
He
That's
don't.
all I'm saying. If he did shoot the same amount of shots that Shea shot, he would get to the line more and he would average more points. That's all I'm saying.
but that to me that's just a bad argument because you can say that about any player that shoots a decent
And
I
percentage.
do
I
kind of.
like Shea. Believe me, I like Shea.
Right. We're not discrediting.
I think Shea is he's an up and coming superstar. He's crafty. I just don't like the chicken winging, but other than that,
Right.
he is special. I dig Shea for real, but I'm just telling you when it comes to an OG like Kawhi, though,
He's a
if
beast.
he wanted to do what Shea is doing, I'm telling you he can do it easily.
That's not
But
why.
when
That's
you
to me. To me, that's not how I compare players. If somebody wanted to do something, they could do it. I go by what they did, bro. I'm
Okay,
not. You know.
but the ball usage
Yeah.
make a difference, man. The ball
Huh?
usage the ball usage makes
Hey,
a
hey,
difference.
Tyson. Hey, I
It,
ain't gonna
it
lie,
does
old man,
make a
because
difference, but hold on, real quick. The ball
oh, go
usage
Tyson, go
does make a
Tyson.
difference, but when my player is producing elite offense with that ball usage, it's no argument. You can have a player have ball usage and not have the production of Shea. The ball usage doesn't make him great. Him being great makes him great. Plus the ball usage. So when you put the ball in uh whoever else's hands. If you put the ball in Bradley Beal's hand at that, and he has that type of usage, he's still not going to be good as SGA. Y'all, they do this with these players and just say the usage makes him great. No, him being great with those opportunities makes him great.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this then, Tyson.
That's a
What is
good
it that
point.
Shea do that Kawhi can do?
I think again, I think Shea is a better ball handler. He's a better distributor. I
Okay,
think they're both elite at getting to their spots. Kawhi is a robot out there. He gonna pound, get to his spot and pull up over you. Or he gonna
okay,
if you're smaller than him, he gonna back you down and get to a nice low whatever jump hook, whatever he gonna get to in the post. Kawhi is a great player and he understands his size and strength
Space, bro.
and he uses that
Space.
to his advantage. SGA does the same thing, but he's because he's a little quicker than Kawhi and more shifty. He gets a lot of smaller matchups. He gets guys that are smaller than him, so he's stronger than them as well. So he does very similar things than Kawhi, but he's a better ball handler and a better distributor.
okay. So Shea averaged 6.5 assists a game. Does that make him a better passer than Kawhi? Being a
Yes.
No, it
point,
doesn't.
being a
Yes.
No,
point guard, being a
no,
point
no,
guard.
no,
Okay,
it doesn't.
so
It
what
doesn't.
about a better rebounder than Kawhi?
But I'm saying he is a better, but just averaging more assists doesn't make him that. But he
No, no,
is.
no. We talking about impact now.
Right,
We talking about impact.
Oh, that's a
So,
good.
right,
That's a good point, Tyson. That's a good point.
so,
right.
so, is he a better rebounder than Kawhi?
No,
No,
Kawhi is.
Okay. Is he a better defender than Kawhi?
No,
no. I'd say Kawhi
Okay.
is slightly better.
Now we talk about impact. Now he scores more than Kawhi because
he's a
He's a
for
better
the
better
shot
scorer
scorer.
than
attempts
Kawhi.
he take and the good mid range game he has, so he gonna score more than Kawhi
And
He's a
getting to
better
the foul
scorer than
line.
him. He's a better
and getting
scorer
to
than
the
him.
foul line because of the ball usage.
Okay.
No,
So
because he's a
you
better scorer.
okay,
Exactly.
you got him on the ball usage, but as far as assists as far as rebounding, as far as defense, who got the
He's a
edge?
assist SGA.
This is so disrespectful right now, bro.
No, no,
I
no.
don't know.
I'm not disrespecting
This
Shaq.
is
I'm,
so
I'm not.
disrespectful.
Look, if you want to say Shaq or Shay or whatever, however you pronounce his name, forgive me if I mispronounce it. If you want to say he is the guy for this new era coming in, granted,
He's been a
I
guy for
give you that.
right. Okay,
Granted. But when you want to talk about skill, pure skill, he ain't got Kawhi, man. On by no
but he's in
means.
that conversation though,
What
bro, because
pure skill?
he could
What are
do
you basing that
everything.
off of?
But hold up, he can do everything. Kawhi, he can, bro. He can shoot the three. He can post up. Kawhi, Shay's a very skilled guard. Bro. He Danner is the, he's like the
I
best
don't know
skilled
what
guard in the
I don't know what he
NBA, bro.
watches. I'm confused.
He's a very skilled guard. I don't know what old man's trying to say right now, bro.
Yeah.
I hear what he's saying, bro, because
That's the
Kawhi is
reason
that
I
guy.
asked you, what is it that Shea do that Kawhi can't do? You
Don't
all
I'm
have
say
not
he
to
saying
ask
does.
that
I'm
question.
I'm not saying that Kawhi can't do. I said and I answered you. I said he's a better ball handler, a better distributor of the ball, a
He can
better
score better than him.
he can score better than Kawhi,
Kawhi can rebound and
um,
defend better than Shea. That's what it is. That's what
and
it
he
is
So,
can
right
so
rebound
now.
and
wait a
defend
minute,
better
he
than
can
Shea.
score.
Right?
Okay, he can score better than Kawhi. You say, right?
Yes,
Yes.
you got
Okay.
to give him that. You have to.
Hold on. Let's dig into the scoring then. Who got the best low post game?
You said who? What?
I don't
Let- who-
care.
No, no, no. This is scoring, Tyson. This all is scoring now.
What did he
No,
say?
but when people do that, that's disingenuous
No,
to
it's
me.
not
I don't care.
because you
I don't.
said earlier
No.
against BJ,
No.
you talked about Shea posting up, rising up,
No, that
scoring
wasn't
over
me.
people.
That wasn't me.
Okay, that
That
was
was me
Kirby.
actually.
Okay,
That was
then
me.
so low post scoring is in the scoring.
No,
So
it
Kawhi's.
don't.
who
Wait,
has a
Tyson. Hold
better
on.
low
Let me.
post game?
Tyson, let me talk to him real quick. I'll answer the
Okay,
questions,
okay.
bro. I'll talk to him. Kawhi's a better post up player. Yes.
Okay, mid range.
Kawhi, but it's not by much.
Okay, that's fine. Three
It's
point.
not by much.
3 point.
It's actually pretty close, but
3 point.
I'm gonna say Shea. I'm gonna say Shea.
On the 3 point shot.
No, Kawhi is better. Kawhi is better.
I think it's
So in
actually kind of
all
close.
three facets of scoring, what y'all call 3 and D, Kawhi got Shea, according to what you all just
He's
said.
not better than Shea at the rim. You're talking about shooting.
That's low post.
That's not low. We're talking about going to the
You
paint.
got low post, mid range, and 3 point. You just said that Kawhi was better than Shea in all three categories. You just said that. So
I
how is he
mean,
a better scorer?
that doesn't mean he's not a better scorer. Cause Shaq, hold up, bro. That doesn't mean you're a better scorer than someone because you can do things better than them. That does not mean that. Like the whole goal is to put the ball in the basket. We're not like so. That's the thing. If you want to say Kawhi's more skilled, then yes. If you want to say who's a better scorer, Shea's a better scorer than Kawhi. Like you can't say just because he could do
Okay,
something
I'm
better.
going to ask you again. If you said you agreed that Kawhi is a better low post scorer,
Yes,
you agreed that he's a better mid range scorer, and you
yes,
agreed that he's a better 3 point scorer. That's what
yes.
you all said.
Talking about skill, by the way. Yes.
So when you say who's a better scorer, if you are better in those three categories, you got to be the better
No,
scorer.
that's not. But that's
No,
not
you
how that
don't.
works,
No, you
though.
don't.
That's not how that works,
No,
old
you
man.
don't.
Because you got to add in different factors into it. You got to add different factors. You have to add different factors. Because Jordan was the best 3 point shooter. He was. He. I don't even know if he was the best 3 level scorer. I mean, he might have actually been the best 3 level scorer. But still, I'm saying like Kawhi's a better mid range. He's a mid range. He's a better mid range shot taker than Shea. But Shea can shoot the mid range as good as Kawhi.
Okay, let's go through it again. This is what you said, Kurt. I asked you who's a better 3 point shooter,
Kawhi.
who's a better mid range scorer,
Kawhi.
who's a better low post scorer.
Kawhi.
So who's a better scorer?
Shea. It's still Shea. I don't understand what he's trying. I don't. I
You
still
saying Shea because he averaged more points.
because
That's
he's a
what you
better.
based
That's
your
what scoring.
argument
Hold
on.
up, old man. That's what scoring is, though. Scoring
No,
is literally points.
that's what shot attempts come in.
No, old man. That's so disrespectful, bro. You know, Shea was the highest. like I think points per game score in finals history. And actually, I lied, not finals. He was something like that. I forget. The regular season. I think
You can't keep contradicting yourself, brother Kirk.
it's not contradicting. He led the league in scoring. Like
I
I don't understand what you're
understand he
saying, bro.
did that. I understand he
He
did that.
averaged 30 for 3 years. He's
But
a better scorer than Kawhi.
when you talk about what they call today, we used to call it three level scoring. Y'all call it 3 and D today for whatever reason.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
3 and D just means you shoot threes and play defense. That's
Huh?
yeah, it's
No,
still three
you
level scoring.
three and D means that you can score on all three
Shea can
dimensions.
score on all
No,
three
no,
levels
no, no.
though.
Three
Yes,
and D means
that's what 3 and D means for
no,
real.
it's not. A 3 and D player is a 3-point shooter and an elite defender. Like Lou Dort is 3 and D.
Are you saying that's what they called
Lou
it back
Dort
then, old
is
man?
not a 3 and D guy.
Who?
Lou Dort is not a 3 and D guy. A
Yes, he
three and D.
is.
Kevin
Cam
Durant.
Johnson is 3 and D. Klay
Kevin
Thompson is three
Durant.
and D.
Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant 3 and D?
No, he's a scorer.
Tyson, I think y'all talking about Tyson. Y'all talking about two different definitions. He's saying three and
Yeah,
D
but
means
that's
three
not
level
the
scoring.
definition of 3 and D. When we talk about
Right,
3 and D players, we're talking about players that shoot the three well and play elite defense.
right. But he's
Like
talking
a
about
Bruce
old man's
Bowen
talking
was
about
three and
something else
D.
right now. I, hey,
Yeah.
old man, I ain't gonna lie, old man. You my guy, but you're being disrespectful right now, bro. I
Hold
ain't gonna
on.
hold you. You're
Only
being
thing
disrespectful, my guy.
Shea is a 3 level scorer.
Yes, he is a three level
Okay, is he
scorer.
a
Yes.
3 and D? Is he 3 and D?
What do you mean by three and D? I'm gonna ask you what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that, man. What you
Three
mean by
three
three and
mean
D?
three means 3 level. It don't mean just shooting three
Yes, he's
pointers.
a three level scorer. Shea can hit a
Okay,
three. He can
and
shoot
he
mid range.
plays defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, then that means
Type
that
in 3 and D into your Google, bro.
Just let him. Just let him go. Let him go. Let him
Okay,
he can
go.
okay,
Let
okay.
score
him go.
on 3 levels and he play defense because you say he can play defense, right?
Yes. I mean, you
Okay,
see it too. I'm not
that
saying he's
means
elite.
wait a minute. That means he got a post up game, mid range game, and a 3 point game.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Exactly. He
then
has all
that's
those.
a 3 and D player.
If that's what you want,
That's not a
we
three and
don't we
D
don't we don't
player.
call that three and D players today, old man. But if you
We
want to say
used
that,
to
that's
call it
cool.
three. We used to call it 3 level.
Well, they still call it 3 level scorer.
We don't
And
call it three and D, bro. We call it three level
yeah,
score, like
and
Tyson
three
said.
and the three
Yeah.
levels aren't post up. The 3 level is
I,
interior, mid range, and 3-pointer. That's a
What,
three
what
level
is
score. It's not
what
post
is
up.
interior? What is interior, Tyson?
Interior means going to the basket and finishing at an elite level.
That's the post.
No, it's
So
not the
Harden.
post. You don't have to post up to do that.
So let me ask you a question here. Do y'all think Harden's a better scorer or Shea?
Shay, what the hell,
No, I'm
y'all?
talking about Houston Harden.
Um,
That's a very good
I still say
comparison. I
Shay. I'm
think
gonna say Shay.
Harden
How?
was the best scorer in that time. Yes, so Harden can be
Harden,
considered.
Harden, Harden
Yeah,
got
Harden
Actually,
was a super
Harden,
elite scorer. Yeah.
that's a tough
Harden got
question. I ain't gonna hold you.
Harden got 4 scoring titles and averaged 35 points per
Yes. Yes.
season.
Yes.
So how
That's
how
Yes.
Shea
actually that's
how
crazy.
Shea how Shea
Yes.
close?
Harden.
Actually,
Harden is. Yes. Harden is an elite scorer, and I think
no, you're
in
right,
Harden's
BJ. You're right,
prime, he might
BJ.
be considered a better scorer
Yeah, but I
than
don't
yeah.
I don't
I disagree with Kurt on that.
evaluate scoring off of just scoring. How much can you score in a period of time mixed in with the? I think Kawhi's a better scorer.
I disagree, BJ.
Right now,
I really disagree with BJ. I think y'all.
I
I
think
think
BJ,
Kawhi's
you
a
and
better
old
scorer.
man. I think you and old man. Like like I'm gonna say this take, bro. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody, but y'all two right now saying Kawhi's a better scorer than a player that averaged 30 for 3 straight seasons, right? This is what Shea did. And then averaged 30 in the
Mm,
regular season,
mm.
the playoffs, and the finals. And Kawhi's a better scorer than Shea right now. That's so disrespectful, bro.
I
Kirk,
That's
agree.
Yeah,
disrespectful
I
as
Kirk.
shit.
agree.
I ain't
because
gonna hold you.
That's not what I
because
That's so
yeah,
asked you though, Kirk.
disrespectful.
BJ, I didn't
because of the
ask Kirk that.
attempts.
Kirk Kirk
Well,
Kirk said out of his own mouth, and Tyson too. He probably
Skill,
not
by
going
the
to
way,
admit it.
skill.
When I asked him about the 3 level scoring, he said Kawhi was better than in all three categories.
I
That's
didn't.
what he said.
I didn't.
That does not mean you're better.
So you
Hold on, but
can't
that does not
be
mean
no,
you're a
you
better
you
scorer. That does
can't
not
be
mean that.
better. You can't be a better scorer in all
Yes, you
three
can.
Yes,
categories.
you can.
Hold on. You can't be a better scorer, like you said Kawhi is in all three categories, and not be the better scorer, period.
That's not
Shea
true
is
because
the better. Hold
Kyrie.
on,
What
he's
about
not better.
Kyrie?
Hold on, Kirk. He's not better than all three levels. Shea is the best mid-range scorer in the game
Come on, Tyson.
Better than
right
Kevin
now.
Durant. Better than Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
It's close.
I think he's
I
better
can
than
name
Kevin
three
Durant
people.
Stop.
I
right
can
now.
name
Hey,
three.
hold on,
Stop.
I'm gonna give you
hold
three
on.
people he's not better than the three in the mid range game.
He's not better in the
Kawhi,
paint than Shea
he's not
either.
better than Kawhi. He's not better than Kevin Durant, and he's not better than DeMar DeRozan.
What? DeMar DeRozan
Look,
Yeah, he's
man.
not better. He's not better than DeMar DeRozan.
Hey, look,
No.
man.
in the mid, bro.
That's
Wait,
all
what
he
did
do.
y'all wait? Hold on. What did y'all just say?
No, DeMar DeRozan, all he does is shoot mid range.
Shea don't
I
shoot
would
the
That's
give it
all
to
shot.
Shea does.
Oh
Shea.
hell no.
Shea gets a lot of his baskets at the rim. He gets a lot of his baskets with the. He don't just shoot mid range.
No,
All
But
he
DeMar
don't
DeRozan,
just
that's
shoot,
where he
but he
goes to,
scores the bulk of
BJ.
his points in the mid
he scored.
range, and he shoots it at an
He
elite
scored.
percentage.
He does. I ain't
But
gonna
he
lie,
do.
BJ.
But
He got
if
DeMar
you look at
DeRozan,
DeMar DeRozan is right there. Like
but that's his whole
they all
game though.
right
That's not
there.
fair.
No, but okay. Here's the point though. Wait, real quick.
That's the point,
DeMar
Kurt.
DeRozan,
That's why I said
Hold on, DeMar
good.
DeRozan, when he gets to his spot and he gets in that when he gets to elevate and shoot his mid range, yes, he is great, but he doesn't get to his spots better than SGA. He's not better at putting the ball on the floor,
This is a
getting to
crazy
his
ass
spot.
conversation. Y'all being
That's
so
what makes
disrespectful,
SGA
bro. This
elite.
is crazy
He
as
gets
shit.
to that mid range better
This
than
is
those players you
crazy,
mentioned.
bro.
What game? What game? Okay, you said get to his spots. Okay, but what game? I'm trying to remember what game or what run.
This is
I've seen
crazy.
Kawhi like go on runs like. Remember that 15 for 19 game he had against Denver in game two?
That was crazy. Yes.
When has SGA ever done that? And
With a
how
15
run
for
many?
like that,
19.
How many
When did
free
SGA?
throws did
Hold on,
Kawhi
hold
shoot
on, hold
that
on, hold
game?
on, hold on, old man, because I'm trying to see something. I've seen Kawhi put on master class in the mid range. When has SGA ever done a 15 for 19 game in a playoff or just single handed? When has he ever done that? I see him most likely get attempts. He can shoot the mid range, but I've seen Kawhi put master classes together in the mid range.
I'm not gonna lie, BJ. I can tell you a time where SGA shot something like that in the mid range. I think this was game. Hey,
Kurt,
old
you need to
man,
stop.
this
You need
ain't
to
nothing.
stop, Kurt.
Stop, Kurt.
Can I
You
You
need
ain't
tell
to
supposed
you?
to
stop.
be.
Can I tell you? Because
You
now y'all
need to
being
stop,
disrespectful.
man.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you? Are you ready to listen? Because y'all
Go
think I
ahead.
just watch SGA just to watch him. I actually watch him because he's a skilled player, just like Kawhi. Because y'all being disrespectful today. There was I think game 4 or game 3 versus Dallas where he shot all mid range shots for his points. Literally all mid range shots. He didn't go on like a crazy like 10-0, like, but he shot every last shot he shot was a mid range shot. And I was like, oh, this dude, he can shoot mid range. He's elite at it. I forget which game. I'm gonna show you the game. I'll send this to you or I'll text one of y'all because y'all being disrespectful right now. I ain't
So
gonna
what?
hold you. Like this is
So
crazy.
I know the game you talking about.
You know
Game
what I'm
four
talking about?
against
He shot
Dallas.
all mid
He
range
shot.
shots.
He shot. Yeah, I seen he shot good mid range, but it still ain't comparing to what I've seen Kawhi do countless of
Kawhi's
times.
a
I
better mid
saw.
range shooter.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. Like I don't even know how it's even close. It's not even close.
Hey, I get that. That's why me and Tyson we disagree. I think
How?
Kawhi is elite at mid ranges. I think so is
Kurt,
SGA.
hey, Kurt, man, look, you done already told us who the better scorer is.
I still think it's Shea, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
You can't say Kawhi is better than all three categories and then say Shea is still better.
You can because Kyrie's elite at every. Kyrie's probably the most skilled player you ever seen. Is he the best scorer ever? No.
No, no,
What's
no.
that?
But I'm trying to figure out, and I'm with old man. How could you be a better scorer in all three facets and still the guy scoring more points? What's going on? How is Shea
I mean,
scoring more points and he's not better at Kawhi in any three areas of scoring? It could only mean that you should shooting the ball more.
I
My point
mean
exactly.
that is true.
So
Look,
how?
Kurt, look, Kurt, listen,
But the way
Kurt.
y'all saying it is not like it's like not like that's not what we're seeing though. Like
You know how many attempts he get a game, Shea, this season? Is it Shea or Shy? Is it Shea?
it's Shay. It's the same shit.
Shea.
Same
Okay,
Shay
thank you.
Shy.
I don't want to mispronounce my
It's the
brother's
same
name.
shit. Everyone says it's Shy
Shea.
Shay. I don't even think he care, bro.
Okay.
Can y'all tell me? Can y'all do your research and tell me what Kawhi shoots on mid range shots last year? Cause Shea shoots it at over 50%, bro.
This is crazy, bro. This is
He
Last
is
crazy.
year or
not.
career?
Last year, I'm just going by last 2 years.
So the
Shea
years that
Cause
gets
y'all
Shea
saying
got,
stuff.
so,
Y'all saying stuff with no stats to back it up.
Shea
okay,
gets nine. Shea gets 9 free throw attempts per game.
I'm talking
9.
about mid range shots. Oh man,
No, I'm talking about this scoring. I'm
no, you
talking
said
about
he's a better mid range shooter.
he is a better mid-range shooter,
I'm
man.
saying, what are the stats to back that up? There's simple stats. You can look on NBA.com and look at the stats for mid-range shooting to show who has the more volume, who has the attempts, who has the percentage, and all those things. Just saying it
I mean, I see what you're saying though,
looking
Tyson.
it up is not saying nothing.
I don't know, bro. I don't think Kawhi's a better
Because I
scorer
know
than
that
Shea.
Shea shoots it at 50%.
So you want to this is what Tyson want to do. I see what you're trying to do.
I'm
You
not trying
want
to
to
do
go
nothing.
you no, you
I'm
want
not
to go
trying to
off
do
of
nothing.
you want to go off of a career year
This
Shea
is
done
crazy.
had, right? And you want
Let's
to say
go
that
to the
he's
last 3 years. He shot a
Thank you,
better percentage
Tyson.
last
Thank you,
year.
but
Tyson. Thank you,
Kawhi
Tyson.
been hurt
Thank
the
you,
last
Tyson.
3 years.
Okay, so I've
Nah,
said who's the better
man.
player right now. I didn't say career.
I kind of agree with Tyson, man. He's.
Okay, you want to
I
say
agree
he's
with
a better
Tyson.
player, that's fine. That's
He
opinionated.
is though.
Wait a
What?
minute, hold on, hold on, hold
No.
on, sir.
Which you said
If you want to say Shea is a better player, fine. That's opinionated.
how is that
Because
Okay.
opinionated when he's
this was
NBA won, when he's MVP, when he's like
but that's
what
fine.
opinion are
That's
you basing
fine.
that off of?
That's fine. You asked the question, who's a better player? I
Yeah,
can argue.
I'm asking by what metrics besides eye test are you using to say that Kawhi is a better player?
Off the sample size that Kawhi has done this
No,
season in the
the
37,
last three.
wait, hold on. In the
Oh, go ahead.
37 games, in the 37 games this season, Kawhi did what he was supposed to do.
I didn't say he didn't. I said what metrics are because Shay did what he was supposed to do too. So what
Okay, then.
metrics are you using
Now,
to say that
now you,
Kawhi? What? Hold on. What metrics besides the eye test are you using to say that Kawhi was better?
of course, he got better stats. I
So
never
what
disputed that.
metrics?
Wait a minute. And I keep telling you the reason he got better stats is because of the usage
Okay, so what metrics? You're not answering my
in
question.
all metrics. On offensively, on all metrics, he got better stats because of the usage.
No.
That's not the ball
Okay,
is
so
in his
tell me.
hand. The ball at Tyson, the ball is in Shea's hand all the time. You got to admit that.
I'm not answer. I'm not saying that he doesn't. What I'm asking you is, okay, are you saying per 36 per touch that Kawhi is better? What are you saying that he is better? Not what metrics?
No, no, no. You saying Shea is better this season? That's what you said, right?
I've said the past 3 years to me, Shea
Wait,
has been the overall better player when you encompass all 3 years. He's the better player
okay,
right
let's go
now.
back. If you want to say all 3 years, when Shea wasn't in the MVP conversation, he
What
was in
year
the
was that?
MVP. What he was in the MVP conversation back in.
Last year. He was
Okay,
MVP too.
okay. What about? I think it was 2 years. No, three
So he
years
was
ago.
MVP. I think it was like MVP 5 or 6, maybe. I had to double check.
3 years ago, he was in the MVP conversation.
Uh, not this year, not the year before, but no, he wasn't like a real MVP candidate. No, he was
Okay,
like
BJ.
top five or top six or something.
BJ, when did we go on that 25-5-6 run? What year was that? 23, 24.
My fault.
Say again.
That 25-5 run we went on. Was
That
that
was last year. That was 23-24. Yeah,
23, 24? Was
yeah,
Kawhi in the MVP conversation?
yeah.
Okay. Was Shea in the MVP conversation?
Not at that time.
Oh, okay
No,
then.
no.
Okay.
And that's part of
Okay.
my point. Like Kawhi single handedly can elevate a team and just change the whole trajectory of where the team is going.
What? When?
When he went on that 25-5 run, we went on a 13. You know the Clippers were in the 5th seed because they went 13-2 at the end of the season. That's why all that buzz was going around saying the Clippers are gonna win the championship and get to make a deep run because of the level he was playing at. If
Oh,
Kawhi never
Paul
came
George
back,
wasn't
we
playing
would
or
be
nobody
playing.
else? Who else was on the team?
No, this year. I'm talking about this year. We went 13-2 at the end of the season, and we got the 5th seed. If we didn't have him make that run, we would have been the play-in.
Right, but SJN won 68 games without Chet, without
I
Harkenstein,
get it.
whatever. Yeah, so come on, bro.
Kawhi been doing that for like 6-7 years, bro. He has the winning, he has these top 3 winning percentage of all time, no
I
matter what team
understand
he's
that.
on.
I'm talking about the last 3 years, BJ.
But I'm saying, but you understand, we're giving Shea credit for stuff Kawhi been doing and he's still doing for like a decade.
I
SGA
didn't
just
say
came
he
to
was
the
better
table.
all time than Kawhi. I said the
Even
last
right,
3 years, and he's better right now.
no, I'm saying even right now, I still have Kawhi better because he's still doing the same thing he's been doing for 10 years.
And
He elevated.
the only numbers, BJ, that Shea is better than Kawhi in this playoffs, even though we have only one series, it's the scoring because of the more shot attempts. Other than that, how can you say he better than Kawhi?
It sounds just more like a lot of Harden stuff I was hearing about Harden that time in Houston. This is the same stuff I'm kind of hearing about Shea.
But I
I'm
like
starting to.
Tyson, man. I think Shea, man. I think he on the come up. Believe me,
On the
Shea is
come
on
up,
the
he
come
had
up.
one of the. This is not a come up, bro. He's the MVP one.
Okay, okay.
He's the. Come
He
on,
has
bro.
a
What are we
ride, man.
doing?
Tyson, he has a ride. He has a ride. Okay, I give you that. I give you that. I give you that. I'm not
He's
too big.
arrived. He's not on no come up.
No, I said he has a ride. They are
Okay.
the champs. They the team to beat. He the guy to beat. And that's you right. That is just that simple. It's that simple. He made a statement this playoff, this championship run. Can't take nothing away from him. He crafty. He knows how to play the game. He's skillful. I can't take nothing away from him except, like I said, that chicken wing. That chicken wing. He got the referees to put him on that line, and you know there was a lot of plays Shea didn't belong on that line.
Yeah,
Referee.
I give you that. He gets some calls like a lot of stars do. I don't think Kawhi get called. Kawhi's not really a foul baiting type of player. He just get to his spots and pull up. But yeah, Kawhi does. I mean, Shea does a lot of little tricky stuff to get to the line. I agree with that.
So
But
everybody
but
has a knock on him. If that's what every NBA player got a knock on, because Austin Reeves does the same thing
right.
that
To me, that's
Shea
not a
did.
knock, though. Like, if you going to get to the line and they allow you to do that, that's not a knock. That's gamesmanship, in my opinion. That's not a knock on what Shea does, in my
Okay,
opinion.
you want to call it an IQ play, and then you want to call it an IQ play.
Whatever you want to call it, get into the line is a positive thing. Getting other players in foul trouble is a positive thing. So, how can
Okay,
that be a knock?
but sometimes it's a lot of phantom calls, like I seen in the Indiana series. Man, I seen Nemhard get fouls he shouldn't have got. I seen Neesmith get fouls he shouldn't have got. I
Sure,
mean,
sure.
they didn't even look. They had both of their hands in the air when they jumped, and Shea bumped into them, and they called a foul on them.
I agree. They get. I think they get kind of mixed up on who's initiating contact. A lot of times, Shea initiates contact, and he gets the call. But anyway, I got to get up out of here, man. Good conversation with y'all.
What's up, nephews?
Yeah,
What's up? What's
let
No,
up?
y'all talk to the OG over there, man. Y'all have a good one.
What's up?
All right, Tyson. What's
Man,
going on?
I'll punch Whichcomb in the face, man, in the nose, man. He can't play no basketball. Shit can't play no basketball. I'll punch him in his
it's
nose.
it's the real
Nephew,
OG right here.
I'll punch him in his nose. Let's see how he bleed. Then how he take that blood running down his nose. Then he can play basketball. What's up,
Big
nephew?
dog, how you
What's
like
up,
that
Unc?
pickup,
What up?
man? How you like that
Shit.
pickup?
Man, we going championship. We winning. We winning
You
everything.
like
I'm gonna be
fouls?
like that. I'm gonna be like the Laker fans. We winning everything, bro. Shit, we gonna win this championship. We
You
won.
you like Norman Powell though?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, scoring wise, I mean, he helped us in the scoring. I mean, he is averaging 22 points a game. We got to see his game in our system, but as of right now, I mean, he averaging 22 a game. So I know they're gonna help us out. I know that shit. Definitely gonna
Is
help
he
us out, bro.
a starter?
I would start him. I don't see who can start over because I would bring Mitchell, who we just signed, Davion. I would bring him, keep him with the second unit, even though he started this year a lot of games. But I would put him with the second unit. I would start Norman Powell because that's points up front off the board. Him and Tyler. Now nobody there. You can't just double Tyler. See, when him and Tyler on that court, you can't just double Tyler. Because now we got out, perimeter presence, Bam and Khalil, inside presence. So now it's not like all I gotta do is take away Tyler and make him throw inside the Bam and Bam do whatever he do or Khalil do what he do. But with Powell, it just helps us with shooting, helps us with a lot more shooting, spreading the floor. Mm-hmm. That we
Man,
need.
I
And
would just
and trades are not on, trades not finished, so I don't know where what else coming.
where it came with a cost. You put Kawhi back at his natural position, like BJ said yesterday. That's the only good thing about the trade so far. What happens on the court is a wait and see game, but at least it put Kawhi back at the three. But man, I'm
Hmm.
gonna miss that catch and shoot, man. I'm gonna miss him coming off that pick, off that pin,
Yeah.
pin
See,
down,
definitely.
man.
Definitely.
Cause when he get hot, he like Vinny Johnson, man. To me, you know, when Powell get hot, he like Vinny. You remember Vinny Johnson on the Detroit Pistons?
Yes, remember.
Microwave,
I was there, bro. We same age. He a year or
man.
two older than me. We same age. But yeah, man, them guys, man. That's the basketball I grew up. What's up, Carter? Salute, nephew. But yeah, man. I ain't see it coming though. I ain't know then we ain't give up absolute nothing. And that's the shocker to me. We didn't give up nothing, man.
So
Two
what's up with
two
Wiggins,
bench
man?
players. Well, we gonna see. Lakers playing like they calling us and they want Wiggins, but ain't nothing happened yet. I don't know. And again, this right here shows you that you don't believe that rumor shit, cause ain't nobody see this shit coming. Ain't nobody see no Norman Powell to no Miami Heat 3-team deal, man. And we only got to give up two role players that was out of rotation anyway. Wasn't even pretty much wasn't playing for Norman Powell. No, ain't nobody see this coming. So that's why I say I don't do that rumor stuff, bro. I don't. Cause Miami ain't an organization that leaks shit out. They don't. They don't do that. Even these Miami Heat beat garbage ass bum ass liars, man. They just clickbait, man. Yeah. All they do is clickbait, bro. So that's why I say, man, on my channel, when I do it, it happened. I ain't that he said she said. Sitting next to my aunt at the bar, her uncle. I don't. When it happened, then I know that's when it's real.
Y'all got the
So
East this year,
I mean, the East it really is open.
hmm
I don't know because I don't even know what we got. But you know me, I put us in the East every year, so
right? Right.
that ain't even an honest question to ask me because every year I'm gonna say yeah.
Man, y'all gonna have a Florida battle down there. Orlando got better too,
Yeah,
man.
Lando nice. Lando picked up some good pieces, but I don't. When it comes to us, we just a different beast with us, man. I don't think they can really. And we get the pieces that I think we gonna get. Now everybody don't like. Everybody talking about Rui. I heard Rui this, Rui that, but I would love to have Rui on our team
You
from the
would?
Lakers. Dita would. I think
Mm,
he fit Miami culture very well.
mm.
Yes, I do. I think Rui fit Miami culture very well, and they would put him in the proper position and do the proper things. Him on the defensive side, yes, sir. Yeah, I think Rui will help us that wing that we need. We need another wing. We still need one. I think, but one more wing, man.
Well,
Wouldn't
that's
hurt
what
to
I'm
get another
saying.
shooter either.
So what? I mean, you got Big Khalil. You got
But that's the center. That's the
yeah.
center.
Then you
Yeah.
got Bam. So
hmm
where's you would like Rui instead of Andrew instead of Wiggins?
Wiggins, Wiggins mentally, I can't deal. Wiggins just got. He only been with us a half a year, man. He already missed me a game just on personal shit alone. Then on
Oh,
top of
okay.
his injury, I can't see. Like I tell people, I was saying this when he was with Golden State. The boy is an A1 player, but the personal problems that he had, I don't know what's going on in his household, but
Well,
the
you know he
personal
lost his father, right?
right. You know what I'm saying? And then the
Right.
girl did, but I understand the girl did what she did and all that stuff. And it's one personal thing after another. Now, I would love to keep him if we could just get him, play ball, but it's more. Look, man, we already did that with Jimmy. It's just too much personal shit, man. It's time to 100% focus on ball, man. And I don't think Wiggins are able to do that for whatever reason. I just don't think. What's up, Aries? I don't think Wiggins are able to do that, man. I really don't, man. So if we can get something for him, and like I said, since Lakers the one that called, I don't have no problem with Rui. I think Rui, the way we would play him in our system, I think Rui would be a good wing guy for us, man. I think Rui would be a good wing guy for us, man. Real talk.
I
I
like
do.
Wiggs, man. I like Wiggs. I like, he was arguably the
But y'all
MVP
might
of.
get him. It ain't no guarantee. Because they're still looking for like a 3-team deal and all that stuff. So it ain't like 100%. Negotiate with Lakers and all that.
Y'all looking
Yeah.
at Kaminga?
So man, I don't want no motherfucker. First of all, I don't want Kaminga because we not giving you 30 million, bro. I don't know where you get that in your head that you worth 30 million. I'm sorry, we ain't got it. And
Hmm.
we can put something. Well, it says that we can put something down on it. We ain't got it. Goddamn,
Hmm.
we ain't got no 30 million. I would love having because they're only 22. He's still young, but these guys, for being so young, man, these guys just come with so much problems. I just don't get it. How you that young, rich, and you got more problems than the poor guy, bro. Like you got more problems than the 9 to 5 guy who just working trying to keep their head above water, man. I don't get it, man. These guys got too many problems for me. And this
Yeah.
diva stuff that's going on, I definitely can't. I can't deal with that, bro. I can't do the diva stuff, man. I just can't.
Well, what you think about that John Collins trade, Big Tone, to the
Well,
Clippers?
see, this is what I told people. John Collins was supposed to come to us, right?
Is that right?
But yeah. But I told people when they said Miami and negotiate get John Collins, Danny Ainge and Pat Riley
I heard what you
is
said about that.
oil and water.
Yeah.
And this shit been going on almost for 45 years, bro. They at that age, ain't nothing gonna change. That this feud is just until both of them literally die. It is what it is. I knew we was not going to get no Collins coming from the Jazz. He wasn't going. He just wasn't going to do the deal at all. He wasn't. It wasn't going to happen, especially if it was a straight up deal. Miami, Jazz. Danny Ainge, Pat Riley. I don't even know what the hell happened. I think they did each other wives or something. I don't know. But this feud been 40 plus years, bro, and it ain't happening. So when I'm like, we ain't getting no Collins, bro. Not as long as anybody, we ain't getting Saxon. Danny Ainge is not shipping nobody to no Miami. Pat Riley. Pat Riley ain't shipping nobody to Jazz. So in order for this deal to work, that's why nobody's seen the Norman Powell. We had to get a third team involved.
But
We
why
had to
would
get
y'all want
Clippers
John
involved.
Collins though? Why would
I
what
don't know.
if you got
I think another one. I think a good wing guy that would fit in our system. I think John Collins would fit in our system as well as a wing guy too.
with Bam?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Hmm. That's two
yeah.
that's two power forwards, man. I mean,
Yeah,
and then you
well,
got
left
the
and
lead.
right, one. That's a good front court. You sometime based on the rotation, he can good back court. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I like John Collins. I like
Hmm.
John Collins, but I knew coming. I wasn't even worrying about it. With no doubt in my mind, I wasn't even worried about it. I knew we wouldn't get no John Collins. He was on Jazz. He was on Jazz. It wasn't gonna happen. So when they said that third team was involved, that's why they sent Collins to Clippers and send Kevin Love and Slow Mo to Utah Jazz.
Slow mo, he gonna be a good pickup for somebody, man.
Yeah, he still played pretty good. I like Kyle. I mean, what you call Anderson, man. I like Slow Mo, man. But they was needing him in there, regular rotation. So that's what made it a good steal for us because you got two players um, that wasn't in rotation
Is Spo
for
gonna do his
for
job
score.
this year, man?
That boy, I hope so. I'm praying. Lord have mercy, I'm praying.
He
Man,
like
I'm praying, bro.
hey, he like to you like Lou is to us, man. He
I'm praying he go
He's a
deep, man.
headache.
Yeah,
Headache.
man. I'm y'all don't understand, bro. I'm praying he go 22-23, man. Just like he
mm,
did 22-23, man, and go deep, 10 deep, 9, 10 deep. That's how we found our diamonds in the rough. Because he went 10, 9, 10 deep in the bench and found out who could play, who could handle the pressure and who couldn't, man. But lately, well, and like I said, this year gone, I'm gonna give him a pass. Dealing with the divorce, dealing with custody of his children, dealing with players, just a dysfunction. Jimmy, the trade, death in players' family, Wiggins, K Love. It was just so much shit going on in that Miami Heat organization, man. That team this year. Allegations. Then you had Terry Rozier allegations. You had the allegation of boy Hyman sleeping with his wife, sleeping with Spo's wife. So all that shit we had to deal with this year, man. And still made it to the playoff
so
from the
y'all
10th
keeping
seed.
Rozier? Y'all keeping Rozier? Cause he was clear to that, right?
Yeah, he was clear, bruh. Give me a bag of plain potato chips and a bag of barbecue potato chips. You can have Rozier, bro. Just give me all I need is plain and barbecue. You can have Rozier.
I
I
don't know what
can't.
happened. I don't know what happened to
Yeah, I
Terry
don't know. I don't. I
Austin.
don't know. I don't know what happened either, man. And I'm a
I
fan
like
of
I
Terry,
like
man.
Rozier, man.
I
I think
do
he
like him.
dynamic,
I
man.
do like. First of all, he's a team player. He gonna fight with you. He gonna get kicked out with you. He stand with you, and he could ball. But after the injury, then come the investigation, and he been going downhill ever since, man.
Yeah, that
He been
stress can
going
weigh
downhill
on you,
ever since.
man.
Yep, he been going downhill ever since, bro. So I don't know. So yeah, I just need because it's time for us to get some new pieces, man.
I
You know,
like Bam though, man. Y'all can give up Bam if you want to.
no, they ain't having. Man, Bam going up in the Raptors, bro. He ain't gonna trade. They gonna give Bam what he want. They made him captain. He ain't going nowhere.
Is he gonna get 285 like Banchero did?
I don't think he getting no 285.
I
Pat
would
Riley.
never pay Bam that kind of money.
No?
He ain't getting it.
No.
He ain't getting it anyway.
And this is I'm a Miami fan. BJ will tell you that. I can't. I'm not gonna say I can't stand him, but no. For what I've seen him do
He
in
ain't
the
gonna get it
finals,
anyway.
what I've seen him do in the playoffs, I'm not interested.
Mm,
I think if there's a good piece that you can move him for, you consider doing that.
yeah,
But if he wants to get a
you
bag,
smoked it. You
listen,
smoked it.
listen, listen.
You one of them Heat fans
No, no, no,
smoking
no,
something.
no.
You
Let me tell
lacing
you
this shit
something.
up,
Hold
bro.
on. I
Yeah,
may
go
listen.
ahead.
Listen to me, bro.
Uh-huh.
I understand basketball. Bam is an
Mm-hmm.
undersized forward. He's an undersized. First of all, he's an undersized center at that. He
But
is
that's
very.
not his fault.
That's sports
Listen,
system.
listen. Hold
Right.
on. Let me finish
Yeah.
explaining it. He's an undersized
Mm-hmm.
center that
Mm-hmm.
can't really stretch the floor too well. He can shoot. I'll give him
Mm-hmm.
that, but he rarely does that. He loves to play on the block. Now, when he's playing against a smaller center that isn't as good, I give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's playing against a skilled big, he gets his ass whooped. I've seen it, so I'm not interested. Now,
Of course,
listen. If
he had bad games. Who
listen,
who
no, no. When
who
Jimmy
can
needed him, no. When Jimmy needed him in the finals,
when
where was he? Where was he
Jimmy
at?
needed, man, when we needed everybody in the final. Hell, where the fuck was Spo? Keeping
What you
Gabe
mean, nigga?
Vincent on
He was on the
keep
fucking sideline
keep
coaching. What you talking about?
keeping Gabe Vincent on some goddamn 6'11" Gordon. Where the
Listen,
fuck
let
was
me explain
Spo?
something to you.
How you
Listen,
gonna explain that shit?
listen. We shouldn't even be arguing about this shit. Who we
It's
need to be
not
talking.
arguing. You asking where people at. I'm asking you
Listen,
where was Spo.
who we
So
need
we
to
can
be talking
ask.
about. Listen, and this
Yeah.
who we need to be talking about. And me and you might agree. Motherfucking Pat Riley. Where the fuck was he at getting help from motherfuckers so they can do
Well,
something?
he took. Well, see, this way, no, we don't necessarily agree with Pat, right? Because I'm Pat 100 down, 10 toes down.
You out your fucking mind. That old nigga need to get
He
fired.
I know, ain't nothing wrong with that.
That old
You
nigga
got
need to
your,
go, OG.
I know, just like you said some dumbass shit. Bam, it ain't a motherfucker in this league can guard 1 through 5 and do what Bam do, bro.
Yeah, damn. Hey, Dom,
Okay,
damn
name them,
is nice, man.
name
Listen to
them.
me. Listen, hold
Hey,
on.
bro.
I never said he wasn't. What I'm
Okay,
saying
then.
is,
So who are
I've
you
never
replacing
listen.
them with?
Listen. This is what I can tell you, bro. I love the Heat. Like BJ would tell you that the Heat is one of my
We ain't talking
teams.
about the Heat. We talking about Bam. Who are you
Listen,
replacing them with?
if you can trade him for a feasible piece, I would
Who?
consider doing that.
Who is your definition of feasible peace?
Let me ask you something. Would you trade? Listen,
See,
if Kevin Durant,
see what I'm
if you had
saying?
the opportunity
See what
to
I'm
swap
saying?
out Bam for Kevin Durant, would you do it?
Not in 200 years.
You out your fucking mind. You out your fucking
Hold on.
mind.
Damn,
Now,
for
what?
Kevin Durant?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Are you talking about Kevin Durant now, or when he first came to lead and all that shit?
I'm talking
So
about
which?
Kevin
Because we talking
now.
about right now.
I'm
Man,
two-time
you out your
champion
fucking.
Kevin.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
Go
They
ahead.
didn't even give up fucking. They didn't even give up fucking Khalil Ware for Kevin Durant. What are you smoking, young
Now,
man?
wait a minute. Now, well, hold on. Now, listen. Now, Khalil Ware, that's my nigga. I like that nigga.
Oh,
Khalil Ware
see,
is
so it's
legit.
based on who you like. So
No,
you
no, no,
now
no.
you so
No, no,
that
no, no.
means
Listen to me.
that mean
It's not.
hold on.
Go
You
ahead.
would give up
I gotta get
Bam,
dressed.
Bam, but you keep Khalil Ware over Bam.
Yes, nigga, Khalil Ware can
Bro,
stretch
what are
the
you
fucking
smoking?
floor. Khalil Ware can stretch the floor. Have you
Oh,
not
so
seen
now
Khalil Ware play? What we talking
no,
about here?
y'all motherfucker with this 3-point shit.
Listen to
This is
me.
why I can't talk. This is why I
Listen.
can't talk with YNs, bro. I
Listen,
can't
OG,
do it.
a YN. No. Listen, OG. I'm 33. I ain't no YN. I'm a grown ass man. Get,
Nigga, that's YN shit to me.
no, it's.
I got I got goddamn kids old enough to be your daddy. What the hell you talking about? Shit. Lying to me.
Listen to me.
But I
This
get
is
you.
what I
I
can say.
understand. I understand.
I
I
don't
do
have a
understand.
problem with him. I just don't like that he didn't show up in the finals that year against Denver. That's when I realized that his arsenal was very offensively limited. Joker was
See this
whooping his ass.
now. Let me tell you something. See, this is why I keep telling y'all when you call yourself Miami Heat fans, y'all really don't watch Miami Heat. Do
Come
you
on,
understand?
what?
Hold
Okay,
on, bro. Hold on now. You talk, nephew. Let me
go
talk,
ahead.
bro.
Got you. Go ahead.
It's not a motherfucker in the NBA do what Bam does. Number one, Spo play small ball no matter who the fuck on the court, his opponent.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he sure
Bam
do.
got to guard 1 through 5.
Yeah,
After
yeah.
he guard 1 through 5, he got to get the fucking rebound, defense, fight for offensive rebound. Then you want him score 20, 25 motherfucking points. Bro, what is wrong with y'all?
So listen,
What
let me
do
ask you a
y'all be
question.
looking at? And now
Let
you
me ask
want
you a
him to
question.
save you on a daily motherfucking basis, bro, with no
Okay, so
help.
listen.
He
Okay, so
usually,
listen.
Bam was usually the tallest goddamn guy out there on that court for
And
Okay.
how
really,
many
what
years?
Bam height is? Really, he like 6'8",
6'9",
really.
6'10" with his
I told you
shoes
he's an
on.
undersized fucking five. So
But
6'9".
listen.
listen to me. You keep saying what Bam, we know what Bam is. That's not Bam's fault. Spo put him at center. And he did a hell of a job doing it, even
So
though
listen,
he
let me
was
ask you
out
a
of
question.
position.
Before we got Khalil Ware, who was gonna play center? Who was playing center? Kevin Love? Kevin Love's
Well,
a fucking
hold on
tall
for a minute.
bully.
First of all,
Go
now
ahead.
if you want to agree that we can get on Pat for that, then we can agree to get on Pat for that
Okay,
because he should
fine.
have got a big guy for Bam. But Bam was doing that shit so well, it got good to these motherfuckers. But at the same time, it was beating Bam the hell up. It
Listen,
was
Yeah,
beating him
yeah,
up.
yeah.
listen, and listen. So let me ask you something.
And
Why do you
that's
think
Spoelstra,
Joel
man.
Embiid? Why do you think Joel Embiid, Joker, they all don't play with their back towards the basket? You get your ass whooped playing physical basketball like that. That's why I said
Well,
over the
Bam, that's what
years.
Bam do, bro. That's
Listen, well, in my
that's who he
opinion,
is, bro.
he needs to stretch. He needs to learn how to stretch the
No,
four
no,
out and play
he,
more like a stretch four.
no. He doing just what the fuck he learned to play basketball and doing. I
All
don't have
right.
no problem with, but hold on. I don't have no problem with Bam playing with his back against the wall. I just need Spo to put enough. Do you know we had the outcry was so fucking loud. He wasn't even gonna put Khalil Way out there with him.
Yeah,
He wasn't even
Khalil's.
gonna
Hey,
fucking
big.
put Khalil Ware out there with Bam, bro. Until the outcry became so fucking loud, he had no goddamn
Yeah,
choice.
yeah, yeah. And Khalil's special, man. He's special. He
He
Listen,
was gonna leave. He was gonna let Khalil sub for Bam and leave Bam out there by his goddamn self. Cause he did it. You know why? Cause he did it the whole first season, the first half of this season. When we had Khalil, when we got him last year. Khalil didn't start playing until fucking January, damn near February. And he realized the help that gave Bam and the relief that gave Bam that Bam was moved to his original spot, power forward. He wasn't even going to give that motherfucker no help. So you keep talking about Bam small. We know he's small. But
no,
three
he just
times
playing out
he
of
should
position.
have been defense a motherfucking of the year, bro.
you're
DYMT, man.
crazy. You're
Now, boy,
crazy.
so basically you telling me that Goldberg is better than motherfucking Bam, bro? Is
Well,
that what
all right.
I'm
Gobert
gonna
is
ask
a
you
no,
again? Is it
no.
yes or
And
no?
here's
There
the
you
thing.
go. So how the fuck he get 3?
What you said?
How did he get 3?
Because he's a defensive anchor. Bam is not a defensive anchor. So you got to remember. Go
Oh
look at
my
how much
God.
blocks.
Lord
Go
have
look at
mercy.
how much blocks Rudy Gobert average per
Blocks.
season. Bam not.
Bruh.
Here's the thing. Go look at.
See, this is why I
Listen,
couldn't
it's
do it with
almost
him.
impossible to
Are you
score on
serious?
Minnesota
So
when that nigga's on the
he's
court, bro.
the only thing he fucking do. He's 7'32". The only fucking thing he do is stay at the rim.
Now, one thing Bam can do, man, he can guard. He
One
can
through
guard three
five.
through five. He can guard
Listen
the
to
3,
me.
4, and 5.
Listen, I know.
One,
Listen.
two, no. It's
Go
only
ahead.
three. Actually, I don't. Well, MB can't do it no more. Now there's only
Whoa,
two.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Triple
And
J,
B can't do what?
guard 1 through 5 no more with them knees. He can't keep up with no point guard.
If he chooses to, he
I'm gonna
can.
say this. Let me say
But
this
we
to you,
can't
bro.
compare Joel Embiid to Bam.
Listen to
Bam,
me.
Joel Embiid is a better player than Bam on the bio.
Hey, bro, are you smoking? We talking defense, bro.
Listen, like I said, you
We
cannot
see,
compare
you see
Joel
how y'all
Embiid.
keep jumping. You see how they keep jumping.
How are
Stick
we
to the
talking about
fucking
jumping?
topic. We
Listen, we
are
cannot
talking
compare them two.
about, bro. What? No, you
Okay,
can't,
so listen,
because
So you know
MB
what? Put it like this. Let me
MB
ask you a
cannot
question.
guard. MB cannot guard 1 through 5.
Neither can
Goldberg,
fucking Bam.
go. Is he high? Okay,
Bro,
you're not.
listen to
No,
me.
it's nowhere in fuck, bro. It's nowhere
Did
in
you
fuck
not
near
see what the
Miami Heat,
fuck
bro.
Jamal Murray did to him? Did
If
you not see what Jamal Murray did to him?
are you?
Jamal's up one.
Are you? I can't. I can't with you, boy. I can't with y'all,
Did you
motherfucker.
not see Eric Gordon eating that nigga lunch? Eric Gordon is a fucking
Eric Gordon
fraud.
did not eat no fucking Bam lunch. He had a good game. Okay, he did not eat no fucking lunch, bro.
Bro, listen to me. Go back and watch them finals. Listen, I don't got them recorded, but I could gladly go back and watch them. Let me tell you something. Part of the reason why they beat Miami is because Bam. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Everybody, listen, hold
See,
on. Like, let me explain something to you,
this
OG.
this is what I'm
Everybody
talking
got
about, bro.
tricked. Everybody got tricked
This is
because
what
of
I'm talking
Draymond
about, man.
Green. Everybody got tricked that you could start these small ass fours because of Draymond Green. No, these small fours to be fives because of Draymond. But the truth of the matter is, Draymond was getting the business by legit centers. He wasn't cooking all them niggas like that in his heydays. So people started doing the same thing.
Oh Lord have
So this is what I'm trying to
mercy.
explain to you. I fuck with Bam. But Bam is a bitch ass nigga in my opinion. He's not as good as
Okay,
people make it seem he is.
So
I
I
you
know he
watched
saying,
that
not.
hey,
nigga.
you saying Bam is not a better defensive player than Draymond Green?
And Draymond, here's the thing. In
See,
Draymond's heydays,
bro,
it-
I can't.
okay, Draymond went off a pure heart when it came to playing the game.
This dude,
Listen
this
to me.
dude, this
Hold
motherfucker
on.
said, "No,
Listen.
nephew, you
Listen.
just said
Draymond played the
Goldberg.
game.
Goldberg is
Draymond
better
played the
than
game with
Bam
heart.
because he sits
Bam on the
at
bio
the
don't got the heart
rim
that
and
Draymond
blocks
got.
shots."
So right then and there, I know because
All right,
Draymond was
bro.
willing to get down there with sinners and get and handle his business.
But
Right.
that's
All
all
right, bro.
Bam been playing against his
Hey,
centers.
bro.
But listen to me, Bam. Understand something. Bam
Hey,
don't got the heart Draymond got. Bam got his fucking soul taken by Joker in the finals. He couldn't
okay,
do
bro.
But
nothing.
Draymond did too.
First of all,
Well, I don't know. I don't
I'm
remember
gonna
nobody taking
I'm gonna show
Draymond
you
shit.
since because I know you also a stat guy. You one of them stat hoes. I know
No,
you
no, the
are.
fuck I'm not.
So
No, I'm not.
okay,
I go by what I see.
just go and
Go
do the
ahead.
stat of Joker's number when he watched by Bam, what his numbers is when he's guarded by Bam, then when he's not. Then go to see Giannis' number when guarded by Bam, and then when he's not. Then go and check when Embiid is guarded by Bam,
Okay.
then when he's not. Come
Yo,
back
you're
and holler at
crazy.
me.
Let me tell you something.
I'm
If
just
you
going.
think,
See
listen
what I'm
to me.
saying?
If you think for
I,
once
I
in your
I gave
mind,
you homework.
listen to
All
me.
that
If you
talk,
think for, let me tell you
you're
something.
emotional talking about because you don't like Bam, bro.
Listen to
So
me. Listen, it's
do
not the fact I don't like him. I can go off what the fuck I watch the Miami Heat, bro. I've been to
yeah,
Miami games. Me and my uncle is the
okay,
biggest Miami fans. Niggas are fucking meat. Bro, if I tell that nigga to come in this chat right now, if he's not busy, he'll
hmm
tell you that nigga Bam is trash, bro. Niggas like
of course
move this
because he
nigga.
like you because he don't he you're unfortunate your uncle don't know basketball because
You're crazy.
you
Listen to
just
me.
told You just told me
Go ahead.
Goldberg is better than some fucking Bam. So
Listen
right
to
there,
me.
you dismiss.
Listen to me. He's
You
a go.
dismiss. I
Listen,
don't
Rudy
even.
Gobert
I
is
don't
a
have to
better
come.
defensive player. Rudy
I don't
Gobert is
even
a
have to
listen.
conversate. I
Listen.
don't
All right,
even
so
have to
check this out.
conversate with you
Listen.
no more, bro.
Listen. Do me a
I
favor.
don't. I
Listen to
really
me. Do
don't.
me a favor. Say it to his 3 defensive players of the year to fucking Bam Adebayo's nothing. What are you talking
That
about?
I
That
don't think block
that don't.
shots
That,
necessarily make you the defensive player of the year.
exactly.
Listen to
But
me. Listen.
listen
Listen
to
to
me,
me.
bro.
Yo,
This shit,
Rudy Gobert defense barely got them. Damn, they got them niggas to the finals. The
bro.
only reason why Miami made it that
Bro.
far was because of fucking
Hey,
Jimmy
bro.
Butler.
I'm just
Hey,
talking
hey.
about realistic
Did,
because Gobert cannot guard. He cannot guard 3 through 5.
he
Who can't
can't
He,
guard
guard.
3 through 5?
He
Gobert,
can't
Gobert.
guard nobody.
Listen to me. Neither can
I
Bam.
can't.
What are we talking
I
about here? Neither
can't.
can Bam.
This nigga, this
Bam,
boy
Bam just
crazy.
playing out of position though, Don. That's how
But
Eric Spoelstra's
bruh,
system is.
bruh,
My
this
nigga,
dude,
listen to
I
me.
don't, and yet,
Here's the thing.
but hey,
When
BJ,
they got
this is what I
Khalil
go
Ware,
through. Those quote unquote who call themselves Miami Heat fans. This is what the
you're
fuck I
wilding.
go through.
You're fucking wilding, bro.
This is what I
Like I
go through,
said,
bro.
listen, I know what the fuck
I
I
just
know.
can't, man. I feel you, bro. You don't like Bam. He weak. He can't do nothing. Goldberg is better defense than fucking Bam because he blocks his
Listen,
shot.
no.
He's 7 foot
Nah,
fucking
Listen to me.
32.
I
he
No,
said,
said
he's
hold
seven
Draymond
on.
foot 32.
Listen to me. I did not say that.
Okay.
I said he's a better shot blocker than Bam.
Big Tone, he said Draymond Green a better defensive player than Bam.
I can't.
Yes, in his
I
heydays,
can't
nigga,
believe
Draymond
that,
Green
bro.
got 4 championships. What are we talking about?
That's
Oh,
not because of no defense of
so,
Draymond. That's
Listen to
because
me.
so he
Listen
got
to me.
he got four
Listen to me.
championships
Hold
by
on.
himself.
Listen to me. See, this is the shit I don't
Okay,
like about
don't worry
niggas.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Understand
This is
something.
what I got. Here you go. Here
Draymond
you go
Green
right
played
here.
the
Real
vital
quick.
point in Golden State
Real
winning.
quick.
Bam ain't
Don't
play no
even worry
fucking
about it.
vital point in Miami winning. Fuck
Hold
out of
on.
here. Fuck that nigga.
Well
I don't
then
give a
how
fuck how
did
none of y'all
Miami
niggas
get to
feel.
three?
That nigga's a
Hold
bum.
on for a
I
minute.
saw what I
Hold
saw.
on for a minute. Hey, that's cool. That's
Nobody
cool.
can change that.
I know you can't. Because when you hate somebody, it ain't gonna change it. It is what the fuck
Listen
it
to me.
is. Hey,
Listen.
hold
I don't
on.
hate
I'm gonna
him.
ask you a
Hate is a strong
question.
word because I don't
Hey,
know him.
bro. Hey,
He's
bro.
fucking trash.
Okay, then he's trash. That's cool. It's a very simple question. The roster that Bam and Jimmy had,
Yes?
could Draymond Green and Steph Curry take that roster to 3 Eastern Conference Finals and 2 finals? I don't give a fuck about win or lose.
All
With the
right, now.
Hey,
Listen
hold
to
on,
me.
man.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
bro. It's a
Go ahead.
yes or fucking no answer.
All right, I'm gonna answer it, but I'm gonna ask you one thing on the back end though. Are we adding Clay to that equation or no? That's what I'm asking you.
Hey,
Are we
bro.
keeping Clay or no?
Hey, bro. Did
Listen, are we
Miami have
adding Clay to that
hold,
roster?
Hey, bro, listen to me. Cause you just talking and you just a hater of Bam.
Listen,
Now
I'm
let me
asking
say
you a
this shit
question.
again.
Listen,
Let me
I
say
asked you a
I'm
question.
gonna say
I
this
said, are
again.
we adding Clay to that roster?
Did Miami did Bam and Jimmy have an equivalent of Clay Thompson on their team when they went 3 East Conference 2 finals? Yes or no?
Uh, I would say yes because Tyler Hero and fucking and Duncan
Tyler
Robinson can
Hero
shoot.
did not even play in the fucking playoffs.
Listen, oh my God, here you go. Listen, this is what I'm saying to you.
You know
You're
what I'm saying,
asking
bro?
me. All Clay did was
You know what I'm
shoot.
saying?
Clay did nothing else but shoot. He didn't play make. He was an
I just,
off-ball screen
hey
shooter.
man, see, you
So
see,
that's
this is
what you
when
had
you
Duncan
know.
Robinson doing. What
This
are we
is when
talking
you
about
know.
here?
This
So
is
Clay
when
didn't
you
play
know.
defense.
What you
This
said?
is.
Did Clay play any defense before he
I
went
Yeah,
don't
of
give
to?
a
course
fuck.
he did. Yeah, he did.
Hold on for a
Okay,
Sure.
minute.
okay. So you,
Hold on.
if
I don't
one,
care
No, no, no,
about
no, no, no,
Clay.
no. That's not what he asked me. He asked me, can Steph Curry and Draymond get that Miami Heat team to 3 Eastern Conference Finals? Like I
And 2
told him.
finals.
And 2
right,
finals. So
right.
like I asked him.
You talk and play. Well, hold on, Steph Curry and Draymond in place of who? Bam and who?
No. All I'm
No, he's
doing,
he's no,
listen
no,
to
he's
me.
putting them
Let
on
me
that
explain.
roster. Yeah,
Let me
he's putting them
explain,
on that
bruh.
roster, currently
Bruh.
constructed.
Let me
Yes. If
Let
you're
me
adding
explain.
Clay, yes.
Hold,
Listen to
hold,
me.
hold,
Why
hold
the
on,
fuck
Don.
do you have to add Clay?
Hold on, Don. Say it again, Big Tone.
Listen to me, man. That's when you know these motherfuckers are destroyed.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. All you doing in 22 and 23, 9 undrafted players, 3 7-11 players. All you doing is taking Bam off, Jimmy off, and you putting Steph on and Draymond on.
Oh, hell no.
Can Draymond and Steph take them 9 undrafted players and 3 7-11 players to 2 Eastern Conference Finals and a final? Because we
And
had
listen, hold
drafted
on.
players in
All
2020.
right, now
So I'm not
listen.
even gonna count 2020.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
not gonna
okay.
count
So
2020.
listen. So,
Nah,
all
nah.
right. This
You
will be
still
the real
talking. You ain't
question.
answering me.
Because, no, hold on.
See what I'm
We
saying?
have to take certain things into consideration.
It's
That's
Listen,
a
no
straight.
goddamn
That's
hold
a
the fuck
fucking
on. Let
no.
me again, man. Let me talk.
Dom.
Are
That's
we
a straight
saying,
yes or no
listen, no,
question.
hold on. Are we putting them semi-prime or are we putting them after the championships?
What the fuck
Because,
are you talking about?
yo, this nigga, I don't get it with this nigga. I don't. Yo, BJ, like, who the fuck is
All
this nigga,
I
bro? Like, I don't
did,
get it with this nigga. Listen
bruh.
to me.
No, I know.
Yes,
You know
nigga.
why?
Why the fuck would they not be able to? Them niggas is
Nephew,
four-time champions. What the fuck are
look
we
at
talking
this.
about here?
Hey, Dom.
You
He
see,
already
you see,
asked you. He said.
you
He
see the
said
level of
two.
ignorance of this shit,
He
bro.
said 2 Eastern Conference Finals and 1 final.
Yes!
Hold on. Hold on.
Yes!
Hold on. Hold on. He said, can Steph and Draymond take
Take
the Miami Heat to the
it,
finals like Jim and Bam did?
the
Listen,
Rock.
Jimmy took them to the finals. Bam ain't fucking take them nowhere. That's what y'all
Bam
not
ain't take.
understanding.
Bam ain't take them nowhere.
Yo,
Ain't that a
listen to
bitch?
me. Listen to me. When
All
Jimmy
right,
left
bro.
that
I'm
team,
done.
what the
I'm
fuck
done,
happened to
bro.
Miami?
I'm done,
When
bro.
Jimmy left
I'm
that
done.
team, what happened to
Yeah,
Miami?
we made it. We made it to the playoffs. The same spot that we got when Jimmy was there, 8th seed. What the
Bro,
fuck are
let me
you
explain
talking
something
about?
to you, bro.
Uh-oh.
Listen to me.
Uh-oh.
Bro, you
Uh-oh.
just got up here earlier and said
What
Terry
the fuck are
Rozier
you
is
talking?
nice. Are you fucking high?
Who
Are you
said?
high?
Who said Terry Rozier is nice?
You did.
I said he used to be nice.
That's no, get the fuck out of here. You said, yo, he's a great player.
Hey nephew,
You didn't say that?
old man, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Me
Listen,
and old man.
you didn't get up
No,
here.
he
Hold on,
lost me
hold
on the
on.
defensive player with
Me and
Draymond
hold on for a minute. Me and old man said. Old man
Hey
asked
yo,
me.
hey yo, yo,
Could
yo,
y'all?
BJ, do me a favor.
Hold on,
Yo,
nephew. Could you
BJ,
let somebody
go get
talk, bro?
Cleasy in here. Text
Could
Cleasy,
you?
cause these niggas is
Could you
wilding when
please?
it come to Draymond. You niggas
Could
is.
you
Let me tell you
please?
something. I didn't like Draymond
This nigga
either,
is
but you not
become
gonna
all
disrespect Draymond with no fucking Bam on the bio, my nigga.
I
That's
know
not
you
gonna
ain't because
happen.
you don't like Bam, and that's fine.
Listen,
I
it's
don't give
not
a
the fact
fuck.
I don't like
It is
Bam.
a
I
bro.
don't like what he
Bruh.
did
It
when
is.
Jimmy needed his fucking help.
Jimmy needed his
Fab is
help.
better than Draymond, bro.
I don't,
What?
bro.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I
Hey,
can't do
Showbo.
it.
Hey,
Hold
Showbo.
on.
First of all, this nigga already lost everybody when this motherfucker said Goldberg is better than fucking Bam. So from that point
First of
on,
all,
you
listen
don't
to
take
me. Hold
nothing.
on. Listen
You
to
don't
me.
take nothing and then
Hold
say
on.
just because
Listen.
a motherfucker stand
Listen.
under the basket, that's all he do. Stand under the basket at 7'32" and just block a shot when the motherfucker come to him. I
Bro,
can't. I can't with these, man. I can't. But you
listen
got it,
to
young
me.
man. You
Listen
got it.
to me, bro. Listen to me. Goldberg is the reason why his team damn near went to the
Yeah,
finals because of his fucking
right,
defense, bro. What are you
right.
talking about?
Yeah,
He was
because
one round away from going to an NBA fucking finals.
well,
What are you
Bam
talking
got there.
about?
Hold on for a minute. Bam got there twice.
And
So why
ain't
the
do
fuck he don't?
shit.
Why he can only almost when Bam got there twice?
Yo, Bam got there because of Jimmy, bro. It's what you not
Oh,
understanding.
oh. So in other words, if Goldberg didn't have Ant, he would have got there anyway. That's what the
If
fuck
wait,
I
wait, wait,
thought.
wait, 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 wait. What?
Now I
What you
know. Boop,
say?
boop, 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 boop. Now you
Hey,
stop.
You
hey,
said
hey,
something.
hey,
I
Dom.
didn't
Hey,
hear
Dom.
you. He
Hey,
said
Dom.
something. I didn't hear him.
Hey, Dom. Can I ask you a question,
I
Dom?
ain't
Go
got
For
ahead.
time
real.
for this
Go
dude,
ahead.
man.
Hey, if Draymond was on Miami
Uh-huh.
for a swap for Bam, right?
I can't.
That Golden State, when Golden State won the championship and Draymond was ass, how you
What you
think Bam
said?
would have done? How you think Bam would have done
Why
in
you can't
Draymond
never?
place?
Wait a minute,
Why
wait
you
a minute,
can't?
wait a minute.
Why you can't never hear
Say it
nobody
again.
when they calling you out for your bullshit, nephew?
Listen. Yo, old man, go ahead and say it again. I can hear you.
When if you take Bam off of
Mm-hmm.
Miami and put him on that Golden State when they won the championship against Boston, right?
Mm-hmm.
What production you would have got out of Bam instead
Out
of
of Draymond.
Draymond, because Draymond played like ass in that series.
No, actually, the person who played like ass was Clay. Clay played like shit, and they
No, come
still
See,
on
got it
now,
over
see,
the
see
Dom.
hump.
what I'm saying? See what I'm
Clay
Everybody
played
know
like
saying?
shit.
Draymond
That's who
was
played
See,
bust.
like
see what I'm
shit.
saying? See, this is why I tell y'all. This is what I swear to God. All these dudes do is prove my point. When
Listen.
it
Yo,
benefits
old
them,
man, he got
when
his
they like
opinion. I got mine.
someone,
He's entitled to
when they
that.
like someone, that
Listen, it's
goalpost,
not about
boy, that
liking,
goalpost
It's
get
not about
moved,
liking. Oh, Gigi, I
bruh.
don't care. What I'm saying is,
Draymond
I know
Green
what I
plays.
saw.
Draymond
Bam
Green
on a
plays
bio
like
can't carry
complete
no
trash.
fucking team.
Ain't nobody in this room, in no other room, gonna tell you that Draymond played good in that series in 22. Nobody. Even a
Listen
motherfucker
to
who
me.
don't even know basketball is going to tell you Draymond played good in that
So listen
goddamn
to me.
22
Okay, so
series,
check
bro.
this out. Oh, okay, so check this out. So you trying to say Bam played good in that finals against Denver?
I didn't say he played good. None of
Listen,
them played good.
listen.
Not,
So listen,
not
so
even
check this out.
Spo.
So
Not even
listen,
Spo, who kept Gabe Vincent, who is 6'1", on fucking Gordon, who is 6'11".
listen. Why wasn't your man Bam guarding him? That was his.
Because
That's his assigned
he was
matchup.
guarding Jokic. You see what I'm saying, old man? Bam
Listen,
got to
and got
guard
his
Gordon.
lunch.
He got to
Listen,
guard
and got his
Jokic. He
lunch
got to
snatched
guard
from him.
Murray. This motherfucker just named 4 people that Bam got to guard.
Okay.
He
Yo,
just named
this
4
nigga wilding
people
with Bam on the bio, son.
Bam
This nigga's
Bam
wilding
got
with
to
Bam on
guard.
the bio.
So
Yo,
Dom,
this nigga
Dom,
talking about
Dom,
Bam like he a prime Shaq or some shit. Get the
Dom,
fuck out of here, bro.
you would take
This
Draymond Green, Dom, over Bam.
this
And
dude is
listen, and Draymond's green prime, absolutely. Let me
You
tell you
crazy.
something.
You
Listen
crazy.
to me. The
Is
reason
it
why
trash?
Cleveland won that championship is because Draymond got suspended. Nigga, don't
No,
ever
no.
get up here and
That's a lie.
disrespect Draymond
That's
like
a
that.
lie. That's a lie.
Bam on the
That's a
bio's
lie.
a fucking bum when it comes to
man.
That's a lie.
Draymond. Fuck
Draymond
out of
It,
here.
they lost that
Draymond
series
is a
because they center
motherfucking
got hurt,
bum.
buddy.
The real
Stop
bum
lying.
is a
Like,
fake
what the
ass
fuck you talking
gangster
about? Stop
Draymond.
lying, nigga. No, the fuck
You're
he did
lying.
Draymond
not.
is
You're
a
lying.
Draymond
bum.
You're
got
lying. You're
suspended, nigga.
lying. You're
Get
Fuck you
the
lying.
talking
fuck
about?
You're
Shut
lying.
the fuck
You're
up,
lying.
nigga. You
You're lying.
fuck
crazy.
out of
You
here.
shut the fuck up.
The
For
fake ass,
one,
You
for
have your
one,
that
motherfucking mind, nigga.
finals,
Shut the fuck up.
what
Shut the
finals
fuck up, nigga.
MVP
that fake
Draymond
ass
got?
gangster,
Nan.
that
Name
fake
Okay.
who?
ass gangster.
What finals MVP this so-called defensive player have?
Nigga, what the fuck
What
Bam got?
finals
Nigga,
MVP?
listen,
Because y'all got
listen.
one.
That wasn't Draymond's job.
Nah,
Draymond's
nah,
job was to do
nigga.
the
You
dirty work, you
stupid.
stupid bitch.
You stupid. You
Fuck
Y'all,
out
talking
of here,
about a
y'all
nigga.
fuck
Shut
player
your
out of here,
fucking
that
bro.
mouth.
play defense.
Shut your
His
fucking
job
mouth.
is to
Shut your
play
fucking mouth.
Y'all,
defense,
Talk about
not to
y'all
Draymond,
just
shoot.
out
nigga.
of
Fuck you
Come
bullshit.
on,
talking about?
man. You lost
Y'all
your
Draymond,
just
let me
out
mind.
of.
tell you
I'm
I'm
something.
telling
talking
you,
Draymond
about,
man.
played with
man.
this.
It's
You
Listen,
ain't 33.
Draymond played with
You
it's
pure heart,
23.
nigga. Draymond
that
played with
nigga.
pure heart.
You
Bam is a
That
23.
pussy
nigga.
ass 7 fucking footer that can't guard his fucking lunch.
Man,
That
if
nigga
Fuck
that's
out
the
of here
is a
arguing
case,
with
fake.
me
if
about bum
that's
ass
the
Bam on
case,
a fucking
they would
bio.
need it,
Get the fuck out
McGee.
of
That
here.
They would need
Draymond.
all these big centers
Draymond
to
can't
guard
tie Bam
the paint.
shoes, nigga. You
Come
can
on,
holler
man.
all the fuck you want.
Okay.
Draymond can't tie motherfucking
Yo,
Bam shoes.
BJ. Yo,
The
BJ.
only,
Niggas is, yo, BJ.
the
Yo, get
only
Cleasy in here.
reason,
Niggas is out of their mind.
the only
Let
reason
me,
them
you
motherfuckers
niggas is
got
out of
four
your
rings is
fucking
because of
mind.
Steph Curry and KD. The only reason them niggas got 4 rings
Yo,
is because
BJ,
of
hold
Steph
on for a
Curry
minute, bro.
and fucking
Let me see
KD.
if I can get my uncle in this room real quick. Let
Fuck
me send
out
him
of
the
here.
link.
You
How this
talking
nigga
about?
chew
Yeah,
the
go
fuck
get
out of
your
Bam on the bio.
because Iris he's smoking the same shit you smoking. Fuck
This
is
nigga
you
out his
talking about?
motherfucking
Goldberg,
mind.
Now,
Goldberg better than some fucking bang.
now, Jimmy,
Out
look,
your
Dom,
goddamn
Jimmy
mind.
played with Steph and he played with Draymond this year, and they didn't advance, right?
My nigga, it's
They
their
sure
first
did.
year. What are you talking about? Don't do that, old man.
Now's
What?
the
Don't do
first
that.
year.
What?
Now's the first year. See what I'm
It's
saying?
their first year. Don't you can't do that.
KD got to the finals in their
No,
first year.
I'm talking about in particular Draymond. How was his production?
Who?
Draymond.
Nigga, Draymond is like almost 40. He's old now.
There you go.
Draymond.
Now you old.
Draymond is old now.
So
Well,
what?
he wasn't that old in 22.
This nigga wildin'. Bro, Draymond is damn near 40 years old. Yo, BJ out his own mouth would tell you. You can't put no fucking... Yo, Draymond was one of the reasons why they were winning. Draymond was locking niggas up in his heydays.
Yeah. So
Draymond is the reason
Draymond,
why all of these niggas is playing out of
right?
position right now and getting
So
exposed.
Draymond ain't
so
locked nobody up.
right, he
Draymond
Okay.
ain't
sure
playing
didn't.
nobody.
He
Yo,
sure didn't.
BJ.
He's a
That
good
nigga ain't
dollar.
locking him.
Yo,
Played
BJ, listen to
the
me. Yo,
man.
BJ, stop letting niggas talk
He
like
just
this, son.
lied.
Niggas come here talking crazy.
He lied. He
No,
lied.
no.
These
You
niggas
just
is out of their
see,
fucking mind.
you just that typical fanboy that nobody, no matter what nobody says, you gonna talk your shit, and that's
My
cool.
nigga,
It
listen,
is
I'm
what
not a
it is, bro.
fanboy. I'm a fan of basketball. I know what
No,
I
you can't
watch.
be. It's
What
nowhere
is
in
you
the
talking
fuck you can
about?
be a fan of basketball and say Gobert is better than Bam because
Listen
he
to me.
blocks
So
shots.
Dom,
Listen,
Dom,
hold
Dom.
on.
Hey,
I
Dom.
said Gobert was a better shot blocker. I didn't say he was a better player.
Hey,
And
Dom.
here's the
Who?
thing. And here's the thing.
Bruh,
Good.
he's
Listen to me. Listen to me.
7'32"
Good players
and
win
stays
awards. Listen to me.
at
Listen
bruh.
to me. Listen.
So
Good players win awards.
okay,
You know what?
good players been
But
award.
you know what? Listen to. You know what? I take it a step further. Who won
Marcus
the
Smart
defensive
should have
player
got
last year?
so Marcus Smart should have got the defensive player of the year over Bam that year too.
Let me ask you a question.
See
Who
what I'm
won the
saying?
defensive player last year?
This nigga
No,
don't
this
answer no
season, who won it?
questions. I
Who
don't
won
give
it
a
this
fuck,
season? I think it was Evan
bruh.
Mobley. So
I
you sitting
don't
there
give a
trying to
fuck,
tell me Bam Adebayo is better than
bruh.
Evan Mobley?
We not talking about no
I'm
fucking
asking
Evan
you a
Mobley or
question.
none of
That's
that.
who won the
I
defensive player
asked you,
award. My nigga,
I
Bam
asked you a
Adebayo don't
question,
have a
bro.
defensive player award in his closet. So you know what that means?
Oh,
He's
trust me.
fucking
Oh,
trash. The
trust me.
league don't acknowledge him for being great.
And we know why. And we know why. Because I
Why?
guarantee you,
Why?
if Bam was on any other team, he would probably have about 4 of them right now.
You
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
smoking. You're
He probably
smoking.
have about 4 of them.
You're smoking.
Yeah, yeah. So
You're
I'm going to ask you
smoking.
again, since you always seem to duck and dive and rope a dope. So you telling me Marcus Smart was the better defensive player in 22 than Bam? There you go. If you got to say, motherfucker, you already know he wasn't. Case closed. Thank you, nephew. I'm out this motherfucker. When you got to say,
Well,
nigga, you
hold
already
on.
know
Wait
better.
a minute. Wait a minute. Well. Here's
You
the
already
thing.
know better, bro.
Listen.
You
Here's
already
the
know better.
thing. Here's the
Nephew,
thing.
there you
This
go.
is what we
Hey,
can
Big
say.
Tone. Big Tone.
Listen
It's
to me.
about.
Hold on. This is what we
That's
can say. Marcus Smart played a pivotal point in Boston's
yeah.
defense.
All
That's
right,
why they
bro.
went out and got Drew Holiday. That was his replacement. Fuck are you
Okay,
talking
bro.
about? So
All right, bro.
again,
I
Bam
asked you a question.
Adebayo does not play a
I
pivotal
asked
point
you.
in Miami's
I
success.
asked you. Well, here's the thing. You can try to do all that bullshit that you want. Pivot a point, this point, that point,
Listen, like I
left, right.
said, you and I both know. Listen to me. Listen,
It was a
you like
simple
Bam.
yes or
Listen,
no
listen.
answer.
You like
That's
Bam.
all it
I'm not
was.
knocking you for that. But
Hey,
what
bro.
I'm saying is, the nigga I seen, you talking about this nigga like he a prime fucking Shaquille O'Neal. You're bugging, bro.
Okay,
You're
okay.
bugging.
That's fine. That's fine.
You're bugging.
I'm
And
gonna
don't
say
get it
this
twisted.
again.
I respect Bam,
Any
but you
silly
wildin', my
motherfucker
nigga.
to say that Goldberg is better than man, right
Listen,
there
I
gets the
said no. I said
conversation
a
is
better
better.
shot blocker.
He
I said
should
a
be.
better shot
He
blocker.
should be.
That
He should be. He only stands under the basket. He don't guard no fucking body. What the fuck is wrong with you, boy?
yo, yo, this
Hey,
nigga
hey,
really think
Don.
Bam on the
Hey,
bio was
hey,
real.
hey,
Yo, this shit
This
crazy.
nigga. I
hey, let
can't.
me
But
ask the
hey,
old man something. Hey,
you
old
you
man,
you
Yeah.
already
This nigga
proved
really
my
think
point,
Bam is that
man.
nigga.
Yeah,
old
you
man.
already proved my
Yeah.
You,
point.
Yeah.
you,
You already proved
Curry
my
got
point.
4 rings without Draymond.
Curry got 4 rings without Draymond.
Yeah,
We'll
be
never
honest now.
know.
What you say?
Do you
But
think? Do you
We'll
think?
never know.
hold on. He got to 2022 without him because he was ass.
I'm
He
gonna
got
ask
the
you
20.
again. Oh
Hold
man.
on, hold on, hold
Oh
on,
man. I'm
hold on,
gonna ask you
hold on,
again.
hold on.
Okay.
I want to put some clarity in this now. He got the 2022 without Draymond because Draymond didn't have a good series. He got the 2015 without Draymond because he had Iguodala, and he got the 20. He got the back to
I
back
can't
with
hear niggas. Say it again.
He got the 2015 with Iguodala,
So therefore, he got it without Draymond.
and he got the.
Oh man. Oh
Hold
man.
on. He got the.
Oh man.
Wait a minute. Hold
Oh
on.
man. Come on, oh man.
Wait a
Stop that
minute.
shit.
He got the back to backs with Durant because he got in trouble in the one series that he got suspended in because he couldn't play no damn defense. And then they didn't even need him for the second time that they won with Durant. So I mean, come on. He overrated, man. Draymond is
Could
Who
bigger than
who
Draymond get it?
everything, man.
Could
oh
Draymond
man.
get it without Golden State?
I didn't ask was he overrated.
Yes,
All I said
yes,
was I didn't ask that.
yes. Steph, them could Steph, Clay, and the guys, Durant, they still would have won those championships without Draymond.
That's bullshit,
Absolutely.
old man. That's
Absolutely.
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, man.
Why now? Who was Draymond holding? You can't even tell me who Draymond was
You know
holding.
Draymond played a big part with that team.
Was he holding LeBron?
That man ain't
Was
guard
he
Hold,
LeBron.
was he
hold
holding
on,
LeBron?
no, Showboat, no, Showboat.
Was he holding
Draymond,
LeBron?
hold on. Draymond was holding LeBron, right?
Come on, man. Come
I,
on, man.
I'm,
Come on, man.
I'm going to ask you
Come
again.
on, man.
Was
Hey,
he
old
holding?
man. Oh man, you know I'm not a
Big
Curry fan,
Tone,
but come on, man.
Big
Come
Tone,
on, man.
BJ.
Stop that
Here's what,
bullshit.
oh,
Stop
oh
that
man, here's
bullshit,
what we
old
do
man.
know. Draymond,
You know
Draymond ain't
Draymond
never
is
winning
very
shit without
vital to
what's
that
that?
team.
Draymond
Steph
ain't
ain't never
winning shit
won
without
shit.
that.
He ain't
That
winning
goes
shit
both
without
ways.
Curry. Nah, that
And
go both
so,
ways. Exactly.
Hold on.
it really no,
Exactly. That
it
go
really
both ways.
he just proved that it didn't because Steph Curry won it in 22 and 15 without him because he didn't even play well. So what are we saying?
Oh, because he don't play well. Okay. I
But
got
he
you.
didn't step.
I
He
got you.
didn't.
I
He
got you.
didn't.
I got
Really.
you. I got you, man.
It was.
I
It
got you.
was. It was. He wasn't even. Man, he was out of it.
But anybody say motherfucking Goldberg is better than Bam, that motherfucker, we know him and his uncle is smoking some special type of motherfucking drugs.
Yeah, you can't. Draymond
You
ain't
got a
better than
motherfucking
Bam by no
Goldberg.
means.
Hold
You
on.
take Draymond. Oh,
Who was just killing
You
Goldberg?
take Draymond away from Gold. You take Draymond away from Curry. I bet you Curry looking different.
It all depends on who
I
you put
bet.
in there.
I bet you Curry is looking different. Who you gonna put? I mean, you gonna have to put something that brings whoever you replace with Draymond. They gonna have to bring the same thing that Draymond
Thank
bring for
you.
Curry. So
Thank
who was
you.
it?
They did,
So
bro. They did.
come
That
on,
was
I'm
man.
gonna
Kevin
ask.
Durant.
Come who? Who?
Hold on. Kevin
Who?
Durant averaged more rebounds
Hang on,
than
listen, listen,
Draymond
Draymond
don't
Green.
bring that. Draymond,
listen.
I mean Kevin Durant isn't a
Hold on,
playmaker.
bro. Duke is Kevin Durant a rebounder?
We
Answer the
talking about
question.
playmaking skill. Hell no, he's
Answer the
not.
question.
Hell no,
Answer
he's
the
not.
question.
Hell
Okay,
no,
he's
he's
not
not.
a rebounder, but that's what he
He
contributed
ain't
to the team.
rebound. He ain't rebound like that
Everybody
though.
got no, because Draymond biggest role was rebounding before Kevin Durant got on that. I'm asking the question.
Say it again. You was breaking up. Say it again.
So Draymond biggest role with defense and rebounding was it not?
And
Before
playmaking.
KD got
And playmaking.
okay, so
That was his role.
when,
Yes.
when KD got there, what was his role?
Well, who got there?
When KD got there, what was his role?
Man,
The
KD
same.
was just that fucking score, man. That's all KD role
KD
was.
was rebounding, bro, and scoring. All he had to do was make a pass. He didn't have to guard nobody.
And that's what Oscar Robertson
That's
said he
what are
do.
you saying?
Come Oh man, me and you didn't have this conversation
That's
before
what.
about
That's,
Curry.
hey, Big
That's why
Tone, Big
I
Tone,
can't believe you flipping this shit now.
hey, Big Tone. Now hold on, the realest. Big Tone. Oscar Robertson said he don't do nothing but bring the ball up and hand it off to Steph Curry. That's it.
Oh, but you you know what that was for, old man. Come on, you know why he
But
said all
that's what
that
he
shit.
do.
I
That's
mean,
what
that's what
he
he
do.
do. I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying that ain't what he do. What I'm saying is Draymond is very important to Steph. And
Yeah,
you
he
and me
is.
and old man, me and you done talked about this shit last year when me and you was going at Curry.
You
We
know
said the
how I feel.
exact
You
same
know how I
thing.
feel about
And
Draymond.
you know how I feel about Draymond and Curry. So what Dom saying, it ain't no shot. Yes, man. Draymond play a very vital role to that team.
Okay, the realest. Let me ask you this then: is Draymond better than a better defensive player than Bam Adebayo? That's the question.
Yeah,
Man, that's
it's
You
bro.
got to
that's
think
the
about that. This man,
no,
hold
because
up,
you know
Big
what?
Tone,
You know why I
Big
say that,
Tone,
man. You know why I say that Bam isn't as aggressive as
Big Tone,
Draymond.
Big Tone.
Bro.
Bam Adebayo is an
I'm,
Olympian, while
I'm,
Draymond sitting back watching them playing the Olympics.
I'm telling, but see what I'm saying is what we see. Let's go on the eye
No,
test
first
though.
of all, this is
Bam
just
isn't
what
that aggressive though, man.
Fix your mic,
Maybe
Dome.
he's supposed
Dome. Fix your mic, bro. Fix your mic.
See, that's what I'm saying, man.
Bully
Draymond has
ball
been
and faking people
Draymond.
out. You right. Bam is not that. But
thank you.
100% faking people out, bully balling, and trying to
He's not that.
intimidate
He's not
people.
gonna give you that.
He's
He's
not gonna do that. Ain't hands down. Ain't no. Well, I can't speak for everybody. I ain't giving you no argument out there. But when you talk about straight up defense, guarding 1 through 5, not no 3, 2, 4, literally guarding 1 through 5. It's only two players. It might be three. Triple J and Bam Adebayo are the only two players that literally guards 1 through 5. Even Mobley don't guard 1 through 5. He do not.
What? How the fuck Mobley don't go 1 through 5 and he won a division play? Bro, stop
Bro,
it.
just
Stop
because
it.
he
Stop it.
what is wrong with you, young
Fucking
man?
stop it, bro.
Just because he
The
fucking
realest,
won
you got
don't
on here talking about Draymond, man.
nigga,
You know Draymond is garbage, man. He
this
dumpster
nigga,
juice, man.
oh man. I ain't
Nah,
say
for
he,
real,
oh
man.
man. I ain't say
I
he ain't
can't,
garbage.
man. I
All I
just
came
can't,
up here and
man.
said Draymond is very vital to Steph, and
Draymond straight dumpster juice.
I don't think Steph got 4 rings without Draymond.
Yeah, he
Thank
do.
I
you.
really don't.
Yeah, he do.
I
Yeah,
really
he
don't think
do.
so.
Yeah, he do.
BJ, where you at, man?
Yo,
Where you
BJ,
at,
where is you
BJ?
at, bro?
Where you at,
Where
BJ?
the fuck is
what,
BJ at, son?
hey,
What,
hey,
what,
Yo,
what,
BJ
hey,
need to hear this shit.
what did he say on training day? Somebody drop these food. Somebody drop this food for me.
Hey, yo, let me
Come
tell you
on,
something.
man.
Hey, yo, look. Hey, yo, look. Hey, yo, shoe program, Pelican Bay. That's where these niggas gonna be at, son.
if
I
drop,
don't
hey,
even think.
if the
Hey,
fool
oh,
was
Trying to
oh,
get yours,
the
son.
realest,
oh man. I
the
don't even
realest.
think Curry would say that shit.
If the
I
low
don't even think.
IQ, if the low IQ fool wouldn't have got suspended in game 5, they probably would have 5 rings.
Hey, hey, why he come? Why Curry couldn't get the job done?
Huh?
Why Curry couldn't get the job done?
Wait, we played against Kawhi, and look what happened when
No,
they
no, no,
broke.
no, 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 no.
Wait a minute, look
They only need to. How many games they needed to win?
what did Draymond do in 2019 against Toronto?
Oh well, come on. Well, that's a different story now. That's a different story. That's
So
a different story, man.
okay, I'm just running there. What he do
That's a
against
different
what he do
story.
against what he do against Boston? What he do against the Boston Celtics in 2022?
Draymond specifically said he got his lunch took to the house against Siakam. He said that in the
Yes, he
interview.
did. He did say that. Yes, he
Hold on,
did.
So
Showboat
me and
Yes, he
against
Joey
did.
who?
didn't talk about
He
it
did say that.
Hold on,
because
Showboat
me and
against
He
who?
said
Joey.
he said that on his podcast. Yes, he said that on his podcast. Yes, I did
Why
see
you
that.
act
So
like
we
he was
know.
guarding Kawhi
So
then?
we know when he play, he ain't no defensive player. We know
Now
that.
the realest act like he was guarding Kawhi and whatnot. He was
I
What
ain't
like,
act. Hey, old man, I didn't
what
come up here and say shit like that.
what
I
what Draymond is very
Nah,
master.
you don't want to. I keep it real, man.
What
I
Draymond is very masterful at is intimidation with these young guys, and he get in their head.
and that's
man,
That
very important in
that's
basketball.
very important. That's very fucking important in basketball, and that's where he wins. He intimidate them, and then he do shit, get away with it, holler at the ref, and that's intimidating to these young guys. And he get away with it, and that's what make him. But if you put him straight up guarding 1 through 5 like Bam, that motherfucker will never be able to guard 1 through 5 because he can't keep nobody. Hell, he can't even keep a 4 in front of him. He just good at this physical play. He's just good. He definitely good at that. He ain't getting no
kicking
argument
people
from
in
me
their
on that.
private parts and all
Yeah,
that type of stuff.
you ain't never getting no argument from me there.
Man, come on, man. We ain't
What you
talking
talking
about
about?
all of that, man. We ain't talking about all of that.
Well, that's his defense.
I
But this,
just said Curry needed him, man, and y'all can't really argue that.
What Curry needed him for? What he do that Curry needed him for?
Playmaking.
Well, anybody can play make.
We talking about defense, and his
Yeah,
man.
we talking about defense.
God, they let you know that people don't view Draymond as that impact on defense because even you know that his playmaking is more valuable to the team than his defense. But the other guy came on here
oh shit,
specifically
man, this
stating that his
summer.
defense is so advanced. Come on, man, that man ain't playing no defense, man. Iguodala won defensive MVP finals because he played LeBron James, not Draymond. Who was playing? Kevin Love.
And,
And this motherfucker say he won. He better than Bam because he sets under the. He's 7'32", sets under the basket and just block shots, and he better than Bam. You can't make this shit up. But you a Miami Heat player. I mean fan. You just. I swear to God with these haters,
yeah,
bro. You can't make this shit up with these
No,
guys,
he
man.
did. He did lock Luke up a couple of plays
yeah,
this playoff though.
Who?
Who was that?
hey,
Your boy
I want to
go
ask a question.
Go
your boy
back?
go back.
Who? Man, stop. Cut the
No,
Yeah,
foolishness, man.
no,
hey,
Tony, he
I want to ask you guys a question.
Cut, cut the foolishness, man. Cut the foolishness.
I've been listening to this. I've been listening to this. It's a good conversation. With Draymond Green. I tell you, I lost a lot of respect for Draymond Green. That what was that 2019, 2020 when Curry went down and Clay went down and the Warriors just looked awful. And he
he
looked like
really
he was
did.
the worst player on that team.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, huh?
No, he couldn't carry the
I
team.
wouldn't take Draymond Green over Bam Adebayo. Between, no, I mean, I forget carrying. I mean, maybe 30 wins. I mean, what did they win? Like 12, 15 games, 18 games? Like they were awful. He
He
can't, I
playing
mean, he's in a, yeah, his success is greatly predicated on where he landed, which was, playing behind Curry and Thompson, and then eventually, Kevin Durant. What we saw what that dude was, I mean, look, they give him 10 or 12 feet because he can't shoot. I mean, he's conveniently, he's just hiding behind them. Gobert ain't much better. I think he's overrated too. Bam, I think, if I was to pick a player between them three to start or to build a team around, I definitely would take Bam over the, even though Draymond is going to go to the Hall of Fame, but yeah, I wouldn't take him over,
based
Bam.
on what? Hall of
Yeah, I wouldn't take him
Fame.
over Bam.
Man, he ain't no Hall of Famer, man.
He
And
going
this
in there
is
though, old
another
man.
thing.
He going
This
in.
is
His
another.
credentials, bro, he's going to the Hall of Fame, man.
He's
Okay,
going in
His
though,
credentials,
man.
he's
that's
going
what
to the
I'm
Hall of Fame.
saying.
Where the
Oh,
bar. So he going
the,
Hall of Fame. The bar now is just so low. He going Hall of Fame hands
yeah,
down.
the
Yeah,
league say,
yeah,
okay, we're gonna give you a fake defensive player of the year,
yeah. He
and
going
then
Hall of Fame.
you allowed to ride the coattails of Clay and Steph, right? But yet and still, when Clay and Steph, like you just said, Kenneth, when Clay and Steph is not playing and he got to carry the load, he can't carry it. Hall of Famers able to carry the load. So
Well,
how is he a Hall of
but
Famer and he can't carry the
hold on
load?
now.
Hall of Fame going.
In Draymond's defense, bro, you can say Hall of Famer based on his defense. He never was no scorer, so he ain't going without scorers. He not gonna win nothing.
Okay, Big
Exactly.
Tone. Big Tone.
He's not gonna win nothing. But he's just a
I-
defensive guy who can maneuver people, who can help his players out there who can score. So if you
hold
don't
on,
got
Big
your
Tone.
scores out there, no, it's just fair play, man. It's just fair play.
Hold on
If
then.
you
Hold
don't
on.
got your scores out there, I don't care how much defense you got. If you ain't got your scores out there, bro, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna lose.
Well, let's run it down then. Draymond ever led the league in blocks?
No.
He
No,
ever he ever led the league in steals?
No.
no.
That's defense, right?
Yeah, that's defense.
Okay, how in the hell he get a defensive player of the year?
Or
Uh,
rebounds. The
I
rebounding
don't
is
see
defense too.
with the people who vote on this shit. I don't trust none of the votes. So don't ask me because I don't trust none.
That's
If all a motherfucker got to do who's 7'32" is set under the basket and get about 3 blocks a game, and he's the defensive player. He can't guard nobody, can't keep nobody in front of him. All he need to do is sit under the basket and just block. Hey, bro, I don't trust nothing. So it is what it is. So I can
oh,
see why Draymond get defensive. He damn sure did more than what the fuck Gobert did
but Gobert
to
ain't no
get
Hall of
defense.
Famer either. I don't
No,
care
no,
how many
I'm
defensive.
talking about defense award. I'm talking about defense
That's what
award.
I'm saying. I don't care how many defensive player awards he's no Hall of Famer. Gobert is not a Hall of Famer. So if he got 4 of them and Draymond only got 1, just because he rode the coattail of Steph now in the championship, that doesn't make him a Hall of Famer.
Well, in today's league, it does because again, the bar is set so low. So he gonna become a Hall of Fame. It is what it is. Now we know in
Just like
reality he ain't no Hall
it's
of
just
Famer, but he
it's
going
just
to be
like this,
he gonna
man.
become a Hall of Fame.
Dennis Rodman was a great defensive player. When you look at him, you seen the impact on defense.
Exactly.
So even though he was undersized and he might have played against centers, power forwards,
He
small
played
forwards,
against Shaq,
you
man.
get what I'm saying? So you saw the impact, his rebounding. He was playing defense. It made an impact. Draymond defense don't impact Golden State.
Right,
It was
right.
Iguodala actually defense who actually guarded the people that they needed. Draymond Green was more like a fifth option. So
No,
if your
BJ,
fifth option
no, hey, stop letting
consider
niggas talk like this up here, bro. Stop it. These niggas is out of their fucking mind. All right.
This is a groupie. This is a Draymond Green groupie, bro.
bro,
So
you don't know nothing about basketball,
ain't
bro.
yeah
So for
yeah
one, Draymond
ain't
Green
nothing you can say.
was more essential on passing the ball. His IQ of knowing how to orchestrate the offense is the reason why he's on the floor. It's not because of his
Now
defense.
he do
Yo,
got IQ. I give Draymond
You
that.
great, you crazy dude.
He got
yo,
basketball
BJ,
IQ. Now I ain't gonna take that from him.
stop, yo, BJ, stop letting these niggas talk. Yo,
Man, this
bro,
man
BJ,
here is crazy,
yo,
man. This
This dude,
Draymond Green in
this
college
dude is
can
a fanboy,
score.
bro.
He
This
can
dude is a
score. He
fanboy,
was
man.
more of a scorer. He knew
BJ,
how to
bro,
run the offense.
BJ, get Cleasy, bro, because
You
Cleasy's from the
fucking
Bay.
crazy ass dude. That man ain't
That-
on no
Yo, what
court
the
That's
for no defense.
fanboy shit, bro.
stupid, bro?
I,
Yo,
I'm
BJ, you fucking
I don't know
dumb.
what
But
else to say.
all right, all
He,
right.
he do he does a dribble handoff, man, just like the OG said, man. That's all he
You
do.
know what?
Yeah,
Listen, at the end of the day, your opinion is your opinion. If you think Bam Adebayo is better than Draymond, you out your fucking mind, my nigga. Draymond
that's
got
fine.
4 rings. Draymond is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Nigga, are
Okay.
you
Oh
a
my
first
goodness.
ballot Hall of Famer?
Huh?
Fuck is wrong with you? Bam Adebayo ain't no
Oh,
fucking Hall of Famer.
okay, bro. All right.
Okay,
Draymond's the
Oh
first.
man.
That's cool. Draymond is the first ballot Hall of Fame. All that.
BJ,
Here-
BJ,
Here's what I do know.
bro.
Here's what
Don't
I
let
do
niggas
know.
talk like Draymond not a
Draymond
fucking Hall
can't.
of Famer.
Draymond can't guard 1 through motherfucking 5, and average 19 points a game, double. I know that motherfucking shit. So I don't give a fuck what
This
your
nigga
crazy
is
ass talking about. I don't give a
yo.
fuck
This
what your
nigga is
crazy ass talking about. That's what
yo.
Draymond
Listen,
can't
you know
do.
what?
Yeah.
Listen, yo. Listen, yo. You
Uh-huh.
got it. You got it, bro. You got it.
I
You
know
got it.
goddamn well. No, the stats got it.
You got it.
I don't have shit.
You got
The
it.
stats got it.
You got it.
You
No, my
supposed to
nigga, you
be a
got it, bro.
you supposed to be a
Listen,
Miami Heat fan. And all that
Hey,
motherfucking weight Bam got
yo, this
carrying
nigga's
that
crazy.
goddamn
First, this
team
nigga got
being
up
the
here.
smallest fucking
Yo,
man
first
on
this
the
old nigga
court.
got up here talking about Terry
The
Rozier is a
fuck
great
is you
player.
talking about?
Nigga, get the fuck out
You
of here, bro.
supposed to be
Shut
a
up.
fucking Miami Heat
hey,
fan.
do
The
I
fuck out of
remember
here, boy.
Kevin
Bro,
Durant and Draymond
bro.
Green getting into it about the last second shot because Draymond Green wanted to run the offense because we know he can't shoot?
All right. Yo, listen, you know
Yeah,
what, bro?
Fuck out of here.
yeah,
Listen,
yeah. That's why he left.
listen. Y'all
Stupid.
niggas stop, bro.
It because
Listen,
of
y'all
he
niggas
wanted to
stop,
run
bro.
the offense.
Listen,
It wasn't
listen,
no defense. You
listen to me.
bum.
Y'all niggas stop. Listen, let me tell you something. Your argument about Kevin Durant is invalid. Kevin Durant ain't won nothing since he left. Golden
Oh
State. So
man,
shut the
come
fuck
on,
up.
man. Now you want
Kevin
to
Durant
talk
ain't
down
get
on
no.
the
My
man.
nigga, Kevin Durant have been on three
man,
different
man,
teams.
get the dick out your mouth, man.
Draymond has it. Nigga, suck my dick. How about that? Fuck is you talking about, nigga? Watch your mouth, pussy. Fuck out of here, nigga. I tried to be
This
diplomatic with y'all niggas. Don't play with my nigga.
this
Fuck out of here, nigga.
this nigga
Yo,
supposed to be a Miami Heat.
yo, wow.
He supposed to be a Miami Heat fan, and all that motherfucking weight that Bam
Oh, listen, no.
90%
You
of the motherfucking time, 95% of the
Oh,
time, Bam was the
man.
tallest motherfucker out there on the court. Had to guard 1 through 5. Had to score a double.
you know
No,
what?
not had to. Did score a double. But Draymond is better than fucking Bam because he got 4 rings with Steph, Clay, and fucking KD. Boy, sit
My
your monkey
nigga.
ass down.
Bro,
The
listen,
fuck
at the
out of
end of
here.
this listen, you know what?
Fuck out
Listen,
of here with
my
that
nigga,
bullshit.
Big Bio has nothing but a big account full of money. What is you
That's
talking
all
about,
he
nigga?
is. That's all he
You
is. You
shut up,
right.
bro. Fuck out
You
of here.
right.
Hey,
Yeah,
motherfucker
you
was
right.
garbage. What the fuck you talking
Yeah.
about?
One
I
thing
know what I
about it.
want.
One thing
All
about it,
right.
you already showed me, motherfucker, what Bam and when Bam and Jimmy did with G Leaders, motherfucker, because you couldn't even answer
My
the
nigga,
question. Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. What Jimmy did with G Leaguers, not no fucking
Right.
Bam
Jimmy did it all
Adebayo.
by himself. Yeah, Jimmy did it all by
Like I
himself.
said,
He
like
played
I
defense.
said,
He scored the points.
listen,
It was just him,
all
and
right.
he got all
Okay,
5 people by himself. He ain't do nothing
BK.
because Bam,
No,
Bam,
no,
Bam, and Tyler during the regular season wasn't the other
no,
two that was averaging 20 points with Jimmy. I know.
no,
That's you a Miami Heat fan because you know that. Yeah, man. If you don't set your monkey ass down, boy, with your dumb ass. If you don't set your
BJ.
monkey ass down with your dumb ass.
No, BJ.
Fuck is you
Miami just
talking
traded
about?
for no, BJ.
Fuck
Miami
out
just
of
got
here.
Norman Powell for us for Clippers, right? Let's see what the fuck Norman Powell do with Let's see what Bam Adebayo do with Norman Powell. The fuck out of here, nigga. Get Bam dick out your mouth. That nigga's a fucking bozo. Fuck out of here,
You
nigga.
damn dick
Fuck you
out,
think
nigga.
you talking like that?
You setting your sucking
Bro,
Draymond
bro,
Green's dick. Are you serious right now? You sitting there sucking Draymond, and you
Man.
supposed to be a motherfucking
bro,
Miami Heat fan. You
Draymond.
sucking another
Bro,
nigga's dick.
Oh, man.
bro,
You sucking another
Man.
nigga's dick, and
Draymond.
you supposed to be a
Wow.
Miami Heat fan.
Bro, man,
Boy,
that's
shut
all
your
the
monkey
crazy.
ass down. You
This
not
shit
supposed
is
to be
wild,
Fuck
boy.
doing nothing but no
No,
motherfucking
listen,
See
shut
what
Miami
you
the
Heat
fuck
started,
fan.
up, old
Gorilla?
nigga.
Fuck
I,
out of
hey,
here.
You fuck.
I ain't start
No,
shit, man.
it
I ain't with all that
ain't you
telling
know
another man to suck my dick type shit. I ain't for
you
all
supposed to
that now.
do.
Yeah, bro,
Fuck out of
no,
here,
he
nigga.
was. No,
Uh,
listen, no, he
Nigga
was
crazy,
violent.
man. This nigga don't
No,
know
he
nothing.
was.
He ain't no motherfucking Miami Heat. You a
Listen,
fanboy.
all right,
Man,
You a
all right,
that
all
man a
fanboy.
right, all right,
troll,
all right,
man.
all
Yeah,
right,
that's what he
all right,
is. Yeah,
all
you a
right.
fan. You ain't
You
no
old
fucking
ass
Miami
nigga.
Heat.
So
All
shut
that
your old
motherfucking
ass the
weight.
fuck up.
All that motherfucking
Shut
weight
your
was
old
on
ass the
Bam
fuck
out of
up.
by your back, nigga, from 2018, motherfucker, up
No,
until
no.
they got
So,
Khalil
fuck
Ware.
nigga. Fuck.
Fuck is you talking about? But you a
Tone, he
Miami Heat
first
fan,
ballot
huh?
though, Tone, Big Tone. Draymond first ballot?
Yeah, well, I said it
Come
was.
on, man.
I
Stop
said,
it now,
yeah,
man.
it ain't
No,
gonna be
You
no.
know,
first.
come on, stop it, man. You
It ain't
know he
gonna be
gonna get
first
off
ballot.
it.
He
Yeah,
gonna get it just off the strength of having them four
having
championships,
them
man.
four
Come on,
rings, bro.
stop
Yeah,
it,
he
man.
gonna
Stop
be
it now,
first ballot,
man.
bro. I told you that they lowered
Look,
the bar.
look, I'm gonna be honest with
How
y'all,
can a
man.
They,
Draymond
role player
is
like
not gonna
Draymond
be
be
first
first
ballot,
ballot,
bro.
man?
He's
I
not gonna be
guarantee
first
you.
ballot.
Listen to me.
Are
Listen to me,
you
nephew.
for
He's
real?
not. He's
Listen to
not.
me, nephew. Listen to me.
Come on,
The
man.
bar
All
is
right.
set so low with the inductee, the way they play, and all that. Draymond Green is going to be a first and
Draymond,
second ballot Hall of
Steph,
Famer.
and Clay
Ain't
Yes,
no way.
first. They
yes,
Ain't
all
no
going
yes.
way.
in first,
They're
man.
gonna be a
Yes, it
And
first
is.
ballot.
Steph and
Yes, it
Clay
is.
deserve it.
I'm standing 10 toes down
They
on it.
all going
Draymond,
in.
yes,
Oh my, oh man, they
and
all going
they going
first.
in the same time, and they gonna go in the
Yes,
same time.
yes, yes, yes,
Nah, man.
yes,
Nah,
yes,
I
man.
say Clay and Curry go in, but Draymond gonna wait.
Well, we gotta
I'm
wait
just being
5.
real, man.
Well, Lord,
No,
Y'all
man.
ain't
number
looking at the
one,
impact,
we're gonna have to
man.
wait till they retire, and number
Iguodala
two,
won
we're gonna
the
have to wait
Finals
5 years.
MVP, man.
We're gonna have to
I'm
wait
telling
5 years after because they can't get
you, we gonna
nominated
see.
until 5 years after. So we supposed to be blessed that all of us be here. But I guarantee you, and I'm willing to put money on it. Blessed that we be here.
When
Draymond Green
Steph
is
get
going to
hurt,
be a first ballot.
when Steph get hurt, Draymond mysteriously get hurt also.
Yeah, we know what he do, old man. Yeah,
I
he don't
guess
want to
that,
play no
yeah,
more. We know what he do.
that ain't good news. Shit, that's why he gonna be first ballot. He take the footsteps. He take the footsteps of Steph Curry. And that's why he gonna be first ballot. Listen now, I'm telling you, that's why he
Man,
gonna be
one
first
thing about
ballot.
me, man, I respect Draymond for his his old school, try to play old school type of pro. I respect him for that. But don't get it twisted.
These young guys get
He don't
skilled.
have skills as the old school players did. They had
Right,
toughness and they had
right.
skills. That's a
See,
difference.
he's
He
in
don't
the
got the
look.
skills.
He's in the right era. He came along at the right era. That's why
Yeah.
he's able to intimidate these young guys and do what he do. Because if Draymond had came in the '90s, well, he probably wouldn't even be in the league. Let's just be honest with you. He probably wouldn't even made the fucking league. So, and because definitely with that bullshit he called himself doing in the '80s and '90s, yeah, no, no, he wouldn't have made it. He wouldn't have made it. So he came in at the right time. He came in at
Oh
the
man,
right time.
oh man, you want to take Draymond on the Clippers?
Hell no. I don't like no parts of Draymond Green, bro. I think he's garbage. I think there's better players in the league besides Draymond Green. I think what he does, anybody can do. I think he should have been. I think he should have been out Golden State a long time ago. To be honest,
Oh yeah, when Bogut went down, that was the reason why they lost. The media might could say Draymond Green got
Hey,
suspended,
man,
but everybody that actually watched the game and watched basketball, they know Bogut the reason why they lost. Yeah. He the reason why they lost because he was tearing their ass up. Yeah, until he got hurt. Yeah. That was the reason.
but to say that he better than Bam, to, to say, come on, man, that ain't no way Draymond Green is a better player than Bam, offensively and defensively. No
Now,
way.
not one moment in all these finals appearance, you looked at the team and said, man, Draymond is the second or third best player on the floor. I mean, let's
Yeah,
keep it real. It don't matter. Your impact on the team is your impact. You can rebound, you can steal a ball, you can block.
out of
Come
all
on,
the
man.
championships, what championship can you look at and say, man, Draymond, man, man, he did this, he did that. There's none of those four championships you can look at and say Draymond was impactful. You can look at you can look at what Denver just did to us, the Clippers, and you will say, damn, man, Russ, look what Russ did. Look what Christian Braun did. You can't do that. Give me one moment in 2022 where Draymond was like, damn. Man, Draymond, man, he put the clamps on Jaylen Brown. Oh, Draymond put the clamps on Jason Tatum. You can't do it. You can't do it. 2019, you can't do it. You can't say he put the clamps on Kawhi or he put the clamps on Siakam.
Man, you can't say that because people, real NBA fans know, even when Anthony Davis was in New Orleans, that man averaged damn near 40 on them folks by himself, killing Draymond Green. Yeah, all them. Anthony Davis by himself without DeMarcus Cousins.
So
Yeah, Draymond Green ain't do nothing.
that's all smoke and mirrors, man. That's all it is. Draymond is just smoke and mirrors. You know, he got a lot of people fooled. He in that clutch camp. You know,
Yeah, we watched the finals every year as a family. Playoffs and all that. Yeah, you can't get nothing past me.
so I wouldn't take him by no means. I'd take Dylan Brooks before I take him because at least you know you're gonna get some honest defense with Dylan Brooks. At least he'll sit in the Dylan Brooks will sit in the chair.
I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and say I just take a lot of players over Draymond because, like I told
Oh
you, the
man,
man
stop
got
that shit.
IQ. He got IQ on offense. Far as passing, I'm talking about if we just talk about some of the average players in the NBA just play like you talking about Danny Green, players that were playing Pacific 3 and D roles. Draymond Green was better than majority of them now. I ain't gonna sit there and say I'm just talking about far as where he could impact the team on just passing his IQ. I ain't saying he ain't no he ain't going out there to the score, but I ain't gonna like I told you, the old school basketball plays a lot in today's game because, like I said, he able to do things that some of these guys are afraid to do. So you still got to give him that. Like I say on that game because that plays in physical and mental plays a big part of the basketball. So that's why I say it's certain players, man. You can say, hey, yeah, they might be better offensive players, but when it comes down to just making the right pass and getting your team involved, that matters too. You know.
Showboat. What was
So
his defense against Minnesota in this playoff?
I mean, I ain't giving him too much defense. Though I say it's more on keeping the team involved, running the offense. He like Lamar Odom, a poor man Lamar Odom. No skills, no handles, no jump shot, but he could make the right pass. You know what I'm saying?
And
From
he was fouling so much against Houston. Houston punked him. Them young guys, Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, punked him. He thought he can intimidate him, and he found himself on the ground and whatnot. Don't nobody respect Draymond, man. He a clown, and he just riding off the coattail of Steph and Clay. That's all he doing.
Oh, he definitely ride now. He definitely ride.
Man, get that hate out your heart, old man. Stop it.
That's the same thing you got
Stop.
for Russ. That's the same thing you got for Russ. Dude,
That
man.
hate out your heart, man.
Nah, man.
You telling me you would take? You telling me you wouldn't take a champion over a nigga that probably ain't gonna never win a ring? Come on,
Like
stop it.
who? Like who?
The dude you just named.
Who? Dylan Brooks?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you put Dylan Brooks on the Golden
Come
State,
on,
man. He
man.
can do the
Come on.
same. He can do the
What
same
he gonna
thing.
do?
He gonna bring the ball up the court and he gonna hand it to Steph. Dribble hand off. Steph gonna shoot 3 point.
I ain't say Lamar Odom ain't had no skill. I said Draymond ain't got no skill like Lamar Odom. That's what I said.
Hey,
Oh
you
no,
talking
no,
about Russ?
I was
Russ,
not.
what team that nigga play on?
Who Russ?
Yeah.
He was on Denver.
No, what team he play on? What team he on right now?
He a free agent.
All right, man.
Oh, that's beside the point. You see what he did against us like this past season in the playoffs. So he deserved to be on the team. Hell, he can come back to the Clips. To be honest.
Shit.
Man, I take
Shit.
Russ in the heartbeat. I kick James Harden 100
Shit.
yards through a field goal and to take Russ back.
What dude from the Ryan saying? Shit.
Man, I would love to have Russ after what I seen what he did to the Clippers this playoffs, man.
Come on, man. You can't go.
Man,
Come on, man. You can't. Really? Nah, you can't do
really,
that.
man, I'm telling you. Man, he punked James Harden, man. He punked him, man.
Man, that ain't saying much.
He punked him, man.
He did that shit to K. He did that shit to KD. I mean, what?
Yeah, against Green. It's right. That's the reason we should have him on the team.
He do that shit against teams he came from. Oh man.
Well, that's the reason he's supposed to be on the team.
What
That's
happened when he went against Minnesota? I mean, not Minnesota. OKC.
well, that series didn't go as well.
Okay, then.
Well, we know what the
Okay,
incentive
then.
is in, right? We know how to incentivize them. Give them some kind of incentive, motivation.
Yeah, you see what young disciple said? Look at that, man.
What he say?
Curry
Who
up
is it?
3-1. 3-1 couldn't get one game. Get out of it. I mean, couldn't get a
I mean, he
game.
lost his seven. He lost the main piece.
Who was the main piece?
Bogut?
Hell no.
Bet.
Hell
What
no.
Bogut was averaging before he got hurt?
I know what he was doing.
No,
I know
no.
what he was
Tell the
doing.
truth. Tell the
I
truth.
know what he
What
was
was he
doing.
averaging
I know
before he
what he
got
was
hurt?
doing. I
Tell
know what
the
he was
truth.
doing. He was protecting that paint. I know all the shit he brought when he was there.
So
I
you
know every.
know, though, you know, when he got hurt, they actually needed Draymond Green to step up. And what happened? What happened?
What you mean? What happened?
He
They
couldn't
lost.
hold. He couldn't hold
He's
LeBron.
straight. No,
He
no.
could.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on, man. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
He
He
couldn't
could
hold.
Come on,
protect the
man.
paint.
Come
He
He
on,
couldn't
could
man.
hold
protect the
LeBron.
paint.
Come on,
Let's be
man. Come
clear.
on. Come
Yeah.
on. We're
Yeah.
gonna put that on
Still,
Curry. We putting that on Curry,
no, you
man.
can't put that on
We
Curry.
putting that on
How
Curry,
you gonna
man.
put that
Curry,
on Curry?
look, son, if the player that's killing, stopping everybody from getting to the hole, get hurt, and the next
Mhm.
man up is Draymond Green, and he lose because LeBron scoring 40 now, Kyrie scoring 40 now, they get to the goal with ease. Tell the
Mhm.
truth. Yeah. Yeah. And Draymond couldn't stop neither one.
I already said that. Yeah, Bogut, he was protecting the
That's,
paint. Yeah,
that's
I said that. Once he
so
went down,
so
yeah, that
That's
opened up the paint.
so. So they let you know that Draymond Green, for his impact on the team, isn't that much of a difference if they just playing with a regular average power forward. Because he can't protect the paint. I'm just being honest. Come on man, you saw it. Everybody saw it.
Oh
Draymond Green
man.
had his
Oh
best
man. Hold
game,
on, hold on,
game
hold on.
7,
Oh
and they
man.
still lost.
Curry can get one game. He couldn't get one game.
Nah, he couldn't get one game, man. He couldn't get one game. But they had the
Stop it.
game. They had the series. That damn Draymond.
Okay. That's what we
They,
doing, huh?
they, they,
That's what we.
that damn Draymond, y'all claim he's so good. He couldn't do nothing with LeBron.
Man, LeBron was defeated, man.
See, that's what I'm saying.
He was defeated,
Draymond,
man.
he get all these accolades, but Iguodala, he slowed down LeBron. But Draymond, who y'all claim is a defensive stalwart, he couldn't do it the next year. Make that make sense. Iguodala got the Finals MVP for guarding LeBron, but Draymond Green, this so-called Hall of Famer, he couldn't do nothing against LeBron. I don't understand
Playing
the
with
logic.
no jump shot. Let's think about that now.
He ain't got no actual correct. He can't really create his shot, and Draymond Green couldn't guard him.
So, man, I don't want to talk about that bum no more. Hey, man, y'all be easy, man. I'm out.
All right, y'all. I'm out too, man.